Chapter 3. Adepts and Initiates. It would be a long and complicated task to trace the history of magic century by century and country by country. Fortunately, there is a simpler method, to consider the lives of the principal figures in the history of Western magic. This is what I propose to do in the next 2 chapters. I must begin by repeating my basic general proposition. It is man's biological destiny to evolve Faculty X. All living creatures on the surface of this planet have been trying to do this throughout their history. Man is more than halfway there. A true adept would be a man in whom Faculty X is more developed than in the average. By this definition, there have not been many true adepts. This does not mean that the great names of magic were charlatans or self-deceivers, although some were. Most of them possessed a high degree of intuitive powers, akin to Corbett's jungle sensitivity. These powers lie at the lower end of man's consciousness, the red end of the spectrum. Faculty X lies at the violet end. But that is an oversimplification, and I must try to clarify the matter further before proceeding. Man could be compared to someone who lives in the Grand Canyon, but who is so short-sighted that he cannot see more than 5 yards. Or to someone who lives in a cathedral, but is surrounded by a kind of curtain, like a fortune-teller's cubicle, that goes with him wherever he walks. The curtain is everydayness. It is a state of mind rather than an objective reality. The human mind must be thought of as being akin to the radar of bats. We somehow reach out and feel the reality around us. But in my ordinary, everyday existence, I do not need to reach out very far. And I get into the habit of not doing so. Whenever I am deeply moved by poetry or music or scenery, I realize I am living in a meaning universe that deserves better of me than the small-minded sloth in which I habitually live. And I suddenly realize the real deadliness of this lukewarm contentment that looks as harmless as ivy on a tree. It is systematically robbing me of life, embezzling my purpose and vitality. I must clearly focus on this immense meaning that surrounds me, and refuse to forget it, contemptuously reject all smaller meanings that try to persuade me to focus on them instead. And this is why the mage or the adept is a fundamental human archetype. He symbolizes man's evolutionary destiny. Bulwer Lytton's description of the mage in The Haunted and the Haunters catches his essence. If you could fancy some mighty serpent transformed into man, preserving in the human lineaments the old serpent type, you would have a better idea of him, the width and flatness of frontal, the tapering elegance of contour disguising the strength of the deadly jaw, the long, large, terrible eye, glittering and green as the emerald, and withal a certain ruthless calm, as if from the consciousness of immense power. And when he later added a new ending to the story, Lytton extended this sketch into a full-length portrait of a man who seems to be a combination of the Wandering Jew and the Count de Saint-Germain. But why the hint of menace? Serpents symbolize wisdom, also coldness, and deadliness. It is an interesting thought that there are no portraits of benevolent supermen in world literature. There are heroes, usually with fatal flaws, and unbelievable gods. But the nearest thing to a true Superman, in the original sense of the word, is the character in the American comic strip. Lytton's baleful magician, and his like in the writings of Hoffman, Tieck, Jean-Paul, even Tolkien, is the nearest the human imagination seems to be able to get to the idea of superhumanity. This is to be expected. Our lack of sense of meaning means that we understand the negative better than the positive. Can one, for example, imagine a completely benevolent but equally powerful Hitler, who wants world domination in order to liberate the poor, to destroy anti-Semitism? No. Benevolent statesmen tend to be idealistic and ineffectual. The best lack all conviction, while the worst are full of passionate intensity. Hitler's powers were partially magical, because he was driven by long-range purposes and enormous optimism. The consequence was the automatic development of powers at the invisible ends of the spectrum, the almost hypnotic power over crowds to which so many observers have testified. Such observers, Ludeck, Hanfstaengl, Gregor Strasser, were surprised to find that Hitler lacked charisma at close quarters. He switched on his power when he needed it, like a conductor working the orchestra up to a climax. Good men tend to mistrust the will and stick to reason. But magical powers cannot be developed without an optimistic effort of will. On the other hand, one does not need to accept the possibility of their development. One of the most amusing cases of the unintentional development of such powers is told of Colonel Henry Steele Alcott, the lifelong associate of Madame Blavatsky. In July 1882, the colonel was in Colombo, Ceylon, trying to encourage a Buddhist revival. He had left Madame Blavatsky, who tended to dominate him, behind in India. The local high priest, Sumangala, told him that the Catholics on the island were hoping to convert a place near Kalani into another Lourdes, complete with a healing shrine. So far, the miracles had failed to occur, but the colonel realized that if mass suggestion got working, they might well begin, and the Buddhists would lose half their congregation. He told the high priest that he had better try working miracles on his own account. The high priest said there would be no point, since he knew he had no powers. Shortly thereafter, the colonel met a man named Cornelius Apu, who was paralyzed in one arm and partially paralyzed on one leg. The colonel decided he might as well try out the effect of suggestion, so he made a few mystic passes over the man, and told him that might help. Later in the day Mr. Apu returned to say he felt better already and asked for more treatment. The colonel made more passes. Cornelius Apu began to improve fast, and told everyone that the colonel was a miracle worker. He wrote out a statement describing his cure, with the hand that had been paralyzed. It was published, presumably in a local newspaper. Mr. Apu brought a paralyzed friend. The colonel repeated the suggestion treatment, and it worked. But now, to his dismay, he found himself overwhelmed by hordes of people with every ailment. They came in crowds. And the colonel, although hard-pressed, soon found that using his thaumaturgic powers was like riding a bicycle, a matter of confidence and practice. The colonel believed, the sufferers believed, and cures were effected by the dozen. They would interrupt his meals, and force their way in while he was dressing. He records that he had to go away periodically and bathe in the salt water of the harbor, behind his house, where he felt currents of fresh vitality entering and reinforcing my body. His powers developed to such an extent that one morning, when he was feeling particularly fresh, it seemed as if I might almost mesmerize an elephant. He cured a young Indian of facial paralysis from the other end of a room, raising his arm and saying in Bengali, "Be cured." A tremor ran through his body, his eyes closed and reopened, his tongue, so long paralyzed, was thrust out and withdrawn, and with a wild cry of joy he rushed forward and flung himself at my feet. The colonel developed his power under ideal circumstances. It would not have mattered in the least if he had failed with Cornelius Apu, for he firmly believed he was trying to cure the man by selling him the confidence trick. He continued to believe that it was merely a matter of suggestion, until the powers, allowed to develop naturally and at their own pace, became unmistakable. This also answers an important question, raised by Louis Singer, and again by A. L. Rouse, of whether powers of mediumship, clairvoyance, and so on must develop involuntarily, by not willing, as Louis Singer says. What man calls his will is usually self-divided. This is why, for example, someone can make me itch by merely suggesting that I itch. I don't want to itch, and the fear of itching arouses some perverse negative will in me, my unconscious, unused will, which gets tired of sitting still. I have a theory that it is this negative will that causes many ailments, from ulcers to cancer. If Colonel Alcott had badly wanted to heal Cornelius Apu, his tension and nervousness would have prevented him calling on his true will, the union of conscious and unconscious will, which is the basis of magical powers. Some fortunate people are still relatively untouched by the civilized disease of self-division, and possess natural thaumaturgic powers. I speak of them in my book on Rasputin. Most healers agree that the act of healing seems to involve a certain self-depletion, although the powers can be developed to a point where one can be recharged in a very short period like Colonel Alcott. Mr. Harry Edwards describes the feeling of a power, a kind of fluid, flowing down his arm and through his fingertips when he touches an affected part of the patient's body. Mrs. Elizabeth Arkle, of Bristol, who also possessed rudimentary healing powers, has described the same sensation to me. She mentioned that she had to be in good health, psychologically as well as physically, to be able to summon her powers. She experiences the thaumaturgic power as a kind of fire in the areas of the breast or solar plexus. She mentioned that she had only used it with relatives, where the contact, presumably, is stronger, and that on one occasion, when tempted to use it on her father, she had a strong intuition that it would be wrong, since he was dying. She could not explain why she felt it would be wrong. Colonel Olcott's description of his dramatic cure of the young Indian is explainable as hypnotic suggestion, like the deep trance cure of warts. That is to say, hypnotic suggestion produces confidence and awakens the true will. But this explanation cannot be accepted unreservedly. In Cornwall, where I live, the practice of wart charming is widespread. Our local doctor, when approached by patients with warts, usually sends them to a wart charmer before he applies his slower remedies. Wart charmers work in a variety of ways. Some of them buy the warts, paying the sufferer a few pence for each wart. Not vice versa, wart charmers will not take money, and most of them make it a condition of their work that they should not be thanked. Some insist that it is necessary to rub a piece of rusty bacon on the wart, then bury the bacon. Where possible, the bacon should be stolen, or at least taken without its owner's spoken approval. Others only need to know the full name of the person to be cured. The skeptic may feel that we are now entering the realm of old wives' tales and pure absurdity. He would be mistaken. The most startling thing is that cures are almost invariable. They certainly occur with a frequency too great to attribute to chance. For example, the painter and author Lionel Miskin took his whole family to a wart charmer at Par. They were suffering from warts on the hands. All the warts disappeared in about 2 weeks. This wart charmer bought the warts for 2pence each. But the notion of hypnotic suggestion must be abandoned in cases where it is animals that are cured. Mrs. Betty Braysmith of Pent Ewan had a pony with multiple warts, and was told to approach a wart charmer on Bodmin Moor, a farmer. She accordingly telephoned Mr. Frank Martin, known as Fred, who was expecting her call. She asked, "What do I have to do?" "Nothing," said Mr. Martin. "You've done all you have to. The warts will vanish of their own accord now." They did, during the next 2 weeks, all except the largest, which had to be removed with silver nitrate. I was so intrigued by this story, and by other tales of Mr. Martin's powers, that I drove over to his farm to interview him. What I wanted to know chiefly was this: did he feel that he was projecting some mental power of his own, or did he feel he was using other forces outside himself? The latter seemed most likely, since he did not see Mrs. Braysmith's pony. However, what Mr. Martin had to tell me left me completely bewildered, for it did not seem to fit either theory. I had been told that wart charming is an inherited faculty, which can only pass from father to daughter, or mother to son. Mr. Martin told me that he had been given his charms, i.e. certain spells to be repeated, by 2 old ladies, back in the mid-1930s. He had used them consistently since then, and with a high level of success. He was given several charms, including one to stop bleeding, and another to rid of ringworm. The charms are brief incantations, that must end in the name of the Father, the Son, and of the Holy Ghost. Since a large number of his patients are sheep and cows, he concludes that it is the charm itself that works, not his own powers. Sheep and cows are subject to large warts, called in this part of the world rigs. However, it is important that the owner of the animal should also believe that the charm will work. Mr. Martin sees the cure as some kind of cooperation between himself and the owner. He confirms that charms can only be passed on from man to woman, or vice versa. They cannot be given to a member of the same sex. This seemed to imply that once a charm has been given, the original owner loses its powers. Mr. Martin verified that most charmers believe this, but said that he himself had given the charms to several people without, apparently, affecting his own powers. When I asked him how he could explain these powers, he seemed to feel that they were fundamentally of the same nature as those used by Jesus, although far weaker. I pointed out that Jesus was a thaumaturgist, that is, he felt that something was taken from him when he effected a cure. Mr. Martin agreed that his own cures seemed to take nothing from him. But, he added, his uncle, a man of 84, who was being buried that day, had possessed the power to cure the king's evil, scrofula, and had been forced to give it up because it was taking too much out of him. It is interesting to recall that Dr. Johnson was touched for the king's evil by Queen Anne, but Boswell records that it had no effect. Evidently the Queen lacked thaumaturgic gifts. I asked Mr. Martin whether he would consider himself a religious man. After a moment's consideration he shook his head and said he didn't think so. But he emphasized that the impulse behind all such cures must be the impulse to do good. This explains why wart charmers refuse to take money or even thanks. He explained that he himself often cured people without their knowing anything about it. The important thing was to use the power for good. He described to me an occasion when he had been present at the birth of a calf, and the carelessness of the vet's assistant had caused serious bleeding. The vet remarked that if they didn't get towels quickly the cow would bleed to death. Mr. Martin charmed the cow without saying anything. The bleeding stopped. He did not bother to tell the vet what he had done. He emphasized the importance of the desire to help. A skeptical friend had remarked, "If I cut myself now with a knife, you couldn't stop the bleeding. And if you saw a butcher slaughtering a pig, you couldn't stop the pig bleeding." Mr. Martin agreed, but pointed out that in neither case would it be doing any good. "But if the butcher cut himself accidentally, I could stop that bleeding," he added. I found that his most enlightening comments were about his state of mind when he was effecting a cure. He explained that it was a gift, like any other gift, for example, like work. I was puzzled. Like work. There are some things you're good at, and some things you're not. For example, if I plow a field, I like the furrows all to run straight, and I really put my mind to it. The same when I thatch a roof, I don't put a lot more effort into it than anybody else, but somehow it all comes right. Now, on the other hand, I can't build walls. Cornish walls are part of a hedge or bank of earth, and consist of irregular slabs of stone that use the bank as partial support. I can watch a man building a wall and tell him where he ought to put a certain stone. But I couldn't lay it myself. In short, Mr. Martin is speaking of the use of Tao, as discussed in an earlier chapter of this volume, a kind of stilling of the mind that allows total concentration. It is the use of the true will, the instinctive will. I cannot explain why Mr. Martin's charms work, or why those of dozens, perhaps hundreds, of other Cornish wart charmers work, except by saying that the Cornish are Celts, and Celts seem to possess a higher degree of natural powers than Anglo-Saxons. I suspect that the charms are less to do with it than a natural thaumaturgic faculty, and that Mr. Martin may not feel that anything has been taken out of him because the cure of warts takes too little for him to notice. As to how he can cure a pony he has never seen, I have no explanation to offer. When I told him that the largest wart had not vanished, he said that Mrs. Braysmith should have phoned him again, and he would have repeated the charm. Some warts and ringworm are tougher than others. As a type, Fred Martin struck me as kindly, honest, simple, with a high degree of natural benevolence, that is, the kind of person one might expect to possess natural thaumaturgic gifts. In that case, he may be mistaken when he explains that he cannot cure other ailments, ulcers, for example, and snakebite. The mention of snakebite raises an interesting question. There are a number of Cornish charmers who have the reputation of being able to cure snakebite and control snakes. The master of the local hunt described to me how he had seen one of these charmers immobilizing an adder by drawing a chalk circle round it. Mr. Martin spoke of an old lady on Bodmin Moor with similar powers. A child belonging to two visitors was bitten by a viper. They called at the nearest farmhouse to ask if they could telephone a doctor. The old lady who lived there told them she could cure the bite, but that they must first go back and kill the snake. This seemed an absurd request, since they had seen the snake wriggling off into the bracken. The old lady assured them that they would find the snake where they last saw it, and they did. The child suffered no ill effects from the bite. Anyone who has ever owned snakes knows that they are passive creatures, who soon allow themselves to be handled, and who are very likely to lie still in bracken, or a chalk circle, for that matter. And the late C.J.P. Ionides, the snake man, assured me that snakes cannot distinguish between one person and another, and that a tame snake will allow anyone to handle it, so that stories of the powers of Eastern snake charmers are myths. He may well be right, but he was of a determinedly skeptical turn of mind, and would not admit the existence of any unusual powers, even in witch doctors or shamans. The stories told of Cornish snake charmers indicate a belief that certain human beings can establish a telepathic power over snakes, similar to the power of Grimble's porpoise collar. If this is true, then it is an amusing reversal of the notion that it is snakes who possess a hypnotic power. The contrary may be true, that they are good hypnotic subjects, at the mercy of the stronger psychic powers of man. It would be a mistake, however, to imply that such powers are confined to simple, unsophisticated people, as the following passage demonstrates. It is from a letter written by Aldous Huxley, December 8, 1915. I went on to dine with the Gilbert Murrays, where I was lucky enough to see one of Gilbert's thought-reading performances. He is considered one of the best telepathists going. At any rate, he was astonishing on Sunday. He was best, of course, with his daughter, with whom he generally does it. With her he can describe scenes in books he has never read. He did two on Sunday, one out of Conrad's new book Victory, which he got almost word for word as his daughter described it, and one out of Sinister Street. He feels the atmosphere of the thought. Thus, as soon as he came into the room the time his daughter had thought of Sinister Saint, a scene of undergraduates talking together, he said, "How I hate these people," the aesthetic young man being very hostile to him. He tried one with me, which came off extraordinarily well considering I was a stranger. I had thought of the following scene: the Master of Balliol listening to an essay on the egoist, a book he has not read. Gilbert Murray stood holding my hand about half a minute, then began to laugh and said, "Oh, of course, it's the old Master of Balliol," being embarrassed. I'm not very clear about what, but I think it's a conversation about a new poet, which is close enough for a first attempt with an unfamiliar mind. He can't exactly describe the process. It seems to be a kind of smelling out of the thought, of detecting it in the atmosphere. But it might be more accurate to say that the process is closely allied to what happens when I try to remember some scene or event that partly eludes me. A half-picture forms in my mind, a few tantalizing threads of association, but not the whole thing. Which raises again a point I made earlier, that our own mental processes are quite as occult and mysterious as the powers of thaumaturgists or telepathists. One might say that Murray remembered what was going on in Huxley's mind, or used exactly the same mechanisms that we use in trying to recall something, but reached into Huxley's mind instead of his own. Another point worth noting: Murray's response, "How I hate these people," might easily have been conveyed by the same telepathic process to the people he was talking about. And since we have already discussed the suggestibility of the average person, the self-division that makes us think about something we don't want to think about, it is not difficult to see how a person with some telepathic ability could exercise the evil eye. In short, we must recognize that the powers we have been discussing are commonplace. They exist far more widely and generally than we choose to acknowledge. How can we summon these powers? It would be more to the point to ask, what prevents us from summoning them? The answer is, the blinkers, the narrowness, the fact that my consciousness is occupied with trivial issues such as why my car uses so much oil and whether a certain girl is being unfaithful to her husband. The only infallible way to develop these powers is for human beings to systematically turn away from triviality, to reject the near and concentrate on the far. Man must develop positive consciousness. He has reached his present position on the evolutionary scale through his power to turn his mind into a microscope and concentrate on small things. But this has made him a victim of the small and the negative. Human history is the history of childishness, of silly quarrels for small reasons. Like the housewife in Under Milkwood who says, "Before you let the sun in, mind it wipes its shoes," we have become slaves of our amazing capacity for detail. Such a woman obviously does not really enjoy being alive. She is trapped in her own negativeness. So are we all. I know of only one religion that has made this recognition its foundation, Zoroastrianism, the religion of the ancient Persians. The Persian scriptures, the Gathas, state that the Supreme Being, Ahura Mazda, created two twins, who produce reality and unreality. Reality and unreality are seen as the essential elements from which the world is created. They are not positive and negative, but both are equally positive. It was only later that they degenerated into good and evil. Later still, there was a further degeneration, when Ahura Mazda, the first cause, was identified with the good, and his enemy Ahriman with the devil. For reality is meaning, out there, and unreality is human subjectivity, our tendency to get enmeshed in our self-chosen values. We derive our power to act, to work, to concentrate, to evolve, from this same subjectivity, so it cannot be regarded as negative or evil. It becomes negative through human stupidity and defeat-proneness. The Magi, from whom the word magic is derived, were the priests of this ancient religion. I would suggest, then, as a hypothesis that can never be proved or disproved, that the original Magi derived their magic powers from positive consciousness, from the recognition that subjectivity is only good so long as it keeps itself open to the reality of meaning outside itself. Positive consciousness is a happy, open state of mind. A man in love has positive consciousness, especially if he has just discovered that the girl returns his feelings. It is a sense of the marvelous interestingness of the world. We still use the word magic in this sense, talking about the magic of summer nights, magic moments and so on. This is not a misuse of language, that is what real magic is about. The little we know of the Magi is derived almost entirely from the history of Herodotus, much as our knowledge of Atlantis depends entirely on Plato. Herodotus, writing in the 5th century BC, a few decades before Plato, was speaking about the later stages of the Magian religion. Even so, he is struck by the purity of their faith. They have no images of gods, no temples, no altars, and consider the use of them a sign of folly. Their wont, however, is to ascend to the summits of the loftiest mountains, and there to offer sacrifice to Zeus, which is the name they give to the whole circuit of the firmament. They likewise offer to the sun and moon, to the earth, to fire, to water, and to the winds. The Persians later developed the worship of the sun god, Mithras, who is a savior with much in common with Jesus, and whose religion in later centuries almost supplanted Christianity in Rome. All the references in Herodotus are incidental, so we learn only that the Magi were skilled in the interpretation of dreams, and that they were a powerful caste who continued to dominate Persian life even after an attempt to seize power led to mass executions, presumably because daily life was unthinkable without them. The Magi were the descendants of the shamans of the Neolithic, but with one important difference. The shaman derived his power from mana, the magical force that permeates nature. The Magi were also adepts and scholars. They knew something of mathematics and astrology, both of which had originated not far away in Mesopotamia, and were skilled in divination. Their religious beliefs owe something to the Hindus. They certainly believed in the transmigration of souls. From the few references to them that are scattered in the classical writers, it seems fairly certain that the Magi began as an order of Wordsworthian nature mystics. Friedrich von Schlegel speaks of their primitive veneration of nature, and says that they were not a priestly caste but an order divided into grades of apprentice, master and perfect masters. Philosophy of History, von Eliphas Levi, perhaps not the most reliable of authorities, speaks of secrets that gave them mastery over the occult powers of nature, that is to say, they were shamans, and citing Pliny and Lucius Pison as his authorities, declares that they could produce electricity. They existed long before the birth of their avatar Zoroaster, or Zarathustra, in the 7th century BC, and from the evidence of the early Gathic hymns and later Zendavesta, supposedly written by Zoroaster, it is clear that the religion changed from nature worship to something closer to the religions of Mesopotamia, with their angels and demons. Later still, it degenerated into fire worship. By the time of Cyrus, who died in 529 BC, the great founder of the Persian Empire. The Magi had also degenerated into a ruling cult, like the priests of Egypt. But in their early days they were an order of worshippers and philosophers, like the Greeks who celebrated the Orphic and Eleusinian mysteries, or like the Jewish order the Essenes. Perhaps the most puzzling feature of the order is that they had no temples. If Herodotus is correct in saying that they performed their worship on mountaintops, then we must take these two facts in association to indicate that the Magi were nature mystics in the fullest sense of the word, the sense in which the 17th century cobbler, Jacob Boehme, was a nature mystic. This description of Boehme's second illumination catches its essence. Boehme's glance was attracted by a polished pewter dish that reflected the sun. Suddenly a strange feeling overpowered him, for it seemed as if he were looking into the very heart of nature and beholding its innermost mystery. Startled and desiring to banish such presumptuous thoughts, he went out on the green. The vision persisted and became even more clear. The grass and flowers were stirred with strange living forces. Over nature the veil of matter grew thin and half revealed the vast struggling life beneath. Howard Brinton, The Mystic Will, London, 1931. Brinton is paraphrasing Boehme's biographer, von Frankenberg. Boehme's vision can be interpreted in a number of ways, but all come back to the same thing, the sense of overpowering meaning in nature. Boehme spoke of the signature of things, meaning their inner symbolic essence, which makes it sound as if he caught a sudden intuitive glimpse of Dr. David Foster's notion of a universe of coded information in which all living things are the expression of a vital intelligence. There seems to be no doubt that the Magi were a mystical order of exceptional purity, the natural link between the shamans of the Stone Age and the confused magical cults of the urban civilizations. They were the expression of man's need to escape his animal destiny, to see beyond the veil. And this provokes the question, why? Man is not naturally a mystical creature. He farms, he breeds children, he fights wars. If he worships nature, this is only out of the superstitious belief that the elements are gods. I am inclined to believe that the answer lies in war. All the early poems are about battles. Homer was writing the Iliad at about the same time the Magi were composing the Gathic hymns in Bactrian, the language of Eastern Persia. It was a violent and cruel world, and the Eastern temperament tends to lack humane fellow-feeling. Herodotus tells the story of King Astyages, the grandfather of Cyrus, who dreamed that his daughter's child would overthrow him. He sent one of his servants, Harpagus, to kill the child. Harpagus handed him over to a herdsman instead. Later, when he discovered that Cyrus was still alive, Astyages took a horrible revenge on Harpagus. He invited him to a feast, asking him to send his 13-year-old son to help prepare it. At the feast, Harpagus ate his fill of meat. Astyages asked him if he had enjoyed it, and Harpagus said he had. A covered bowl was then placed in front of Harpagus. When he removed the cover, he discovered the head and limbs of his son. He had been eating him. Herodotus records, the sight did not rob him of his self-possession. Being asked by Astyages if he knew what beast's flesh it was that he had been eating, he answered that he knew very well, and that whatever the king did was agreeable. Later, Harpagus engineered Cyrus's victory over his grandfather. The first part of the story sounds apocryphal, too much like the story of Oedipus and other legendary heroes. But it is a historical fact that Cyrus overthrew his grandfather with the aid of Harpagus, who was sent out to repel Cyrus's army, and joined it instead. So it seems likely that the story of Harpagus is true. It demonstrates the barbarous temper of these eastern potentates. Astyages also ordered the execution of all the Magi who had persuaded him to spare Cyrus. Living in a world like this, surrounded by violence and ambition, watching the degeneration of urbanist humanity, it is not surprising that the descendants of the shamans turned away from it all and immersed themselves in the mystical peace of nature. In this connection, we should also speak of the religious mysteries of Greece, particularly those of Orpheus and Eleusis, and of the Hebrew sect of the Essenes, who arose some centuries later. For all these have important characteristics in common with the Magi of Persia. The Orphic religion was supposed to have been founded by the legendary singer Orpheus, roughly contemporary with Zoroaster, who also traveled with the Argonauts and soothed their quarrels with his songs. Various poems attributed to him describe the creation of the world from a cosmic egg, and speak in detail of life after death. Like the later Christians, his followers seem to have believed that all non-Orphics were doomed, for Plato quotes one of their myths to the effect that the uninitiated will be forced to spend eternity trying to fill a sieve with water by means of another sieve. The Greeks had a strong feeling about the horrors of futility, as evidenced also in the legend of Sisyphus, who has to roll a rock uphill and watch it roll down again. Nothing is known about the Orphic mysteries of initiation, but much can be inferred from what we know of those of Eleusis, since the two religions often intermingled, and Eleusis was used for the Orphic rites. Eleusis, a town 14 miles west of Athens, was the place where Demeter, the corn goddess, was finally united again with her daughter Koret, or Persephone, who had been stolen by Hades. Curiously enough, both goddesses were often identified with Diana, Graves' white goddess. The Eleusinian mysteries began with a cleansing in the sea, then the imparting of occult knowledge, then an initiation that involved certain tests, probably wandering through underground passageways with carefully prepared surprises, rather like the ghost train on a modern fairground, and finally with the garlanding of the initiate. Anyone who knows Mozart's magic flute can form some idea of the ordeal part of the mysteries. All this guaranteed that the initiate would spend eternity comfortably in the Elysian fields. The Essenes, the Jewish sect of the 3rd and 2nd centuries BC, also had solemn initiatory rites, and the aspirant had to remain a novice for a year. They were then tested for 2 more years. They were fundamentally a purist religious group, who later moved into the wilderness near the Dead Sea, and were responsible for the Dead Sea Scrolls. Like the Orphics, they preached a life of strict purity and the unlawfulness of killing anything. In Jews, God, and History, Max Diamond states flatly that John the Baptist was an Essene, and that Christianity was fundamentally an offshoot of the Essene faith. This may well be true. The French mystical writer Édouard Scher believes that Jesus was initiated into the Essene faith. What all these sects have in common is the sense of solemnity and awe induced by their sacred mysteries. The Greeks and the Romans took their religion fairly lightly, and the Jews were less bigoted than the New Testament would have us believe. The Pharisees were, in fact, easygoing and tolerant, while the Sadducees were political realists who did not believe in immortality or resurrection. Anyone who has read Pater's Marius the Epicurean will remember the delightful account of the religion of Numa in the 1st chapter, and its relaxed, pastoral atmosphere. Numa was a legendary emperor of Rome who, according to Eliphas Levi, could control lightning. The mysteries were a different matter. Their aim was to raise the mind beyond everyday triviality to steady contemplation of the miraculous character of nature. The method was to make the aspirant identify himself with the story of Demeter and Koret or Orpheus, in much the same way that a good preacher can make his congregation identify themselves with the Passion of Jesus on Good Friday. The story of Demeter is dramatic enough for this treatment, her daughter being seized and raped by the god of the underworld as she gathered roses, crocuses, hyacinths, and violets in the fields, Demeter's long search, during which time she posed as a mortal and became a nurse in the house of the king of Attica, at his palace in Eleusis. She decided to make the king's newly born son immortal, but was caught by the queen as she was about to put him into the fire, and forced to reveal her identity. Her grief makes the earth barren until Pluto agrees to allow Koret to return to earth every year. The myth explains the seasons, and the initiates took it literally. The mysteries began with a ritual fast, then with an all-night vigil, in which the candidates for initiation sat, veiled, on stools covered with sheepskins. During this time they would meditate on the rape of Koret and the sorrow of Demeter, the long search and so on. In this oral part of the initiation, all this was driven home by sacred drama and sermons. The tests followed. They were probably terrifying and perhaps genuinely dangerous. After all this came the dramatic climax, Demeter's sorrow in her temple at Eleusis, the fields barren of all vegetation, the restoration of her daughter, upon which she causes a field of ripe corn to shoot up. At this point in the celebrations, the worshippers are shown a ripe ear of corn. And, as with the rituals of the shamans, the dramatic effect must have been shattering. The worshippers look outside, at the fields of swaying corn and the ripe orchards, and it seems a revelation. From this time on, the name of Demeter or Kora makes a shiver run over the scalp. The Orphic mysteries, which could also be celebrated at Eleusis, used the story of Orpheus in the same way, emphasizing his sorrow at the loss of Eurydice, the descent to the underworld, his second loss of her when he looks over his shoulder, breaking his promise to Pluto, or Hades, his death, from being torn to pieces by Thracian Maenads. What we do not know is the nature of the secrets imparted to the initiates, which were certainly of a magical nature. Even the Essenes, who were an ascetic religious order, had magical secrets. The Jewish historian Josephus says, they studied with great diligence certain medical writings dealing with the occult virtues of plants and minerals. And for the Greeks, as for the Magi, nature was a living thing, a veil concealing strange secrets. Each tree, each flower, each color. I have already mentioned the hypothesis that the Greeks could see a smaller range of colors than we can, and this seems to be confirmed by color lore. Apart from black and white, the only colors with special significance are red danger, war, blue aristocracy and the virtues connected with it, yellow wealth or power, green fertility. Black and white signify mourning and innocence, of course. Yellow may also signify vindictiveness, had occult significance. Graves devotes 2 chapters of the White Goddess to an exposition of the occult significance of the various trees. There was some significance in each of the flowers that Kora was picking before she was raped. As to Orpheism, it soon blended with the worship of the god Dionysus, who originated in Thrace, and who was worshipped there in the form of a bull. Dionysus was quickly accepted in 7th century Greece, because he was exactly what the Greeks needed to complete their pantheon of gods. Under the name Bacchus he became the god of wine, and his symbol was sometimes an enormous phallus. Fraser speaks of Thracian rites involving wild dances, thrilling music, and tipsy excess, and notes that such goings-on were foreign to the clear rational nature of the Greeks. But the religion still spread like wildfire throughout Greece, especially among women, indicating, perhaps, a revolt against civilization. It became a religion of orgies. Women worked themselves into a frenzy and rushed about the hills, tearing to pieces any living creature they found. Euripides' play The Bacchae tells how King Pentheus, who opposed the religion of Bacchus, was torn to pieces by a crowd of women, which included his mother and sisters, all in Bacchic frenzy. In their ecstasy the worshippers of Bacchus became animals, and behaved like animals, killing living creatures and eating them raw. The profound significance of all this was recognized by the philosopher Nietzsche, who declared himself a disciple of the god Dionysus. He spoke of the blissful ecstasy that rises from the innermost depths of man, dissolving his sense of personality, in short, the sexual or magical ecstasy. He saw Dionysus as a fundamental principle of human existence, man's need to throw off his personality, to burst the dream bubble that surrounds him and to experience total, ecstatic affirmation of everything. In this sense, Dionysus is fundamentally the god, or patron saint, of magic. The spirit of Dionysus pervades all magic, especially the black magic of the later witch cults, with their orgiastic witches' sabbaths so like the orgies of Dionysus's female worshippers, even to the use of goats, the animal sacred to Dionysus. Is it not also significant that Dionysus is a horned god, like the Christian devil? The scent of truth that made Ouspensky prefer books on magic to the hard facts of daily journalism is the scent of Dionysian freedom, man's sudden absurd glimpse of his godlike potentialities. It is also true that the spirit of Dionysus, pushed to new extremes through frustration and egomania, permeates the work of de Sada. As Philip Vellacott remarks of Dionysus in his introduction to the Bacchae, but, though in the first half of the play there is some room for sympathy with Dionysus, this sympathy steadily diminishes until at the end of the play, his inhuman cruelty inspires nothing but horror. But this misses the point about Dionysus, that sympathy is hardly an emotion he would appreciate. He descends like a storm wind, scattering all human emotion. All this is the background of the first great initiate of recorded history, Pythagoras. It is true that the legendary Egyptian founder of magic, Hermes Trismegistus, thrice greatest Hermes, is supposed to have preceded him, but it is doubtful whether Hermes actually existed. The Egyptians identified him with the god Thoth, who gave men the art of writing, and the documents relating to him belong to the post-Christian era. Pythagoras was born about 570 BC, a remarkable era, for it was at about this time that the Buddha was born in India, and Confucius and Lao Tse in China. Nowadays we tend to associate Pythagoras with early science and mathematics, but this is a mistake. He was primarily a religious mystic who was interested in everything. He wanted to understand the world because he believed that its principles were basically mystical or occult, and that mathematics demonstrated this. According to the common conception, a number is just a number, an abstraction, but Pythagoras knew that numbers have as much individuality as mountains or human beings. He defined a friend as my other I, like 220 and 284. What he meant by this was that 220 can be divided by 1, 2, 4, 5, 10, 11, 20, 44, 55, 110, and these add up to 284. The divisors of 284 are 1, 2, 4, 71, 142, and these add up to 220. So 220 and 284 are amicable numbers. This was how Pythagoras' mind worked, by analogy. This is true of magicians in general, with their motto as above, so below. His interest in numbers and in science was not a desire to construct a chain of logic or inference, but the feeling that each separate fact might be a symbol of something much bigger, that facts might reflect bits of heaven, like broken shards of a mirror. Pythagoras was born on the island of Samos, the son of a merchant. The tyrant of the island, Polycrates, seems to have taken a liking to Pythagoras, and sent him with a recommendation to his friend the pharaoh Amasis of Egypt, asking that Pythagoras be initiated into the Egyptian mysteries. There is a story of the pharaoh Amasis and Polycrates that affords an insight into the curious fatalism of that era. Polycrates was known as a singularly lucky man. Amasis felt that this kind of thing could not last, since the gods do not allow men to be happy for too long. He advised Polycrates to inflict some minor form of suffering or inconvenience on himself, as a man in danger of apoplexy might drain off a small quantity of blood from his veins. The simile is gross. So Polycrates took a particularly valuable ring and threw it into the sea. A few days later a fisherman brought him a present of a fish, and the ring was found in its stomach. Amasis became convinced that nothing could now avert ill fortune. In fact, it was greed that brought about Polycrates' downfall. An envious Persian lord on a neighbor island lured him there with promises of gold, and then tortured him to death in a manner that Herodotus says was too disgusting to mention. Significantly, the daughter of Polycrates dreamed of the catastrophe beforehand and did her best to persuade her father not to go. Here again we note these characteristic elements of that period in human evolution: cruelty, envy, prophetic dreams, and a superstitious and pessimistic fatalism that turns out to be disquietingly accurate. After some ordeals, including circumcision, Pythagoras was initiated at Thebes. He learned Egyptian, says Diogenes Laertius, and associated with Chaldeans and with Persian magi. From them he learned about astronomy. The Chaldeans invented the signs of the zodiac in this era, and about numbers. The famous theorem of Pythagoras about the square of the hypotenuse was probably learned from Egyptian priests. However, the Persian king Cambyses invaded Egypt, and Pythagoras was sent by him to Babylon, where he spent another 10 years or so, studying the Mesopotamian mysteries. In all, he was away from his homeland for 34 years, and during that time he must have encountered sages from India or China, for there is a strong element of Oriental mysticism in his later philosophy, as well as a belief in reincarnation that he elaborated into metempsychosis, the belief that the soul may pass into the body of other creatures, including animals. Back on Samos, Pythagoras discovered that his patron Polycrates had changed for the worse. In fact, the regime had taken on a repressive character. He moved to Crotona in southern Italy. His personal magnetism was so great that he collected many disciples, but he also aroused envy and enmity. Even his brother philosopher Heraclitus had sarcastic things to say about him. An enemy raised the populace against him in Crotona, and some of his followers were slaughtered. This seems to indicate that they had become a powerful influence in the city. Edouard Schur says that Sciton, the man who caused the uprising against Pythagoras, was a rejected pupil. Diogenes Laertius says that Pythagoras was killed in Crotona, burned in a house to which the mob had set fire. Porphyry says he escaped and went to Metapontum, where he died at the age of 80. During the 30 years he spent in Crotona, Pythagoras became one of the great intellectual influences on the Mediterranean world. He brought Eastern mysticism to the West. His school was a school for mystics, and the initiatory rites were long and challenging. Pythagoras was a philosopher rather than a magician. In fact, he invented the word philosopher. But his highly mystical philosophy was one of the great influences in the history of magic. Having said this, it must be admitted that his philosophy was striking and original rather than profound. He was apparently amazed to discover that there is a relation between the four principal notes of the Greek musical scale and the distance between them, as measured on the string of the lyre. One delightful legend records that he was passing by a blacksmith's shop, in which 4 smiths were striking anvils of different sizes and producing 4 different notes. Pythagoras had the anvils weighed, and found that their weights were in the proportion 6, 8, 9, 12. He then stretched 4 strings from the ceiling, and hung the 4 anvils from them, or 4 weights of the same proportion. The strings, when plucked, produced these same notes. Pythagoras built up a whole mystical philosophy of numbers upon this discovery, or so the story goes. On the lyre string the distance between the notes was 3, 4, and 6, and the notes themselves could be worked out in the proportions 1, 2, octave, 3, 2, fifth, and 4, 3, fourth. The 4 numbers involved, 1, 2, 3, 4, add up to 10, a sacred number. This discovery sounds absurdly simple to our sophisticated ears, but it must be remembered that few people in those days could count beyond 10, and that the art of multiplication was still unknown, even to the Egyptians. It struck Pythagoras as a revelation that these 4 notes, which, when played together, sounded so harmonious, should be explainable in terms of whole numbers. His mind leapt to the startling idea that perhaps all the harmony of creation is due to numerical secrets of the same sort. Creation starts with the divine, pure unity, number 1, then develops to the holy 4, and the first 4 digits beget 10, the sacred number, from which everything else springs. In the same way, you can make up a triangle of dots by putting 4 dots for the bottom row, 3 dots for the next, 2 dots for the next, and 1 dot for the apex. The Greeks seem to have recorded numbers by the primitive method of dots. This proved to the Pythagoreans that the triangle is also a mystical symbol. If you make up several of these triangles, each one with an extra row of dots, you notice that any of these triangles, added to the one before, makes a square. That is to say, a triangle made up of 3 dots, added to a triangle made up of 6 dots, makes 9 dots, which is 3 times 3. All this sounds like a harmless arithmetical game. But we are using the hindsight of centuries of science. In order to understand the full impact of Pythagoras on the Mediterranean world of his time, we must put off sophistication and travel back 2,500 years. There were various mysteries of Orpheus, Eleusis, Egypt, Babylonia, and some interesting views on life, death and the gods. But no one had ever made an attempt to unite all this into one magnificent structure of knowledge. Pythagoras knew about numbers, he knew about music, he knew about magic, he knew about astrology, he knew about the gods of Egypt and Chaldea and Persia and India. The Pythagorean mysteries were based on those of Orpheus, who, by this time, was somehow identified with Dionysus. Dionysus is the life force itself, formless and overpowering. Apollo is the god of art, of order, of harmony. He is not really the opposite of Dionysus, only death is the opposite of life. He represents a more complex and ordered form of Dionysus, an attempt of the formless energy to express itself as visible beauty, in opposition to ugliness and chaos. Apollo is a universal god, the Horus of the Egyptians, Mithras of the Persians, Marduk of the Babylonians. How does Dionysus become Apollo? Through ordering matter harmoniously, in accordance with secret laws of proportion, like the one Pythagoras stumbled on in music. This was the essence of Pythagoras' vision, and in spite of its inaccuracies, it is fundamentally a true vision, truer, perhaps, than we shall encounter anywhere else in the realm of magic. Instinctively Pythagoras understood the upward evolutionary movement of life, away from animal instinct and jungle sensitiveness towards distance vision, the ability to grasp far horizons of reality. Unlike his contemporaries Thales, Heraclitus, and Parmenides, and unlike Aristotle later, he never lost his secure grasp on the mystical, the one, what Hindus would call Brahman, but he tried to understand the one by the use of his intellect. The result was sometimes sense, sometimes nonsense. He believed, says Diogenes, that the air close to the earth is stagnant, and that therefore every living creature on the earth is subject to disease and death, but the upper airs are always in motion, and ought therefore to be able to confer immortality. An interesting guess, but wide of the mark. His view of sex was jaundiced. Although he had a wife and at least one daughter, he advises sexual intercourse in the summer, not winter, but adds that the practice is pernicious in every season, and is never good for the health. The pleasures of love, he said, make a man weaker than himself. This may indicate that Pythagoras was a shaman, whose powers were diminished by sexual intercourse. His contemporaries believed all kinds of interesting legends about his magical powers. The story is told that he tamed a wild bear by whispering in its ear, and called down an eagle from the air to perch on his wrist. When he and a disciple were watching a ship entering harbor, and the friends speculated what treasure was on board, Pythagoras foretold correctly that its cargo was 2 dead bodies being sent home for burial. His life is so surrounded by magical legend that there is no way of knowing whether he was really a medium, or simply a mystical philosopher. His contemporaries seem to have had a habit of ridiculing him in epigrams, and one chronicler asserted that Pythagoras' legendary descent to the underworld to converse with the dead was a fraud. He had actually hidden in a cave for several weeks, getting his mother to write him news of what was happening in the world so he could pretend to have learned by supernatural means. He may well have had a touch of the charlatan. Most great initiates did, as we shall see. The charlatanism of Pythagoras, his claims to remember previous incarnations, and so on, may have been, like Gurdjieff's, an attempt to create the right atmosphere for the reception of his ideas. He lived to a considerable age, Diogenes Laertius says 90, and seems to have been a remarkably strong and healthy man, who once startled everybody by winning the boxing championship at the Olympic Games. We may note, in passing, that the Greeks seem to have lived to a greater age than most races. The Bible sets 70 as the average of human life. Pythagoras divides life into 4 stages: youth to the age of 20, manhood to the age of 40, middle age to 60, old age to 80. In the Middle Ages, average life expectancy was about 40. I have elsewhere, the Philosopher's Stone, advanced the theory that intellectuals, especially mathematicians, live longer than any other type of man. If we can never be certain whether Pythagoras possessed occult powers, there can be no doubt whatever in the case of his most famous disciple, Apollonius of Tyana, who lived in the 1st century AD, and whose life was written a century later by an accomplished Greek named Philostratus. This life is full of absurdities and wonders, but it is possible to discern through them all a natural medium with powers of prevision. Like Pythagoras, much of his life was spent in travel, and his philosophy, expounded in a series of long speeches in Philostratus, is a compound of Pythagoras and of Hindu, Babylonian and Egyptian magical lore. Philostratus wrote the book to please Empress Julia, wife of Severus, and seems to have based it on the memoirs of Damis of Nineveh, a disciple and friend of Apollonius. It was this same Empress Julia who commissioned Diogenes Laertius to write his Lives of the Philosophers, from which I have quoted. The result is the usual curious mixture of realism and myth. It is not too difficult to draw the line. We are told that Apollonius was a god, the son of Proteus, and that one of his calumniators, Tigellinus, withdrew the charges of impiety against Nero when he recognized Apollonius as a god. On the other hand, it is perfectly clear that Apollonius spent a great deal of his life defending himself against charges of being a black magician, and that he was, in fact, a traveling philosopher and medium who was certainly not widely regarded as a god, or even a real mage. In those superstitious times, people would have been very chary of offending a real magician. And there is one human touch that sounds too genuine to have been invention. When Apollonius consulted the Delphic oracle to ask if his name would be remembered in the future, she answered that it would be, but only because he would be so reviled. On leaving the temple, Apollonius tore up the paper, hardly the reaction of a philosopher. But the oracle proved to be correct. Because various enemies of Christianity later tried to set Apollonius up as a rival to Jesus, he became known mainly as an antichrist. The stories told of his magical powers sound as if they might have come out of the Golden Ass. In Rome he raised from the dead a young lady of aristocratic connections whose death had caused the whole city to mourn. The ancients were naturally unaware that severe brain damage occurs within hours of death, so that a person who had been miraculously revived would be an imbecile. The same objection, of course, applies to the raising of Lazarus. When his friend and disciple Menippus of Corinth introduced him to his, Menippus's, future bride, Apollonius instantly recognized her as a vampire, or Lamia. Keats wrote a poem of that title about the episode. Menippus refused to believe his warnings, but Apollonius came to the wedding, and with a few magical passes caused the guests and the feast to vanish. All were illusions conjured up by Lamia, and made the bride admit that she intended to eat Menippus. Keats, the sentimentalist, makes Lamia a lovelorn snake who becomes a woman to win her lover. Apollonius, the cold-hearted philosopher, exposes her, destroying their happiness. A slightly less fantastic story describes how Apollonius warned the people of Ephesus of a forthcoming plague. Fortunately he recognized an old beggar as the plague carrier and persuaded the populace to stone him to death, upon which the old beggar turned into a black dog. The truth of the story may well be that Apollonius recognized, in some instinctive way, that the beggar carried the plague, and had him stoned to death as the lesser of two evils. The kind of calumny with which Apollonius had to contend all his life is illustrated in the account of his trial before the Emperor Domitian. An enemy named Euphrates accused him of plotting against Domitian and killing a shepherd boy in order to discover from his entrails the date of Domitian's downfall. It must be remembered that the Romans believed in divination by entrails, but they were usually those of an animal. Apollonius voluntarily presented himself at Rome to answer the charge, confident, apparently, that it was not his destiny to die at the hands of the emperor. His defense was that he had never, at any time, practiced sacrifice, and that he had spent the night in question sitting beside a dying disciple, Philiscus of Melos. He explains that he is a philosopher, and seems to deny that he has magical powers. He also says that he would happily descend to Hades to rescue the spirit of Philiscus. Since one of the legends told of him is that he did descend to Hades, like Pythagoras, it seems likely that this part of the story, at any rate, is genuine. We gain a glimpse of Apollonius as he really was, a philosopher, a natural medium and something of a seer. His prophetic powers were probably undeveloped. Otherwise, it would hardly have been necessary for him to consult the Delphic oracle on his future reputation. The fact that he thought of consulting her at all on such a subject proves that he possessed his share of ordinary vanity. On the other hand, he was basically a man of goodwill, who used his powers to benefit other people. Philostratus tells a story of a father who had 4 unmarried daughters, all needing dowries. Apollonius persuaded him to spend what money he had to buy an olive orchard. It brought forth an excellent crop of olives when everyone else's olives failed. This suggests that Apollonius possessed some of the old power of shamans to make the land fruitful. He later told the father of buried treasure on his land. Presumably he did not know of the treasure originally, otherwise he would have told him of it sooner. He probably divined it in the course of working his fertility charms in the olive grove. The divining of buried treasure is less fantastic than it sounds. In fact, it is an ordinary branch of dowsing. In his book Witches, the antiquarian T.C. Lethbridge describes how he was investigating Viking graves on the island of Lundy. They turned out not to be Viking after all, when his companion suggested that he should try dowsing for volcanic dikes, which are normally detected by a magnetometer. Lethbridge was led blindfolded over the cliff tops, holding a twig. Every now and then the twig would turn violently in my hands for a few paces and then stop. His companion then took off the blindfold and told him that he had located every one of the dikes. There are probably thousands of people who, like Lethbridge, are natural dowsers without knowing it. Apollonius was a dowser. We shall never know the exact nature of his other mediumistic powers because the truth about him is overlaid with tall stories about his magical abilities. It is easy enough to recognize the absurdities, but less easy to get at the truth behind them. Chapter 4. The World of the Kabbalists. Apollonius of Tyana lived during one of the most remarkable epochs in human history. For quite suddenly, the whole of the Mediterranean world was covered with communities of people who wanted to turn their backs on the life of the cities, who experienced an acute craving for contemplation and knowledge of the infinite. Like the Essenes, they moved into the wilderness and formed their own communities. They were not Christians, and the Church came to refer to them as the Gnostics, and to denounce them as heretics. With its usual thoroughness, the Church destroyed most of their written records, and left hostile and distorted accounts of them in theological writings. This mass exodus to the wilderness is a strange phenomenon. It might be regarded as the third great evolutionary step taken by the human race. The first was the creation of cities round about 4000 BC. The second was the religious movement that swept across the Western world in the 7th century BC, the era that produced Zarathustra, the Buddha, Lao Tse, and Confucius, Orpheus and Pythagoras and Dionysus, and the mystery cults that sprang up all over Greece and its neighbors. There had been great religions before, and great temples, like Stonehenge, built between 1900 and 1600 BC, but these earlier religions were the worship of a heterogeneous gallery of nature gods or local deities. What started to happen in the 7th century BC was quite different. It was a real religious movement that spread in ripples over the civilized world, reaching Gaul and Britain in the form of Druidism. The date is not known, but it was probably around 400 BC. The movement spent its force. A civilized skepticism took its place in Greece and Rome. And then, in the century before the birth of Jesus, a new wave began to gather force. It was a reaction against pagan skepticism and Roman imperialism. While Judas Maccabeus was conducting his guerrilla campaign against the Romans, the Essenes withdrew to the shores of the Dead Sea and developed a mystical Judaism. 100 years before Jesus, the Essenes paid homage to a man known simply as the Great Teacher. His name has not come down to us. Then came Christianity, and with it, the birth of Gnosticism. They should not be regarded as antagonistic, but as different expressions of the human craving to escape the futility of human existence. Christianity gained its ascendancy by preaching the end of the world and the kingdom of God. It declared flatly that the end of the world would occur within the lifetime of people who were alive at the time of the crucifixion. A great battle would take place, Armageddon, named after the battle won by Thutmose III of Egypt, and everyone who was not a Christian would sink into eternal death, while the Christians would live forever on an earth that had been restored to its original Eden state. This was a powerful argument, and it helps to explain the enormous success of Christianity. But it is not the whole reason for its success. Otherwise, Christianity would have died out when the end of the world failed to arrive in the 1st century AD. There was a deep and genuine craving for meanings beyond those of everyday life, with its dreary, everlasting struggle for subsistence. Sensitive men have always felt that the everyday world is a repetitive bore. At the time of Jesus, the whole civilized world was convulsed by the feeling of loathing and rejection of the kind that can be found in Eliot's Wasteland and Hollow Men. And this is expressed in Gnosticism even more clearly than in Christianity. There were dozens of Gnostic sects, and their beliefs varied widely. But the basic one was this: the world was not created by God. but by a stupid and conceited demon, or demiurge. God is above creation, he is referred to as the alien, the abyss, the non-existent. This latter epithet means that God is totally beyond everything we mean by existence. He dwells in the realm of the pleroma, mystical plenitude. This God forms the basis of the doctrines of the Kabbalah, and later of Boehme's mystical system, in which God is called the unground, or groundless. But there was some kind of basic split in this alien Godhead, and a fall took place. The end result of this fall, which some of the Gnostics believe to be due to Sophia, the feminine figure of wisdom, is the demiurge, or archon, who created the universe. This archon is the God of the Old Testament, the figure Blake called Old Nobodaddy, and the identification is made clear in Gnostic writing by putting into his mouth sayings from the Old Testament. Time is a counterfeit substitute of eternity. The demiurge created another 6 archons to help him with creation. He is totally ignorant of the divinity from which he has fallen, and believes himself to be the only God. The 7 archons created man, whose state is doubly tragic because he is trapped in a world created by a deluded God. However, there is a spark of hope. Something in man rejects this false world, and longs for its true home. One sect of Gnostics, called the Ophites, from the Greek ophis, serpent, believed that the snake in the Garden of Eden was an agent of divine goodness who gave man forbidden knowledge so that he could set out on the long road to saving his soul. The chief characteristic of the Gnostic doctrine is its tendency to make heroes of the villains of the Old Testament, Cain, Esau, and so on. The Gnostics disliked Judaism, with its narrow, bigoted values even more than they disliked the degenerate religions of Greece and Rome. Man, then, finds himself in a prison, but because of the help of the wise serpent, who plays the same role that Prometheus plays in Greek legend, he has a chance of escape, through knowledge. Gnosis equals knowledge. Man's true home is the divine light. The concept of light plays an important part in the doctrines of Orpheus and Pythagoras too. By the use of his will and intellect, he will eventually achieve freedom. One of the most perfect expressions of Gnostic attitude can be found in David Lindsay's masterpiece A Voyage to Arcturus, 1920, although it is doubtful whether Lindsay was acquainted with Gnosticism. A later sect of Gnostics called themselves Manichees, followers of Mani. They went even further in believing that all that belongs to the world is evil, while all that belongs to the spirit, pneuma, is good. They believed that sex is bad simply because it prolongs the evil of procreation, and that a dying man is lucky to be escaping this world. They might help a dying man on his way by starving him, or even suffocating him. It can be seen that in basic respects Gnosticism agrees more closely with modern evolutionism than Christianity does. Knowledge was not man's fall, but his salvation. And although this meant primarily knowledge of the divine, theosophy, it certainly did not in any way exclude scientific knowledge. On the contrary, Gnosticism is permeated with the doctrines of Pythagoras, his number mysticism as well as his belief in reincarnation and the soul's pilgrimage from body to body. At this point it is necessary to speak at greater length of the Kabbalah, also spelled Kabbalah and Kabbalah, since it seems reasonably certain that it derives from the doctrines of the Gnostics. There are 2 major books of the Kabbalah, the Sefer Yetzirah, or Book of Formation, and the Zohar, or Book of Splendor. Waite believes the first part to have been written in the 2nd century AD, although Richard Cavendish, more conservative, places it between the 3rd and 6th centuries. Tradition declares that its fundamental doctrines go back as far as Abraham, and there can be no doubt that they represent a very early stage of Jewish mysticism. The Zohar was written down, in Aramaic, in Spain around 1275 by a Kabbalist named Moses de Leon. The importance of the Kabbalah lies in this: it is one of the oldest systems of mystical thought in the world. It was regarded for many centuries as the key to all the mysteries of the universe, and it was an influence on practically every philosopher and religious thinker from the founder of the Essenes to Roger Bacon. Madame Blavatsky called her own bewildering compilation of esoteric occultism the secret doctrine, but for most thinkers of the Middle Ages and Reformation the word secret doctrine had only one connotation: the Kabbalah. The basis of all Kabbalism is a diagram known as the sacred tree, which consists of 10 circles joined by 22 lines. The 10 circles are the Sephiroth, or emanations of God. This is basically a Gnostic diagram, that is to say, it represents the creation as a fall from ultimate Godhead to the earthly kingdom. The soul begins its journey downwards, progressing through 10 spheres, like the layers of an onion, ending in a state of amnesia in the earthly body. Mysticism is, of course, the attempt of the soul to achieve union with God again. The Kabbalah asserts that this cannot be done in one single leap, but that the soul has to make its way back up through the 9 spheres above it, starting by detaching itself from the earthly body. The doctrine of the astral body is fundamental to Kabbalism, the notion that man possesses a spirit body of roughly the same shape and extent as his earthly body, which can detach itself and move upwards. Like the Tibetan and Egyptian books of the dead, the Kabbalah is a guidebook for the soul in its path upward. Like the I Ching, it is also a book of wisdom that can be studied for its own sake. Some influential occultists also assert that the 22 tarot cards are pictorial representations of the 22 paths, so that the tarot is essentially a Kabbalistic document. The essence of the Kabbalah is easy to grasp. An intelligent student can do it in half an hour. Once this basic pattern is understood, one can begin to study the complexities, which are endlessly complex but fascinating. The simplest introduction to these is Dion Fortune's book The Mystical Kabbalah, which together with Crowley's Magic and Theory and Practice, is one of the 2 cornerstones of modern occultism. One must begin by studying and grasping the nature of the 10 Sephiroth. At the top stands Kether, the creative Godhead itself. One might ask, how can the Godhead be regarded as an emanation of itself? The answer is that the Kabbalah thinks of the highest form of God as unmanifest and unthinkable, non-existent in the sense of being beyond existence, the unground or groundless. Kether, the Godhead, is an emanation of En Sof, this ultimate Godhead. Its symbol is a bearded king, like the Greek Zeus. The creative Godhead had a thought, and the thought became the origin of all creation. This thought split into 2, and these 2 became the Sephiroths Chakma and Bina. Note that the right-hand side of the tree is masculine, the left side is feminine. Weight reverses the order, but this is not important. Chakma, or Hakama, is the life-giving spirit, the basic creative force, the wisdom of God, and it naturally produces its opposite, the feminine Bina, the passive principle of the universe, the mother, something like the Catholic idea of the Blessed Virgin. This is the first triangle of the tree, Godhead producing out of itself the masculine creative principle and the feminine womb of all life. Sexual imagery permeates the Kabbalah, and it would not be sacrilegious to picture Chakma and Bina as a phallus and a vagina. Crowley, in Magic and Theory and Practice, identifies Bina with the Great Whore. This may seem to contradict the notion that she may be conceived as a counterpart of the Virgin Mary, but the Kabbalah is full of such contradictory symbols. One might say that each of its symbols, when contemplated from a distance, seems as clear and unambiguous as a star, but when examined closely, seems to be made of a smoky mist that changes its form continually. This is reflected in some of the names given to Bina in Dion Fortune's Table of Correspondences: Ama, the dark sterile mother; Alma, the bright fertile mother; Corsia, the throne; Mara, the great sea. She is also the yoni, vagina, kdis, European term meaning the same thing, and chalice, while her spiritual experience is a vision of sorrow, recalling the Virgin. *4 tarot cards are also assigned to her, the 3 of each suit, and students of the tarot will find Dim Fortune's book an invaluable key, with its parallels between the tarot and the Kabbalah. She uses Crowley's tarot correspondences. The next triangle of the tree is in some ways the most interesting. Here the male, Hist, or Chesed, is protective love, the essential quality of the father. This is associated with receptive intelligence, and the force that creates civilization. His planet is Jupiter, and the Greek god who corresponds to him is Neptune, Poseidon, the sea god. But his wife, strangely enough, seems anything but female. Gabera, or Din, is associated with Mars, war, and with the deadly basilisk, and with cruelty and violence. Perhaps she is best understood as Kali, the destructive divine mother of Hindu mythology, who is simultaneously the living mother of the universe and the symbol of anarchic violence. Her colors are red and black, as well as the orange of fire. She is justice in its harshest aspect. Her correspondences include the sword, the spear, the scourge, and the chain. Her positive characteristics are energy and courage. Tifereth, the third point of this second triangle, reconciles the two opposites. It is tempting to think of it as Jesus, for one of its symbols is the crucified God. But the symbol almost certainly predates the Christian era. It is probably connected with the hanged god of Fraser. Tifereth is beauty, and a glance at the diagram will show that it is in direct line of descent from the supreme godhead, Kether. Its astrological symbol is the sun. It is to be regarded as a plane of springing vitality and warmth. In the next triangle, Netshah, Hod, Yezid, we have descended to attributes of this world and humankind. Netshah is endurance and victory, and may be regarded as the symbol of the instinctive life of nature, with its boundless energies and power of self-renewal. It is by means of dance and sound and color that the Netzach angels are evoked, says Dion Fortune. Netshah is described in Julian Grenfell's lines. And life is color, warmth, and light, and craving evermore for these. Its female counterpart, Hod, glory or majesty, is the sphere of the mental faculties, particularly imagination and intelligence. Cavendish states that it also has an evil side, reason and logic, which the Kabbalah distrusts. So Hod may be thought of as combining Blakean qualities of vision and imagination with the narrowness of logical positivism. The son of these two Sephiroth is Yezid, the sphere of the moon. We are back to Graves' white goddess. Oddly enough, one of the symbols of Yezid is the male genitals. The whole tree is sometimes regarded as forming a man, an idea Blake borrowed for his prophetic books, and the Sephiroth also correspond to parts of the body. Yezid is the sphere of magic. Observe that it combines the deep forces of nature, Netshah, with intelligence and imagination, a clear statement of the forces behind magic. Its tarot cards are the 4 nines, representing great strength, great happiness, material gains, and also despair and cruelty, the negative aspects of the goddess. The last of the Sephiroth is Makath, the earth. It is associated with the rainbow and with the fruitful forces of nature. Its symbol is a young girl, crowned and throned, and its names include Maka, the queen, Kala, the bride, and the virgin. This is the world of generation, of the energies of spring, the peculiar intoxication that some young women exercise unconsciously. Frank Wedekind calls his Lulu Erdgeist, or earth spirit. William Blake catches its essence, innocence, pure joy, in the Book of Thel. Its negative virtue, significantly enough, is inertia. These, then, are the 10 Sephiroth, the heart of the Kabbalah, the 10 aspects of God. Connecting the 10 are 22 paths, corresponding to the greater arcana of the tarot. The Sephiroth themselves are also regarded as paths, making 32 in all. Each path has many symbols and correspondences. I have been able to indicate only a few of these. The serious student of the Kabbalah studies the Sephiroth and their attributes, tracing the relations between them. No doubt the Kabbalah was originally a purely devotional system, meditation upon the 10 aspects of God. It combined with astrology and other forms of divination until it became a complex but beautiful and symmetrical web of correspondences. Jewish religion tends to be harsh, dogmatic, and pedantic, with its rules and disciplines. The Kabbalah is its mystical and devotional side. It is certainly one of the most beautiful and satisfying studies in the whole realm of occultism. Readers interested in further study are recommended to begin with Richard Cavendish's account in the Black Arts and to pass on to Dion Fortune's Mystical Kabbalah, the most readable book on the subject. Madame Blavatsky's Sweet Doctrine is a treasure house of Kabbalistic lore, connecting the Kabbalah with Eastern doctrines. Waite's Holy Kabbalah, an exhaustive and exhausting compendium, should not be approached until a thorough grounding has been obtained, otherwise early discouragement is likely. The realms of the Sephiroth, which are divided into 4 worlds corresponding to the triangles, Atziluth, Brya, Yetzirah, Asaya, can be explored intellectually, or through mystical disciplines, which Dion Fortune calls traveling in the spirit vision. Occultists believe that the soul, or astral body, can be freed from the physical body by disciplines of concentration akin to yoga. It can then attempt to make its own way along the 32 paths, and the Kabbalistic tree is a guidebook, complete with warnings and instructions. Dion Fortune explains that if an astral traveler sees a horse, Mars, or a jackal, Luna, in the sphere of Netzach, Venus, one would know there was a confusion of plane and the vision was not reliable. In her sphere one would expect to see doves, and a spotted beast, such as a lynx or leopard. Cavendish explains. The Kabbalist explores the strange country he has entered and speaks to any of the figures which approach him, but he must be cautious. The figures may try to deceive and ensnare him. In this mysterious world the aspiring Kabbalist needs guideposts to help him find his way about and avoid pitfalls. The guideposts are provided by the system of correspondences, which lists the creatures, plants, colors, jewels, scents and symbols associated with the Sephiroth and 22 paths. If the occult traveler believes he is in the region of Netzach, the sphere of Venus, and he sees a horse or a jackal, he knows that something has gone wrong. The horse belongs to Mars, the jackal is a beast of the moon. If he is working up the 22nd path, which leads from Makath to Yezid, and he meets a figure in a scarlet robe, he knows he has strayed from the way. The path belongs to Saturn, and the color of Saturn is black. Other branches of the Kabbalah deal with gematria, a system by which Hebrew words are converted into numbers, and then into other words of the same number, and the names of power, the secret names of the angels and demons of each sphere which can be used in magical conjuration. The most important of these names is the Tetragrammaton, the name of Jehovah, YHVH, which makes its appearance in all the grimoires, or books of magical conjuration. Names, like symbols, are believed to possess magical properties, and the most popular form of talisman is a small piece of paper with the name of a protective angel written on it. In his delightful book on the Golden Dawn, Ritual Magic in England, Francis King describes a new system of magic invented by an occultist named A.O. Spare. Like all magicians, says King, he believed that any desire deeply felt in the inmost center of human consciousness was capable of fulfillment. The magician's desire is compressed into the shortest possible sentence, then letters are crossed out until every letter appears only once. The remaining letters are combined to form a sign or sigil, which the magician allows to sink into his subconscious by staring at it intently. The subconscious then does the rest. King describes one of Spare's experiments in symbolic magic. He announced his intention of causing freshly cut roses to fall from the air, and waved various symbolic drawings around, repeating the word roses, with his face contorted. At this moment the overhead plumbing exploded, deluging Spare and his companion with sewage. Apollonius of Tyana may have been a Kabbalist. He was certainly closely connected with Gnosticism. His name is often coupled with that of the founder of a major school of Gnosticism, Simon Magus, or Simon the Magician, who gave his name to the Simonians. Because of the assiduity of the Christians in destroying all documents of the sect, we know little about him. He is referred to in the Acts of the Apostles, chapter 8, as a magician of Samaria who was regarded by the people as a wonder worker. According to the Acts, he was converted to Christianity. The little we know about him is derived from the writings of various church fathers who were hostile to him. They even gave his name to a sin, simony, because of a legend that he offered the apostles money to confer magic powers on him. Through the mist of legend and exaggeration, we can discern the outline of a man with mediumistic powers and a Pythagorean love of knowledge. He learned magical secrets from the priests of Egypt, and from Persian magi. The latter, of course, were also the 3 kings who attended Jesus' birth in the manger. He was a pupil of the Arab Dositheus, whom the Clementine Fathers claim to have been a false messiah. However, he seems to have been, in actuality, nothing worse than the founder of a sect of Gnostics. That Simon was a medium of unusual powers is clear from 2 of the magical feats attributed to him. the ability to make his body float in the air, and the ability to make heavy furniture move without touching it. These powers bring to mind the most remarkable of modem mediums, Daniel Douglas Home, of whom I shall speak later. Browning portrayed Home as the fake medium M.R. Sludge, but this is totally unfair. Not only was Home never exposed or shown to have used trickery, but scientific observers repeatedly verified that he could float through the air and make heavy items of furniture move. This was not done only on 1 or 2 occasions but on hundreds of occasions over some 40 years. Home also performed these feats in broad daylight, and with none of the medium's usual paraphernalia. Unfortunately, these things happened in the era before the foundation of the SPR, Society for Psychical Research, and before snapshot cameras were invented. When heavy tables tilted, objects on them remained stationary, as if glued to their surface. Home asserted repeatedly that he had no idea how these things were done. He was only some kind of radio set that picked up strange powers. If, then, we accept that Simon Magus was able to move heavy furniture and levitate, and dismiss the stories that assert he could make himself invisible or turn himself into an animal, we have another example of a Pythagorean figure, balancing himself between intellectualism and magic. He is also said to have been able to pass unharmed through fire. Home could handle red-hot coals when in a trance. Like Goethe's Faust, he is said to have conjured up Helen of Troy and fallen in love with her. His Christian antagonists claim that the woman was a prostitute named Helena, whom he purchased from a brothel in Tyre. It is significant, however, that Simon Magus called her also Selene, the moon goddess, enough to make one suspect that what was really at issue here was a clash between doctrinaire Christianity and the older worship of the white goddess. Eliphas Levi, with his usual imaginative inaccuracy, writes, Simon became passionately enamored of his servant Helen. That passion, at once weakening and exalting, restored his cataleptic states and the morbid phenomena that he termed his gift of wonders. A mythology full of magical reminiscences combined with erotic dreams, issued fully armed from his brain. He undertook pilgrimages, like the apostles, carrying Helena with him. All that can be said for this is that it fits in with the legend of Simon Magus fostered by the Church. According to this legend, Simon is basically a tragic figure, a black magician whose magic was mostly illusion, being inspired by the father of lies himself. He wants power and acclaim, but lacks the necessary purity and high-mindedness, hence his offer to buy magical powers from the apostles. The legend has it that he went to Rome and became a favorite of Nero's, using fraud, trickery, and hypnotism to establish himself. He hypnotizes one of Nero's guards into believing that he has decapitated him, Simon Magus, when he has actually only decapitated a ram, and thus convinces Nero that he can rise from the dead. He becomes Nero's court magician, and the Jews in Rome embrace his Gnostic doctrines. To aid his deluded fellow countrymen, the Apostle Peter goes to Rome and challenges Simon to a magical contest. Simon conjures up huge dogs that rush towards Peter, but he makes them vanish by holding out a loaf of holy bread. Simon then levitates himself, and flies out of the window, but St. Peter falls on his knees, and brings him down with a well-aimed prayer. Simon dies of 2 broken legs, and Peter is thrown into prison by Nero. He will escape, of course, since he holds all the cards. There is little to be learned from this Christian version of the story, except that the choice of a ram as the animal to represent Simon, and his relationship with the siren Helen, seem to indicate that the Christians associated Simon with pagan eroticism. The Gallic bishop Irenaeus, in a refutation of Gnosticism, says the Simonians believed that wisdom, Sophia, was made prisoner on earth by the 7 archons and subjected to every kind of indignity, including being imprisoned in a female body and forced to become a prostitute in a brothel. Can the Helen episode be coincidence? Or did the Simonians worship woman as the incarnation of the eternal womanly and perhaps account for the ecstasy of sexual intercourse by reference to her divine origin? The Christian habit of destroying the records, so reminiscent of Hitler and Stalin, means that we shall never know. Our knowledge of the Gnostics remains vague and general. We know that the Simonians practiced magic, that the Therapeutes practiced some form of spirit healing, that the Cainites took a sympathetic view of Judas, and that Cerinthus, leader of the Cerinthians, may have been the author of the Apocalypse that is usually attributed to St. John. There can be little doubt that the Gnostics preserved many of the traditions and ideas of the Orphics, and are therefore in the direct line of descent of the Western magical tradition of the Middle Ages. The historian Gibbon found it difficult to restrain his sarcasm when writing about the early history of Christianity, remarking that the laws of nature were frequently suspended for the benefit of the Church. And when one studies the relevant documents, it is difficult not to feel the same. Christianity was an epidemic rather than a religion. It appealed to fear, hysteria and ignorance. It spread across the Western world, not because it was true, but because human beings are gullible and superstitious. Sienkiewicz's Quo Vadis shows us a community of great souls defying the might of Rome because they possess a higher truth than the pagans. But it would be more accurate to think of the early Christians as a mass movement akin to Billy Grahamism or the Jehovah's Witnesses. There is something offensive in the way they praise themselves with the unintelligent enthusiasm of a television advertisement. Hordes of demons are invented in order to demonstrate that the saints can get the better of them with a few prayers. In the story of the magician Cyprian, later Saint Cyprian, in the Golden Legend, the devil boasts at length, "I threw the heavens into confusion, I cast down angels from on high, I deceived Eve, I stained the earth with blood, I prompted the crucifixion of Christ," and so on. Not knowing, poor wretch, adds the chronicler, that the power of Christ is insuperable. Quoted by E. M. Butler, The Myth of the Magus, Oxford, 1948, this is typical of the tone of early Christian writers. They seem unaware that by giving their savior the attributes of a comic strip Superman, they are removing any sporting interest from the conflict, and making people with a spark of independence feel like siding with the devil. Cyprian wants the devil to help him woo a girl called Justina, who has become a convert to Christianity and a confirmed virgin, although all Antioch is stricken with a plague, which the girl defeats in its 6th year by praying. She remains proof against the devil's assaults. The devil confesses that the crucified one is greater than all, and Cyprian decides to become a Christian. This is not intended as an indictment of Christianity as such. A religion is judged by its highest manifestations, not its lowest. All propaganda is meant to appeal to the feeble-minded. Christian hagiography is no exception. Christianity should be judged by its mystics, not by its religious caterpillars, to borrow a phrase of Marlowe's. Perhaps the most fundamental objection to Christianity is Nietzsche's, that it exalts negative virtues. St. Augustine labors the contrast between the city of this world and the city of God through about 1,000 pages of his major work. His attack on the earthly city carries conviction. He portrays its pride, its vanity, its short-sightedness, and expediency, in short, its slavery to the merely personal. One expects the city of God to be a city governed by the drive towards the impersonal by creativity and vision. Instead, Augustine talks about self-sacrifice, obedience, humility, chastity. It is all negative. Under the circumstances, it is not surprising that the early Christians spent most of their time squabbling amongst themselves, burning heretics and inventing nonsensical stories about demons. To read any early Christian tract, for example, John Cashin's Institutes of the Monastic Life, about AD 400, is to plod through long discussions of faults and sins, carnal impulses, covetousness, vainglory, pride, and so on. He describes Axadia, Oblomov's disease of boredom, and prescribes manual labor as the antidote. Monks who spent most of their time in this negative frame of mind were turning their minds into stagnant pools. Mankind had reached a point in its evolution where the emphasis swung from the body to the soul. Augustine was right to regard Plato as the most important pagan forerunner of Christianity, for Plato was the first to express the idea that the soul spends its time trying to free itself from the body, and that therefore death is a consummation devoutly to be wished. The earlier Greeks had never seen the soul as somehow the antagonist of the body. Pneuma was the breath of life, but the ghost that descended to the nether world was a more or less exact replica of the body, the principle that animated it, not its enemy. Quite suddenly, after a mere 4,000 years of civilization, man became soul-conscious, aware of a part of his identity that went beyond the body and his everyday affairs. So far, his needs had been simple: food, drink, security, comfort, a certain amount of excitement. Now he was developing what might be called meta-needs, the need for a widening and deepening of consciousness. He did not understand this, he did not possess the concepts to grasp what was happening. As to Jesus himself, he had certainly never preached the war of the soul against the body. He preached universal love, the principle of mutual aid. His discovery was common sense rather than metaphysical, it was the economic principle of division of labor. If 10 men each make the parts of a motor car, they can build a dozen motor cars a day. If each man tried to make a motor car on his own, he would be lucky to make one a week. Jesus was a visionary who foresaw the kingdom of God on earth, and who wanted to persuade men to behave like gods and not like animals. He had no dislike of the body as such and was perfectly prepared to eat with publicans and sinners. It was St. Paul who invented the religion of salvationism that depended on self-torment, and that thrived on hysteria and emotionalism. It happened to fit the need of the human race at that point in evolution for rejecting the lower self that lives and dies like an animal. It is arguable that St. Paul's Christianity was one of the greatest disasters that has ever befallen the human race, a great black shadow of intolerance, a super-totalitarianism that makes communism seem harmless by comparison. What Western man needed at that point was a positive religion. The religions of Greece and Rome failed because they lacked seriousness and intensity. Mankind was haunted by a vision of freedom. The human race was in the grip of civilization neurosis. Man's instincts could remember the days when he lived by hunting the bear and mastodon on wide savannas. He was like a child in its first year at school, looking back nostalgically to days of freedom. The craving took the form of a nostalgia for a return to some kind of golden age. Christianity quite simply outbid its rivals in offering him a dream that more or less fitted. The Greek religion of Demeter or Orpheus might have been a serious rival, but it had lost its vitality over the centuries and, in any case, believed in reincarnation. The idea of being endlessly reborn on earth was far less satisfying than the idea of sitting at the right hand of Jesus on a paradise earth. The religion of Mithras, the sun god, was almost identical with Christianity in its tenets: the Savior, an eternity of bliss, or woe for the non-believers, and at one time it almost replaced Christianity in the Roman Empire, but it lacked the savage proselytizing zeal of the more totalitarian Christians and was eventually stamped out by them with the usual thoroughness. It should be remembered that the Dionysian religion had gained such a hold partly because it made such terrifying threats, its opponents driven insane and made to devour their own children and so on. Modern communism uses the same techniques, as portrayed, for example, in Kessler's Darkness at Noon, savage threats along with promises of delightful reconciliation for the repentant sinner. Christianity, with its gallery of devils and demons and incubi, in whom it was a sin to disbelieve, used the same baleful methods, and its murderous stranglehold was not broken until the age of Galileo and Newton. Christianity was a disaster. It would have been better if the great religion of our era had been more positive, something closer to the worship of Orpheus or Dionysus. But in the historical sense, it was still a huge step forward for the human race. For the first time in its violent history, a large portion of mankind believed completely in a dogma that was unconnected with its everyday life. This is of quite peculiar importance. For, as we have already observed, everyday life traps man in a small box called the present. And it destroys his long-range purpose as effectively as the black hood destroys the savageness of the hawk. Confined in the dull, unchallenging present, he turns into a vegetable. If the best is to be got out of him, he needs to be driven by purposes that galvanize him out of his passivity. Only a few men, like Alexander and Napoleon, are fortunate enough to be rescued from their boredom by the beckoning of great events. The rest of us, if we want to transcend the triviality of everydayness, have to create our own purpose, or look around until we find one. Most people never do. So although much can be said against Christianity, we must recognize it had one virtue that outweighed all the faults. It turned the great mass of humankind into creatures with a certain purpose. If they believed literally in demons, they also believed literally in angels and in heaven. The first 10 centuries of Christianity marked the nadir of the magician. Everyone believed in magic, of course, but it was regarded as the province of the devil. This must have been hard on natural mediums and witches, although the great witch scares were still some centuries ahead. A legend that came to exert enormous influence on the Middle Ages concerned a priest named Theophilus. Apparently a poor-spirited creature, he declined the offer of a bishopric because he was afraid of the responsibility, but the man who did accept it persecuted him until the worm turned. Theophilus approached an evil old Jew. The Jews by this time were the universal scapegoat, who conjured up the devil. Theophilus agreed to deny Mary and Jesus, who, the devil explained, were offensive to him, and in exchange, his fortunes were reversed. His rival was unseated and he became bishop in his place. But he now began to worry about his eternal salvation, and prayed to the Virgin to help him. She eventually obtained God's pardon for Theophilus, who confessed his sin publicly, and died shortly afterwards in an atmosphere of sanctity, having burned the diabolic pact. For some reason, this absurd story touched the imagination of Christians for 1,000 years. E.M. Butler mentions the dates AD 600 to 1600. It was the first story of its kind. A servant of the church dabbling with the devil, comes close to eternal damnation, a thought that made everyone shudder with horror, but ends by appealing to the Blessed Virgin, who has already become the symbol of tenderness and mercy in the church. The story could be endlessly elaborated, the humiliations of Theophilus at the hands of his successful rival, the magical tricks of the devil to unseat the rival, his fear and repentance. It had everything, as a Hollywood producer might say. And it started the great tradition of similar stories, which reaches a climax in the Faust legend. The old religion of the shamans was now totally forgotten. If anyone had discovered those Stone Age drawings of horned magicians in caves, it would have been regarded as proof that the men of old were in the power of the devil before Jesus came down to save the human race. Christianity ceased to be a religion of the oppressed after the conversion of the Emperor Constantine, AD 312. The Christians were suddenly top dogs, and they proceeded to oppress with an efficiency that Nero would have envied. The Library of Alexandria, which contained, among other things, Aristotle's own collection of books, was burned down on the orders of the Archbishop of Alexandria, backed by the Emperor Theodosius. Knowledge was evil. Had not Adam been evicted from paradise for wanting to know? Besides, the scholars of the library were suspected of practicing alchemy, the attempt to transmute base metals into gold and to discover the philosopher's stone, the secret of eternal life. Alchemy eventually gained a kind of respectability by declaring that its search for the philosopher's stone was a symbol of the Christian search for mystical union with God. Only one remarkable emperor tried to make a determined stand against this poisonous, negative religion that was conquering the West, Julian, known as the Apostate, Constantine's nephew. A gentle scholar, so retiring that he escaped assassination by Constantine's sons, he made a determined attempt to get rid of Christianity on his accession to the throne in 361. His ambition was to restore the pagan worship of the gods, and substitute Mithraism for Christianity as the official religion. In his letter to Sallust, on the sovereign son, he speaks of the strange longing for the solar rays that possessed him as a child, and adds that of his own accord, without the help of books or teachers, he learned divination by means of the heavenly bodies, i.e. astrology. Unfortunately, Julian, the man of peace, made the mistake of trying to become a warrior, and died on an expedition to Persia, only 2 years after he came to the throne. His old school friend the Bishop of Constantinople, Gregory Nazianzen, wrote 2 invectives against Julian. Since Julian had shown him great kindness, he was forced to invent malicious motives to explain it. At all events, the death of Julian was a tragedy for the Western world. If he had lived as long as the Emperor Augustus, the world would have become a better and saner place. Ibsen, in his play Emperor and Galilean, grasps some of Julian's importance, and the play should be read by all who are interested in the philosopher emperor. The other great philosopher emperor, Marcus Aurelius, had also persecuted the Christians 2 centuries earlier, and this has always been held against him, but the truth seems to be that balanced, rational minds like Julian's and Marcus Aurelius's were affronted by the mixture of superstition and hysterical emotionalism in Christianity. The thought of a long-lived Julian is one of the most regrettable might-have-beens of Western history. It would certainly have made an immense difference to the history of magic. Pagans had no horror of magic, for they did not associate it with the devil, or his pagan equivalent, Set, Ahriman and so on. Under Christianity, magic became black magic, and its power derived from demons, instead of from man's own hidden faculties. As far as magic is concerned, Christianity is an enormous red herring. Magic is a natural human faculty, and can be developed like any other faculty. But under Christianity, manifestations of mediumship, second sight, and the rest were regarded as evidence of possession by demons or angelic intervention. The initiate became either a holy man or a sorcerer. A monk who happened to possess mediumistic powers might find himself burnt alive or canonized. An example of the latter is Saint Joseph of Cupertino, the flying monk, whose feats are well attested by many witnesses. Giuseppe Tessa was born in Apulia, Italy, in 1603, a strange, sickly boy who became known as open-mouthed because his mouth usually hung open. One commentator remarks that he was not far from what today we should call a state of feeble-mindedness. E. J. Dingwall, Some Human Oddities, London, 1947. A bishop described him as idiota, although the word meant innocent rather than idiotic. He was subject to ecstasies and, even as a teenager, given to ascetic self-torments that undermined his health. At the age of 17 he was accepted into the Capuchin order, but dismissed 8 months later because of total inability to concentrate. Not long after, the order of conventuals near Cupertino accepted him as a stable boy, and at 22 he became a Franciscan priest. He continued to starve and flagellate himself, acquiring a reputation for holiness. Then one day, in the midst of his prayers after Mass, he floated off the ground and landed on the altar in a state of ecstasy. He was unburned by candle flames, and flew back to his previous place. Sent to see the Pope, he was again seized by such rapture that he rose in the air. His flying fits seem to have been always associated with the state that the Hindus called samadhi, ecstasy. His levitation ceased for 2 years when a hostile superior went out of his way to humiliate and persecute him, but after a holiday in Rome as the guest of the superior of the order, and an enthusiastic reception by the people of Assisi, he regained his good spirits and sailed 15 yards to embrace the image of the Virgin on the altar. He seems to have been a curious but simple case. Floating in the air when in a state of delight seems to have been his sole accomplishment. The ecstasy did not have to be religious. On one occasion, when shepherds were playing their pipes in church on Christmas Eve, he began to dance for sheer joy, then flew onto the high altar, without knocking over any of the burning candles. Unlike Daniel Dungla's home, Saint Joseph seems to have been able to control his flights. On one occasion, when he had flown past lamps and ornaments that blocked the way to the altar, his superior called him back, and he flew back to the place he had vacated. When a fellow monk remarked on the beauty of the sky, he shrieked and flew to the top of a nearby tree. He was also able to lift heavy weights. One story tells of how he raised a wooden cross that 10 workmen were struggling to place in position, and flew with it to the hole that had been prepared for it. He was also able to make others float. He cured a demented nobleman by seizing his hair and flying into the air with him, remaining there a quarter of an hour, according to his biographer. On another occasion, he seized a local priest by the hand, and after dancing around with him, they both flew, hand in hand. When on his deathbed, at the age of 60, the doctor in attendance observed, as he cauterized a septic leg, that Father Joseph was floating in the air 6 inches above the chair. He died saying that he could hear the sounds and smell the scents of paradise. What are we to make of such phenomena? It would be convenient if we could dismiss the whole thing as a pack of lies or as mass hysteria or hypnosis. We can certainly dismiss 95% of the miracles attributed to the saints in this way without a twinge of conscience. A typical example, Saint Dunstan of Glastonbury is reported to have changed the position of the church by pushing it. But the evidence cannot be dismissed, it is overwhelming. His feats were witnessed by kings, dukes, and philosophers, or at least one philosopher, Leibniz. When his canonization was suggested, the church started an investigation into his flights, and hundreds of depositions were taken. He became a saint 4 years after his death. E. J. Dingwall, an arch-skeptic in such matters, concludes an account of the friar by admitting that our knowledge of these things is far from adequate. Father Joseph flew. There can be no possible doubt about that. It would be pointless to ask, how do we explain it, because we cannot even make a start on understanding the mechanisms involved. Home attributed his flights to spirits, rather than to his own powers. Father Joseph's flights undoubtedly proceeded from his own powers. The most sensible attitude is to assume that all human beings are potentially capable of flying and performing the other feats of Father Joseph. This is totally consistent with the view I am expounding in this book. There is a fundamental error in the way human beings grasp the world. We think of the mind as a helpless imponderable in a world of solid matter, a mere passive observer. We take a negative view of ourselves and the world, unaware of the extent to which we control things that merely seem to happen. I control all my physical processes, from digestion to the disposal of my waste products, by a subconscious will. Next time you urinate, try to observe the mental act by which you unlock the release mechanism, and you will observe that it is a kind of will that involves not willing with your upper conscious levels. Yet it is certainly an act of will, not something that happens involuntarily. Mages and mediums are people who have accidentally acquired the power of using this unconscious will to an unusual extent. They are often very simple people, like Saint Joseph of Cupertino, because in simple people the personal consciousness, and its will, are often undeveloped. It is amusing to record that Leibniz's patron and traveling companion, the Duke of Brunswick, was converted to Catholicism by the flights of Father Joseph. Amusing because we can be almost certain that there was no connection between Father Joseph's beliefs and his mediumistic powers. Another amusing touch that might provide ammunition for a skeptic is that although Father Joseph wore no underwear, except metal chains and such things, his flights never exposed the congregation to embarrassment. His garments were controlled by his hidden powers, or perhaps by ghostly hands, anxious to preserve his modesty. In writing of a thing like this, one becomes aware of the total pointlessness of skepticism. It is like insisting that black is white or that 2 and 2 make 5. We can talk about degrees of certainty, and insist that we can never know whether something is true. But the weight of the evidence is such that we know that Joseph of Cupertino was able to fly when he was in ecstasy, as well as we know that Napoleon died on St. Helena. There is room for a tiny doubt. There is a story that Napoleon escaped from St. Helena and was accidentally shot to death in the grounds of Schönbrunn Castle in Austria. For that matter, see Frank Edwards, Stranger Than Science, Chapter 45. But when one faces the weight of evidence, it is no longer possible to take a skeptical or neutral attitude. The only important question is, what does it mean? And it is then that one realizes that the real reason that human beings prefer not to think about a monk who could fly is that they can't think of an explanation. And while men will devote their whole lives to problems like squaring the circle or trisecting an angle, they seem to experience no similar compulsion to solve problems connected with the occult. In 1923, Thomas Mann, who was then one of the best-known writers in Europe, wrote an essay called An Experience in the Occult, in which he described attending a séance with the medium Willi Schneider, a 19-year-old dental assistant. Mann held Schneider's wrists during the séance, and describes his strange twisting and sweating, like a woman in labor, or the Delphic oracle. Then handkerchiefs and bells flew round the room, a music box was played and the keys of a typewriter struck by the spirit fingers of a guide called Minna. Mann testifies, any mechanical deception or sleight of hand tricks were humanly impossible. He wrote as an open-minded skeptic, who had taken no interest in the occult before his experience, and who took none after. He merely described flatly what he had seen, and his own theory was that the phenomena were caused by the mind of the medium, somehow turning its dreams, Schneider was in a trance, into objective realities. In view of the unimpeachable nature of man's testimony, one might imagine that journalists all over the world would begin to speculate how these phenomena were caused. But no one did, at least, outside spiritualist circles. If the witnesses had been the Pope and the Archbishop of Canterbury, it would have made no difference. It would not fit in, and any divorce scandal involving a member of the aristocracy is more newsworthy than an indigestible fact. The challenge is to make these phenomena fit in, as Einstein made the Brownian movement and the Fitzgerald contraction fit in by evolving the theory of relativity. Man's own attempt at an explanation is expressed in these words. It was Hegel who said that the idea, the spirit, is the ultimate source of all phenomena, and perhaps supernormal physiology is more apt than normal to demonstrate his statement. One might enlarge on this by saying that human beings have no idea of the extent to which they are unconsciously involved in the phenomena of their lives. We can accept the notion that my subconscious mind can make me forget an umbrella in a house I want to revisit, but not that it might, under certain circumstances, make the umbrella fly through the air. Whether the forces that made St. Joseph float like a balloon and threw a felt ring in Thomas Mann's face were telekinetic, or whether St. Joseph and Will Schneider somehow provided the energy for extra-human agencies, is a matter upon which no opinion can be ventured at this stage. But that these forces are, potentially, in the control of every human being, there can surely be no doubt. Our ordinary human powers are odd enough. For example, anyone who has suffered from catarrh or head colds will know that a blocked sinus can be cleared by a certain kind of mental effort. Try it as an experiment. You are lying in bed on your left side, and your left sinus is blocked. Turn on to your right side, and then try to unblock the sinus by an act of concentration. It involves a kind of self-hypnotism. You imagine the point of blockage and imagine it clearing. If it starts to clear, you make additional efforts. How is this done, physiologically speaking? Not by muscles, obviously. The explanation is probably that you cause an increased flow of blood to the area. Which, it might be recalled, was how Edgar Cayce cured his own loss of voice. Here, then, is an example of a faculty which we all possess, but which no one bothers to develop, because it seems unimportant. But carry the experiment a stage further. Next time you feel the onset of a mild sore throat, try the same concentration treatment, focusing the source of infection and leaning on it, so to speak. My own experience is that this can also be made to work. After all, we are familiar with the opposite effect. You feel a cold coming on, you go to sleep, and when you wake up, it's suddenly far worse, as if the switching off of the wool had allowed the cold to make headway. Once this trick has been learned, it is interesting to devise new experiments to test your control over your body. For example, warming cold hands or feet through concentration, a more difficult feat, but worth persevering in. All of which seems to suggest that our powers are greater than we assume, and that we fail to grasp this through a habit of passivity, of drifting with the current. Willie Schneider's mother mentioned that they would have to vacate their flat because the neighbors were complaining about the strange goings-on, fists knocking on walls, disembodied hands lifting things, even a ghost showing itself in the dining room. Daniel Douglas Home was thrown out of the home of his foster parents for similar reasons. More than a century before the remarkable feats of Joseph of Cupertino, there occurred in the Dominican friary at Bern, in Switzerland, a series of events that show much the same pattern, but in this case, they ended less satisfactorily for the friars than in the case of the flying monk. Johann Jetzer was born in the village of Zurzach in Switzerland in about 1483. There are certain factors in common with Joseph of Cupertino: the extreme poverty of his childhood, lack of schooling, early religious inclinations. He succeeded in saving enough money to persuade the Dominicans at Bern to accept him as a lay brother in 1506. He made a good impression, spending his days in prayer and fasting. But within a short time, strange disturbances began. One night, Jetzer was awakened by the ghost of a Dominican friar with a black face, who pulled the bedclothes off the bed, and explained that he was suffering on account of his sins. Jetzer was admitted to the order as a friar in 1507, and the manifestations increased. A large stone fell on the floor, doors opened and shut on their own, voices were heard, and the ghost appeared again, identifying himself as a former prior of the order who had fallen into bad ways and been murdered, since which time he had been in purgatory. He asked Jetzer to have masses said for his soul, and to scourge himself until the blood flowed. No one in the monastery took this amiss. There was nothing unusual in a spirit asking to be relieved from its well-deserved torments. The masses were said. Jetzer continued to see the spirit, who was noseless and earless, having had these organs removed when he was murdered, and the poltergeist phenomena continued to occur when the ghost was due. Finally, the ex-prior appeared complete with nose and ears, to thank the monks for delivering his soul from purgatory. He was now in a state of bliss. To have a spirit from heaven on visiting terms was an honor for the monastery, and it might also be turned to the profit of the Dominicans in general. For the Dominicans and Franciscans were engaged in a controversy about whether the Virgin Mary, like her son, Jesus, was conceived by supernatural means, and was therefore free of original sin. The Franciscans said she was, the Dominicans said not. Jetzer was told to ask his ghostly visitor, Father Heinrich Kalperg, which opinion he favored. The ghost said he thought the Immaculate Conception of Mary was true, but he would send along Saint Barbara to verify it. Saint Barbara arrived the following Friday and took a letter prepared by the lector of the priory, which she said she would deliver to the Blessed Virgin herself. Not long after, the Virgin appeared in Jetzer's cell, dressed in white and accompanied by Saint Barbara and two small cherubs. She was able to tell Jetzer that the Dominicans were right and the Franciscans wrong. She was conceived in a perfectly normal way. The Church declined to accept her word for it, and more than 3 centuries later made it an article of dogma that she had been conceived miraculously. She appeared on a number of subsequent occasions, and performed such actions as worshipping the host, thereby proving she was not a demon in disguise, and tearing up a tract that asserted her Immaculate Conception. The ecclesiastical authorities were approached for their advice on these strange events, and they advised caution. However, the monastery benefited from the gossip about the Virgin's visit. But now things began to go wrong. Next time the Virgin appeared, accompanied by 2 angels, she picked up a wafer of the Holy Sacrament and declared that it would change into the flesh of her Son. She replaced the wafer, now red in color, on the table. Something made Jetzer suspicious, even though, according to him, the Virgin and the adult-sized angels were suspended in the air. He leapt up and seized her hand, whereupon the white host fell from it. She had merely switched wafers by sleight of hand. Worse still, Jetzer recognized the hand as that of the lector, a man named Stefan Boltzhurst. The 2 angels turned out to be the prior, Johann Vader, and the sub-prior, Franz Yultsky. Jetzer rushed out and asked a prior from another monastery to come and witness the scene, but the visiting prelate decided not to interfere in matters that did not concern him. The next day the prior explained that the deception had been deliberately arranged to test Jetzer's powers of observation. Jetzer accepted this explanation. The Virgin appeared subsequently and confirmed the prior's explanation. She ended her visit by piercing his feet, his right side and one of his hands. It seems to have occurred to the prior that it would now be most convenient if Jetzer were to die in his odor of sanctity, and thereby preclude the possibility of anticlimax. At all events, Jetzer became suspicious about a bowl of soup, and gave it to some wolf cubs that lived in the grounds of the priory. These died, and the sub-prior explained that they were probably unused to the rich spices used in the soup. Soon after, the Virgin and Saint Cecilia came to Jetzer's cell. He seized the hand of the Virgin and recognized the sub-prior, who again explained that they were testing his powers of observation. The image of the Virgin in the chapel began to weep tears of blood, and then statues of Jesus and the Virgin talked to one another. He was heard asking why she wept, and she explained that it was because the honor due to him alone was being bestowed on her, another explicit statement about the Immaculate Conception. But a neighboring priest climbed up to examine the statue of the Virgin and declared that the tears were made of red paint. The ecclesiastical authorities decided it was time for an investigation. Jetzer was taken before the image of the Virgin, who proceeded to instruct him in what he should say. He saw the picture of the Holy Trinity moving slightly, and looking behind it, he found the lector crouching there. Shouting that they were a pack of rogues, Jetzer dragged him out. But the prior was anxious enough about the investigation to make another attempt to convince Jetzer. Saint Bernard of Clairvaux came to Jetzer's cell in the dusk and told him what to testify. But as the saint was gliding, or, Jetzer says, floating, out of the window, Jetzer observed that it wore the sandals of their own priory. This made him suspicious, and he leapt up and gave the spectre a shove, whereupon it fell out of the window and onto the flags below. Jetzer recognized the prior again. On a subsequent occasion, the sub-prior and procurator, Steinegger, appeared dressed as the Virgin and Saint Catherine of Siena. Jetzer was so angry he wounded the procurator in the leg with a knife, whereupon Yultzka shouted, "Hit the damned rascal in the face," and Steinegger implemented the suggestion with enthusiasm. A free-for-all followed in which a window was broken. All these strange events took place in a few months of 1507, the year Jetzer was admitted to the order. In October the examination began at Lausanne, and to begin with, it looked as though Jetzer meant to stand by his colleagues, for he affirmed the reality of the various apparitions of the Virgin. Then one day in November, he changed his mind, asked the bishop's protection, and told the full story, as it has been recounted above. The scandal rocked Switzerland. Jetzer was unfrocked. The Pope decided that a trial was required to clear the good name of the Dominicans, and this began the following July. When the four accused, the prior, sub-prior, lector and procurator, affirmed their innocence, they were tortured until they changed their minds. The prior held out longest, but finally, exhausted by suffering, he allowed his confession to be written down. They were not accused merely of fraud, but of a pact with the devil, and Jetzer gave details of a séance at which several grey-bearded phantoms were called up. The four accused were handed over to the secular arm, and in due course burned at the stake. Jetzer was banished, and only the vaguest details of his subsequent history are known. He married, took up his trade of tailoring, and died in his native village in his mid-30s. E. J. Dingwall, Very Peculiar People, London, 1950, upon whose account I have drawn, is of the opinion that Jetzer was as guilty as the other four, and was perhaps even the sole guilty one. He reduces the case to the question, was Jetzer deceiver or deceived? He does not consider the third possibility, which seems to me, on the whole, most likely, that Jetzer was a medium who involuntarily caused strange things to happen when he entered the priory, perhaps, like Joseph of Cupertino, in a deeply emotional condition because his lifelong wish was about to be satisfied. The apparition of the earlier prior could have been the result of an overstimulated imagination, although this is by no means certain. It is difficult to tell at what point the prior decided that the miracles should be prolonged, that is, whether the first appearances of Saint Barbara and the Virgin were genuine, in the sense of being due to Jetzer alone, or fraudulent. It is certainly suspicious that when Jetzer was given the stigmata, only one hand was pierced, suggesting that he may have performed the operation himself. Assuming that Jetzer was basically sincere, and that at least the early phenomena were genuine, do we then conclude that the Virgin and the sinful prior really entered Jetzer's cell? This, it seems to me, would be contrary to common sense. Jetzer was probably unaware that he was responsible for the phenomena, but his unconscious mind directed them. Dingwall even reinforces this supposition by citing the strange case of the Abbé Vacher, who lived at Mirbeau, near Poitiers. The abbé, born in 1835, was a highly respected member of the church, well liked by the Pope himself, and approaching his 60th year when the phenomena began. A picture of Jesus in his private chapel showed drops of reddish moisture that seemed to ooze from its surface, in particular, from the hands and feet of the Savior. The phenomenon occurred so often that the Bishop of Poitiers asked him to send the picture to Poitiers for examination. But when it was out of the abbé's presence, it ceased to bleed and shed tears. As soon as it returned to Mirbeau, it started again. The abbé was helping some workmen who were building stations of the cross near his home, and pinned up another picture of Jesus in the workman's shed. To his own amazement and embarrassment, it also began to bleed. This was too much for Rome. He was excommunicated, for the Bishop of Poitiers had decided he was a fraud. The abbé was naturally shattered. He visited friends at Aix-la-Chapelle, and a statue and picture belonging to his hostess began to bleed. The blood was analyzed and found human. One skeptical investigator climbed into the abbé's house when he was away and looked at the picture. It was dry, but during the time he spent in the room, it began to bleed. The skeptic went away convinced that the bleeding was genuine. Although several independent investigators were convinced of the reality of the phenomena, the church was embarrassed, and refused an investigation. The abbé died in 1921, at the age of 68. His death was due to apoplexy. As soon as he died, the phenomena ceased. In this case, Dingwall accepts that there was probably no fraud. He agrees that the abbé himself produced the phenomena unconsciously. That is to say that, as in all other cases of miracles, the phenomena may be genuine, but they prove nothing whatever about religion, but only about the beliefs of the people concerned. Joseph of Cupertino was canonized, Jetzer was defrocked and banished, Vacher was excommunicated. It would have been just as logical if all three had been canonized or burned. The case of the Abbé Vacher proves only that in the 20th century the Church had become as cautious and nervous as the men of science in dealing with the unexplainable. All this emphasizes the difficulty of drawing a dividing line between normal and paranormal phenomena. In such famous cases of demoniacal possession as the Aix-en-Provence nuns and the Loudun nuns, brilliantly described in Aldous Huxley's The Devils of Loudun, one can be quite certain that the demons were non-existent in the ordinary sense, but the possessed nuns believed in them. In both these trials, a priest was accused of causing the bewitchment that made the nuns roll on the floor, shrieking and blaspheming. In the Aix-en-Provence case, Father Louis Gaufridi; in the other, Father Urbain Grandier. In both cases, the priest had taken advantage of the intimacy of the confessional to seduce young girls who later became nuns. Gaufridi's accuser was the teenager Madeleine de la Palade, who at one point admitted in court that her accusations were all imaginings, illusions, without a word of truth in them, and that she swooned for the love of Gaufridi. She then began to quiver with erotic frenzy, her hips moving up and down with the movements of copulation. Both Gaufridi and Grandier were tortured and burned to death. The antics of the possessed nuns went no further than blaspheming, making lewd suggestions, and rolling on the ground in a way that displayed the part of the body that was the root of the trouble. Although their possession enabled the nuns to roar in strange voices like demons, it conferred no other unusual powers on them, and in the case of the Loudun nuns, tests to see whether the demons had given them the gift of extrasensory perception were unsuccessful. But if the psychological disturbance had been greater, the results might well have been positive. The dividing line between normal and paranormal had been reached, but not crossed, by the possessed nuns. The belief in hordes of spirits and demons may be considered the chief contribution of Christianity to the study of magic. Josephus mentions a book of spells and incantations for summoning demons that was in use as early as the 1st century AD. Its author was supposed to be King Solomon, who figures in occult mythology as a great magician. A magical work known as the Key of Solomon ranks next to the legendary Emerald Tablets of Hermes Trismegistus as the most celebrated of magical texts. It exists in many forms, and the reason for this is curious and significant. The text had to be copied out by hand by each person who wished to use it. A printed text would have no virtue. A belief that is also accepted by most modern witches. This makes it as clear as could be that the basic necessity for the performance of magic is the mind of the magician himself. He must enter into a deep, intimate relation with the text, for it is his powers that are going to be used. In the same way, the magician must make his own magical instruments, including pen, ink, water sprinkler, inkwell, sand shaker, incense, candles, and forge his own knives, sword, hatchet, and so on. He must furnish these weapons with engraved wooden handles. He must also choose and inscribe his own wand and staff. The handles of the knives had to be made of boxwood, and the branch had to be cut at one blow. Presumably the would-be magician went on making tremendous swipes until he either lopped off a branch or broke the sword. Before commencing his magical operations, the magician must fast for 9 days and observe all kinds of rules. The ritual begins with the tracing of a magic circle with the knife. It must then be inscribed with symbols from the Kabbalah. A lamb has to be slaughtered and skinned, and its tanned skin used as parchment for inscribing magical symbols, such as pentacles. The ritual invocation itself lasts about an hour, and includes threats to the spirits if they fail to appear. But by this time, according to the key, they should have appeared, some dressed like soldiers, others like noblemen, finally the king himself, accompanied by magicians. At this point, after identifying himself, burning incense and showing symbols to the king, presumably the devil, or at least a minor potentate of hell, the magician can ask what he wants, whether it is information about the future or the aid of the demons in performing sorcery. The name of God and Jesus is repeated many times to keep the spirits subdued. Finally, they must be dismissed courteously, with still more invocations. The magic circle must not be broken, or the magician might be torn to pieces by demons. Benvenuto Cellini, in his memoirs, has a remarkable passage describing how a certain necromancer priest performed these rituals in the Colosseum in Rome. He gave the pentacle to his necromancer friend to hold, and he put the rest of us in charge of the fire for the perfumes. And then he began his incantations. All this lasted for over an hour and a half. Several legions of demons appeared, till the Colosseum was filled with them. I was busy with the precious perfumes, and when the priest saw so many devils, he turned to me and said, "Benvenuto, ask them something." So I asked them to bring me together with my Sicilian girl, Angelica. We were given no reply at all that night, but I was more than satisfied with what I had seen. Translated by George Bull. Understandably. And on a subsequent occasion, the results were even more startling and impressive. The necromancer said that they needed an innocent young boy to get the best results, so Cellini took his shop boy, a 12-year-old named Cenci. The necromancer began to make terrible incantations, calling up by name a whole host of major demons and commanding them by virtue and power of the uncreated, living, and eternal God, in Hebrew, as well as in Latin and Greek. The result was that in a short space of time the Colosseum was filled with 100 times more demons than there had been on the previous occasion. We assume Cellini could not actually see them, for he does not say so. He certainly couldn't hear them, for when the necromancer told him to ask about the Sicilian girl, Cellini did not hear their reply. It was the necromancer who told him that he would be with her within a month. This proved to be accurate. At this point, the boy Cenci, who apparently could see them, became panic-stricken, and his terror affected the others, including the necromancer, whose voice shook so much that he was not able to sound the right note of command in dismissing them. He decided to do it by the less polite expedient of burning asafoetida, a resin that burns with a stink like garlic and onions. One of the acolytes contributed his own assistance by filling his trousers. The tremendous stench and noise made the boy lift his head a little, and when he heard me laughing he plucked up courage and said that the demons were running away like mad. However, as they walked home the boy saw 2 or 3 demons following them, bounding along on the rooftops or the ground. Cellini's story does not end there. The priest necromancer persuades him to join him in consecrating a book to the devil which will enable them to discover buried treasure. He assures Cellini that the demons will keep their promise about the girl, but adds that he will be in great danger first. Cellini then gets involved in a quarrel in the street, and throws a handful of mud at his opponent. The mud contains a sharp stone, and the man falls unconscious, his head bleeding. One of Cellini's rivals for papal favors passes by, sees what has happened, and tells the Pope that Cellini has murdered one of his favorite craftsmen. The Pope orders that Cellini be hanged immediately, and he is forced to flee to Naples. There he finds his Sicilian girl, and they spend a delightful night. In the night, Cellini remembers that his night with the demons took place precisely 1 month ago. So anyone who meddles with spirits should bear in mind what tremendous risks I ran. When Cellini's book first reached print, 200 years after his death in 1551, there were many who felt that it was mostly lies and braggadocio. Since that time, historical research has revealed the accuracy of so much of it that many reputable authorities, A.J. Simons and E.M. Butler, for example, now believe that Cellini was remarkably truthful. Assuming that his account is basically accurate, we may either dismiss it on naturalistic grounds. After all, Cellini does not say that he actually saw or heard anything unusual, or accept that something took place in the Colosseum, even if it was not what the necromancer claimed. The ceremony was, in effect, a séance, and something certainly seems to have been conjured up. The necromancer had no doubt it was demons. Aldous Huxley remarks of Father Surin, the exorcist in the Loudon affair, the notion that ESP might be a natural faculty, latent in all minds and manifest in a few, never seems, for a single instant, to have entered his head. Either the phenomena of telepathy and clairvoyance did not exist, or they were the work of spirits whom one might presume to be devils. The insistence on the magician personally copying the manuscript offers the important clue. Otherwise, the modem reader is bound to dismiss all the lengthy preparations and incantations as superstitious mumbo-jumbo. What practical difference can it make that the sword should be of virgin iron and wrapped in white silk? Obviously none. If we think in terms of mechanical operations of nature, the sword is not going to trigger any natural process or chain reaction. Then what is the purpose of these complex operations, if not to delude the gullible? The answer is surely, to drive the mind to make an abnormal effort, to summon its hidden powers. The aspirant must put his whole will into the ritual, trying to use it like a sledgehammer, preventing the usual leakage of energy. The long preparatory fast is intended to induce the same feeling of seriousness as the fasting and cleansing that precede the Orphic and Eleusinian mysteries. But in order to understand the underlying spirit of the magic that flourished so unexpectedly in the 16th century, and the years 1500 to 1600 undoubtedly were the century of magic, it is necessary to understand something of the mysticism that inspired it. For it cannot be stated too often that the essence of magic and the essence of mysticism are one and the same. The crucial difference is that magic lies at the lower end of the spectrum, mysticism at the higher. Both magic and mysticism are an attempt to get into tune with an inner force. Plotinus, AD 205 to 270, was not a Christian, but his influence on Christian mystics was enormous. He compared human beings to the choir standing around a choir master but with their attention distracted by things going on about them, so they fail to sing in tune or in time. He held that creation was a series of steps leading away from the One, or God. He called those steps emanations. The Kabbalists later borrowed his ideas, as William Blake was to borrow from the Kabbalah. This is definitely a non-Christian view, for Plotinus's evil is a negative thing. Depending upon how many steps you have taken away from the One, it is like someone walking away from a lighted house at night, moving further into the darkness of the garden. But why should people walk away, unless tempted by the devil? Because, says Plotinus, we are empty-headed, and easily distracted. The philosopher is the man who determinately ignores distractions and multiplicity, and tries to see back towards the One. Such, he concludes, is the life of gods and of godlike men, a liberation from all earthly bonds, a life that takes no pleasure in earthly things, a flight of the alone to the alone. This is the intoxicating idea at the heart of mysticism, and in spite of the apparent difference of aim, it is not far from the divine intoxication of the Dionysians. It is the feeling that this banal world in which we appear to be stuck can be escaped. We are all in the position of some dazed person wandering around after an accident, not knowing where he is going to, only half conscious. A mystic is a man who has partly come to. He has caught a glimpse of what life and death are really about. One of the earliest and most influential of Christian mystics was Dionysius the Areopagite, who was supposed to be the Dionysius who was converted by St. Paul, but almost certainly wasn't. His mystical works are meditations on the theme of God, whom he defines, after the manner of Plotinus and the Kabbalists, as a kind of divine darkness and emptiness. How can this God be the personal God of the Christians? Dionysius explains that God is the cause of goodness and beauty while remaining behind and above them. His enormous appeal and influence prove again that the creature who had not long ago been a kind of ape had developed divine longings, like a caterpillar trying to turn into a butterfly. All the mystics emphasize the deep peace and silence of the mystical experience. Saint Catherine of Siena talks of merging with an ocean of rest. Meister Eckhart begins his first sermon by quoting the wisdom of Solomon, "For while peaceful silence enwrapped all things," although it has no particular relevance to the sermon. Saint John of the Cross says that illumination comes in silence and rest, far from all things tangible or natural. Gertrude of Helfta describes how her illumination occurred when she sat down by a fish pond and contemplated the loveliness of the place, the limpidity of the flowing water, the deep green of the surrounding trees, the free flight of the birds and especially the pigeons, but above all the solitary calm of the secluded site filled me with delight. The subconscious tension I have discussed in Chapter 2 disappears, the mind ceases to be blurred and turbulent. An immense peace springs up in the depths of the mind like a cool spring, and with a sudden shock, man catches a glimpse of his potentialities. It is only one step from the tradition of esoteric Christianity to the world of the alchemist and the astrologer. Albertus Magnus, 12061280, writes, "The alchemist shall live in loneliness, remote from men. He must be silent and discreet. He must also choose the right hour for his operations, that is, when the heavenly bodies are propitious." And a later philosopher and occultist added, in a letter to Cornelius Agrippa, "To the vulgar, speak only of vulgar things, keep for your friends every secret of a higher order." This was Trithemius, a man who, according to tradition, took shelter in a Benedictine monastery in a snowstorm, and became so enamored of the peace and privacy that he joined the order, later becoming the abbot of the monastery. Magic shares another fundamental principle with mysticism, the notion as above, so below, attributed to Hermes Trismegistus. In mysticism, this means that the soul and God are one and the same. In magic, the principle is altogether more complicated. Man is the microcosm, whose symbol is a five-pointed star, or pentacle. The universe is the macrocosm, and its symbol is the six-pointed star, or two triangles interlaced, the symbol of Solomon. The occultists of the Middle Ages and the Reformation saw man and the universe connected by thousands of invisible bonds. Paracelsus, for example, believed there was a connection between the 7 organs of the body and the 7 planets. To use a modern analogy, one might say that the relation of the individual to the universe is like the relation of the white corpuscles of the blood to the whole man. They are separate organisms, yet they are certainly not independent. Their purpose is geared to that of the whole body. Man may feel separate from the rest of the universe, but he is not. According to occult doctrine, there are 1,000 correspondences between man and the macrocosm. Paracelsus would have found nothing strange in David Foster's notion of an intelligent universe in which cosmic rays may carry coded information that can influence the genes. It was exactly what he meant by as above, so below. This, then, was the conception that underlay all the magic of the Hermetic century, 1500 to 1600. Man is an organ in the body of the universe. The common magical beliefs fitted in with this notion. Saint Albertus Magnus himself, a revered theologian rather than an occultist, he was canonized in 1931, explains at length how various precious stones can be used for medical and moral purposes. The amethyst increases concentration, the emerald induces chastity, the agate strengthens the teeth and drives away phantoms and snakes. Among herbs, Veterni produces the power of prophecy, and verbena is a love charm. Feverwort could cure fever, liverwort, diseases of the liver. Another widespread belief was that if a man received injury from any physical object, a knife, hatchet, stone, etc., the object should also be treated for the injury it had caused. A hatchet with which a butcher cut himself was covered with the same salve as his wound and hung behind the door. when the butcher experienced pains one day, it was found that the hatchet had fallen on the floor. All this sounds so absurd as to be hardly worth mentioning. But to dismiss it would be a mistake. For the oddest thing is that such remedies often worked. They still do. A neighbor of mine in Cornwall, an old countryman, told me a story of how his dog had been cured of an adder bite by a charmer. But before he took the dog to the charmer, he tied a piece of holly bark under its collar. The dog had been bitten on the jaw, to stop the poison spreading. The next morning, the dog's head was badly swollen, but the poison had not spread to the rest of the body. Why should such a preposterous remedy work? Presumably for the same reason that the charm also worked on the dog, and for the same reasons that the prayers of Christian Scientists often work. Mary Baker Eddy's teacher, Phineas Quimby, asserted that healing powers are more common than we suppose, in fact, that like the power of dowsing, everybody possesses it to some degree. Spiritualists believe that spirits are actively engaged in healing and protecting. And what of that other foundation stone of magic, belief in the stars? How can this be reconciled with common sense? Again, we must begin by recognizing that astrology can produce remarkable results. Johannes Kepler, the founder of modern astronomy, had a grumpy dislike of astrology, perhaps because he was forced to produce a yearly almanac as part of his duties at Graz in the last decade of the 16th century. His first almanac contained prophecies of an intense cold spell, and of an invasion by the Turks. In 1594 the cold was so intense that many died of it, and the Turks devastated the country from Vienna to Neustadt. Kepler wrote, "The heavens act on a man during his life in the manner of the loops which a peasant ties at random around the pumpkins in his field. They do not cause the pumpkin to grow, but they determine its shape." The science of men like Albertus Magnus, Cornelius Agrippa and Paracelsus may have been crude and defective, but it was based on this instinctive recognition of the psychic links between man and nature. The science of Newton, Huygens, and Priestley was incomparably more accurate, but it had lost belief in the invisible links. Man was merely a conscious intelligence in an alien universe. Kierkegaard expressed the feeling 2 centuries later when he wrote, "Where am I? Who am I? How did I come to be here? What is this thing called the world, and if I am compelled to take part in it, where is the director? I want to see the director." There was the sense of being cast up, helpless, high and dry. The occultists of the 16th century, for all their absurd superstitions, knew something that Kierkegaard had forgotten. The 2 great occultists of the 16th century, Cornelius Agrippa and Paracelsus, were not initiates in the esoteric sense of the word. Both were wandering scholars rather than philosophers. Of the 2, Paracelsus was the greater intellect. Agrippa's real name was apparently Henry Cornelius, and he was born in Cologne in 1486. An early biographer, Henry Morley, asserts that he came of a noble family called von Nettesheim. Others take a more skeptical view and assert that he called himself Agrippa von Nettesheim after the founder of Cologne, and after a village near Cologne. At all events, his parents were sufficiently well off to have him educated at the newly formed University of Cologne. He was a natural mystic, preferring Plato to Aristotle, and studying the Neoplatonist philosophers Plotinus, Iamblichus, Porphyry, and Proclus. He had something in common with the last, for Proclus, 410 to 485, was a wealthy and handsome young Greek who intended to become a lawyer, but was bitten by the bug of philosophy and devoted his life to its study. He was the last great Platonist. Proclus asserted that human consciousness can, in a kind of divine madness, leap into the one at the heart of all things and become united with it. Agrippa was deeply influenced by this view, which he also found in the Kabbalah, whose major section, the Zohar, Book of Creation, was written down by a Spanish Jew, Moses de Leon, around 1280. Both Proclus and the Kabbalah talk about a number of emanations from the ultimate Godhead, and about a complex path that the adept can follow in order to approach the Godhead. Agrippa was bitten. Unfortunately, he lacked the temperament of the philosopher. In most respects, he was a Renaissance man, dynamic, adventurous, endlessly curious. He possessed the longing for mystical illumination without possessing the temperament for it. His life is basically tragic. Besides, the age in which he lived was too extrovert and turbulent to allow much peace to a man of his temper. In his late teens, Agrippa made a considerable impression at Cologne. He was a good linguist and an omnivorous reader. Printing had been invented just before his birth. When he became court secretary to the King of Rome and Germany, Maximilian I, it looked like the start of a brilliant career. But the Holy Roman Court was hardly the place for a scholar. Maximilian used him as a spy, and sent him, at the age of 20, to Paris. At the University of Paris, he made contact with a few kindred spirits, occultists, and philosophers. There he met a Spanish nobleman named Gerona, who was on his way to see Maximilian. Gerona was in trouble. There had been a revolt of peasants, and he had been thrown out of his estate in Catalonia. Agrippa decided to help him. The story of how he did this, or tried to, provides some of the most exciting pages of Morley's biography, and deserves to be outlined here to give some idea of Agrippa's resourceful character. He devised plans whereby Gerona's chief stronghold, the Black Fort, could be retaken by cunning. The plan succeeded, and as a consequence, Agrippa became unpopular with the peasantry. There was a general revolt, and it looked as though Agrippa would be cut off in a stronghold at Villarodona. 3 miles away, in rugged mountain territory, there was a half-ruined tower that stood among bogs and pools of stagnant water. Agrippa decided he could defend this better than Villarodona, and moved there before the rebels arrived. There was a mountain behind it, and it was approached up a narrow valley, which they blocked with overturned carts. The infuriated peasants, determined to have the blood of the German, made unsuccessful attempts to break the barrier, then decided to starve out the garrison. 2 months dragged by. One of the garrison was a good climber. He scaled the rocky walls above them, and reached the mountaintop. From there he could see a lake known as the Black Lake, on the other side of which there was a monastery. The abbot would certainly help them if they could get a message to him, but they had no boat, and the only way to do this was to go through the rebels, since the lake was surrounded by wall-like cliffs. Agrippa disguised a youth to look like a leper, staining his skin with the juice of the milk thistle and other herbs and then painting it with leprous spots. A letter was hidden in a hollow of the boy's staff and a bell hung round his neck. At night he was led across the marshes by his father, who knew the road. It was necessary to approach the encamped peasants from another angle if they were not to guess where he came from. Stammering and slavering, he walked among them, and they all retreated as far as possible. Later, he returned in the same way, carrying instructions from the abbot. That night, the garrison prepared to move out. Towards dawn, they fired a volley at the peasants to show they were still there, then retreated quietly, and followed their guide up the steep mountainside. They rested at the top and ate breakfast, looking anxiously across the lake. At 9 a.m. they saw 2 fishing boats coming towards them, and they fired off their guns, as a signal to the boats and a gesture of defiance at the rebels. The descent to the lake took most of the day, down a rocky gully. They knew they couldn't be caught now. That evening, August 4, 1508, they ate their first good meal for 2 months in the monastery. But the mission had hardly been successful. Gerona had somehow been captured by the peasants, and presumably killed. So Agrippa's courage and resourcefulness had been wasted. And this was typical of his life. He was not born for real success. There would be no point in detailing Agrippa's travels around Europe, Barcelona, Majorca, Sardinia, Italy, Avignon, Lyons, Dole, Chalon-sur-Saône, then back to Dole, where Agrippa lectured on the system of the Hebrew scholar Reuchlin, another Kabbalist. Agrippa was fascinated by the Kabbalah, not only by its mystical aspects but by its magical doctrines, particularly the number science known as gematria. In Hebrew, letters all have a numerical value. The letters in a word were added up, and any other word that added up to the same number was regarded as being related to the first. So that if a practitioner of gematria wanted to know whether a certain girl would make a suitable wife, he would add up the letters of her name, and if the sum was the same as the letters of whore or spendthrift, it was too bad for her. If she was also an adept in gematria, she might point out that they also added up to wisdom or virtuous. Luther and his enemies spent a great deal of time turning one another's names into insulting epithets by gematria. Agrippa's exposition of these secrets at the University of Dole gained him many admirers, a degree as Doctor of Divinity, and some kind of salary. He fell in love, and seems to have hoped to settle down under the patronage of Maximilian's daughter Margaret of Ghent. He even wrote an essay called The Nobility of Women to flatter her. But his interest in the Kabbalah made him enemies among narrow-minded monks, and a Franciscan friar denounced him from the pulpit when Margaret was in the congregation. As usual, Agrippa's luck ran out, and he moved on to England. By this time, he had written his major work, the 3-volume treatise on occult philosophy, although this had to wait more than 20 years for publication. It is a remarkable work for a man of 24. He begins by stating clearly that magic is nothing to do with sorcery or the devil, but with various occult gifts, prophecy, second sight, and so on. A typical chapter of the first volume is entitled Of Light, Colors, Candles and Lamps, and to what stars, houses, and elements several colors are ascribed. The houses, of course, refers to the signs of the zodiac. Each planet has two, one for the day and one for the night. But his central belief is stated at the beginning of the 63rd chapter: the fantasy, or imaginative power, has a ruling power over the passions of the soul, when these are bound to sensual apprehensions. That is to say, when my passions are bound up with physical things, rather than with ideas, my imagination begins to play a large part in my feelings. Some slight depression sends my spirits plummeting, I become a victim of a seesaw of emotion. The next sentence is slightly obscure, but expands this idea, for imagination does, of its own accord, according to the diversity of the passions, first of all change the physical body with a sensible transmutation, by changing the accidents in the body, and by moving the spirit upward or downward, inward or outward. This is a remarkable sentence to have been written in 1510. It not only recognizes the extent to which human beings, especially stupid ones, are the victims of autosuggestion, but also that these moods affect the body directly. There is always present in Hermetic literature this suggestion that man's body is more dependent on his will than he ever realizes. Agrippa goes on to point out that lovers can experience such a strong tie that they feel one another's illnesses. People can die of sadness, when the will becomes inoperative. These doctrines of Agrippa might be compared with the assertion of Paracelsus, 7 years his junior, that resolute imagination is the beginning of all magical operations, and that it is possible that my spirit, through an ardent will alone, and without a sword, can stab and wound others. The talk of gematria and correspondences may or may not be nonsense, there is probably more in it than meets the eye, but we are here dealing with men who are magicians because they are shamans, possessors of psychic powers. It is true that we do not possess direct evidence of this, no anecdotes revealing powers of prophecy or second sight. There are plenty of anecdotes about the magical powers of both Agrippa and Paracelsus, but nothing that can be taken seriously. It must be remembered that we are dealing with a remote epoch when popular credulity was unfathomable. A story had to be fantastic to raise an eyebrow. The kind of events that would interest the Society for Psychical Research, Prevision, specters of the living, thaumaturgy, telepathy, would have been dismissed as too dull to be worth retelling. All the stories about Agrippa that have come down to us are sensational. He paid innkeepers in gold coins that looked genuine enough but which turned into shells later. He had a black dog as a familiar, and one day, fearing that he had sunk too far into the devil's clutches, ordered it to leave him, whereupon it rushed out and leapt into the river Saône. He summoned the spirit of Tully to deliver one of his orations before the Elector of Saxony, and the spirit reduced everybody to tears. One of the best-known stories tells of how Agrippa left the key of his workroom with his wife. A student lodging with them begged her for the key until she gave it to him. He went into the room and looked at the book of spells that lay on the table. As he was reading, a demon appeared, and asked why he had been summoned. The terrified student could only stammer, and the demon seized him by the throat and strangled him. When Agrippa returned, he realized that he would be accused of murdering the student. Whereupon the demon was conjured up again, and ordered to restore the dead man to life for a short time. The student, now apparently alive and in good health, walked up and down the marketplace several times, then suddenly collapsed and died of a heart attack. However, close examination of the body revealed that he had been strangled, and Agrippa was forced to flee from the town. Such stories tell us nothing about Agrippa, although the last one reflects accurately the bad luck that pursued him all his life. 2 wives died, and the third proved disastrous, leaving him emotionally shattered and financially ruined. His clashes with the priesthood, he was violently anti-clerical, having had many experiences of the ignorance and jealousy of monks, drove him out of many towns where he might have expected to settle down to a life of peaceful study. At different times he lectured on theology at Cologne, on occultism at Pavia, and became public advocate at Metz, where his defense of a peasant woman on a charge of sorcery led to a clash with the inquisitor that forced him to leave. His hopes of advancement from Margaret of Ghent fell through. An appointment as physician to the Queen Mother of France, Louise of Savoy, was even more disastrous. He spent most of his time trying to collect his salary, and was confined to Lyons from 1524 to 1526 without money and without permission to leave. It is hardly surprising that he eventually began to feel persecuted. He wanted the quiet life of a scholar, with a pleasant domestic background. He was a genuine mystic, and as he got older, began to feel that magic was a waste of time and that only theology was worth studying. Although he decided not to publish his book on the occult until 1531, he was known as a magician, and his reputation among priests and clerics was bad. In 1530 he published at Antwerp a book, On the Vanity of Sciences and Arts, a curious, nihilistic work, whose central thesis is that knowledge only brings man to disillusionment and recognition of how little he knows. It reads like an anticipation of Faust's speech in Act I of Goethe's play. The only worthwhile study, says Agrippa, is theology and scripture. He was undoubtedly sincere. Life had dealt him some hard blows. His second wife died of the plague in Antwerp. His book on the vanity of science outraged his patron, Charles V, who had given Agrippa an appointment as a chronicler of history, and Agrippa was thrown into jail and declared a heretic. The publication of his occult philosophy only worsened the situation, for it looked like a complete retraction of all he had said in the previous book, and gave him a reputation for inconsistency. Back in Cologne, he fell foul of the Inquisition. He went to France, but made some bitter remarks about the late Queen Mother and was jailed again. He died in Grenoble in 1535, not yet 50 years of age, worn out and defeated, hated by half the monks in Europe. It was a sad end for the disciple of Plotinus and Proclus, whose deepest desire was for a life of meditation and philosophy, but whose adventurous and impatient temperament drove him to travel like the wandering Jew. It may be mentioned, in passing, that one of the legends of Agrippa concerns a visit paid to his alchemical laboratory in Florence by the wandering Jew himself. In David Hoffman's Chronicles of Cartaphilus, the wandering Jew, the date is given as 1525. Cartaphilus begged Agrippa to show him his childhood sweetheart in a magic mirror. Agrippa asked him to count off the decades since the girl died so that he could wave his wand for each decade. When the Jew reached 49, Agrippa began to feel dizzy, but the Jew went on numbering them until the mirror showed a scene 1510 years earlier, in Palestine. The girl, Rebecca, appeared, and the Jew was so moved that he tried to speak to her, which Agrippa had strictly forbidden. The mirror immediately clouded over and the Jew fainted. On reviving, he identified himself as the Jew who struck Jesus when he was carrying the cross, and who has been condemned to walk the earth ever since. Another legend declares that Agrippa was able to show the Earl of Surrey his beautiful mistress, Geraldine, in the same magic mirror. Agrippa's own claims to have contacted the dead and summoned spirits for divination seem to indicate beyond doubt that he was a gifted medium rather than a magician. He describes, for example, how to use a sieve for vaticination, prophecy, it must be suspended from a pair of forceps or pincers, and these in turn must be pivoted between the two index fingers of two assistants. This can be used for establishing the identity of criminals. The names of all suspects must be repeated in the presence of the sieve, which will begin to swing when the guilty person is named. Another method, Agrippa says, is to balance the sieve on a pivot and spin it. It should stop when the guilty person is named. More than 30 years since, I made use of this manner of divination 3 times, says Agrippa. The first time was on the occasion of a theft that had been committed, the second on account of certain nets or snares of mine used for catching birds, which had been destroyed by some envious one, and the third time in order to find a lost dog which belonged to me and by which I set great store. In every said attempt I succeeded, yet I stopped notwithstanding after that last time for fear lest the demon should entangle me in his snares. If this method of divination actually worked, as Agrippa claims, then it was clearly a matter of mediumship, and it is interesting that Agrippa believed the spirits he summoned to be demons, as did Salini's necromancer priest. The career of Paracelsus resembles that of Agrippa in many respects, although he was less of an adventurer, more a single-minded student of medicine and science. He was brilliant, he was also noisy and belligerent. The word bombast is derived from his name, Bombastus. Philippus Aurelius Paracelsus, whose real name was Theophrastus Bombastus von Hohenheim, was born in the village of Einsiedeln, near Zurich, in Switzerland, in 1493. He was the son of a doctor, William Bombastus von Hohenheim. The child was frail and so weak that he was not expected to reach adulthood. He studied at Basel, then went to Würzburg to study under the abbot Trithemius, whose occult books fascinated the aspiring physician. Like Agrippa, he was a romantic, passionately attracted to the idea of discovering the philosopher's stone or the elixir of life or the grand catholicon, a remedy that was supposed to be good for any illness. At the age of 22, Paracelsus, as he now called himself, after the Roman physician Celsus, worked for a year in the silver mines of the Tyrol, then decided that he wanted to see more of the world and began a period of wandering that lasted for 9 years. His aim, he declared, was to acquire medical knowledge by seeing the widest possible range of patients. It is important to realize that Paracelsus never thought of himself as a magician or occultist. On the contrary, his temperament was thoroughly empirical and tough-minded. He believed in alchemy and astrology because they seemed sensible, scientific things to believe in, but he was intensely skeptical about remedies that involved any form of magic, sympathetic or otherwise. This disposition was reinforced when he met in Paris a very remarkable man, Ambroise Paré, who was to become one of the great geniuses of medicine. Paré was never prepared to do what had been done before merely because everyone took it for granted. When he went to war as an army surgeon in 1537, wounds were cauterized by pouring boiling oil into them. Paré decided to try an ointment of egg yolk, rose oil, and turpentine, and discovered that wounds treated with this healed faster. He concluded, correctly, that more soldiers had died of shock and exhaustion than of their wounds. When limbs were shattered by cannon shot, it was the custom to allow them to gangrene, then hack them off with a saw. Paré tried tying the bleeding arteries with ordinary thread, and discovered that when the bleeding was stopped, the soldier recovered more often than not. All this happened some years after his first meeting with Paracelsus, but the attitude was already formed. He and Paracelsus exerted a mutually beneficial influence. The wanderings continued, according to his biographer John Hargrave, Italy, Germany, Denmark, where Paracelsus gained experience of war in King Christian II's campaign against Sweden, even Russia. He was a natural healer, that is, he had more than a touch of the thaumaturgist. He wrote, "Magic is a teacher of medicine preferable to all the written books." But his definition of magic is a power that comes direct from God and somehow conferred on the doctor. It is a kind of instinct for healing. And this instinct, says Paracelsus, is based upon the knowledge that man is the microcosm of nature. Health is based upon some kind of harmony between man and nature. There is a fundamental principle of life which the alchemists call azoth and symbolize by a red lion. The word also means essence. Azoth can convert all metals into gold. There is a story told by Sudhoff that Paracelsus cured the daughter of an innkeeper who had been paralyzed from the waist downwards since birth with teaspoonfuls of wine and his Azoth of the Red Lion. Whether this means that he cured her by mental power rather than medicine is not clear, but it seems likely, in view of his statement that a good physician depends on a natural magic. Paracelsus also gave the name Azoth to his sword, of which he was so fond that it was said he slept with it in his bed. In 1524, he settled for a time at Basel, where he was appointed to the chair of medicine. He commenced his tenure by ordering his students to light a bonfire and throwing into it the works of Galen, Avicenna, Rhazes and other noted physicians of antiquity, shouting that they were all less gifted than the hairs of his beard. The rest of the professors of the School of Medicine denounced him as a charlatan and exhibitionist, and tried hard to get him expelled from the university, but the authorities stood by him. He was noisy, eccentric, dogmatic, always drunk and always lucid, says one authority. He had a remarkable talent for invective, and told his colleagues, "You are nothing but teachers and masters combing lice and scratching. You are not worthy that a dog should lift his hind leg against you. Your Prince Galen is in hell, from whence he has sent letters to me, and if you knew what he told me, you would make the sign of the cross on yourselves with a fox's tail." His language was always colorful. His fortunes fluctuated at a dizzying rate. He had cured the publisher Frobenius of a septic leg, which the publisher's physicians had wanted to amputate, and his treatment of Erasmus for gout and kidney trouble led the great scholar to write, "I cannot offer thee a fee equal to thy art and learning." But when he cured a prominent citizen, Canon Lichtenfels, who had offered a fee of 100 gulden, the canon declined to pay up, and Paracelsus had to take him to court. Although he was clearly in the right, his enemies somehow influenced the verdict, which went against him. Paracelsus was never a man to take insult lying down. He produced a remarkable stream of execration, in which the mildest epithets were "wormy, lousy sophists." It was contempt of court, and Paracelsus decided that the best way to stay out of jail was to leave Basel. His enemies rejoiced. They had always been certain that he would go too far. Like Cornelius Agrippa, Paracelsus was a split personality. His medical and scientific genius were beyond question. But he was also a showman. His manners were bouncy and vulgar, his clothes were usually creased and shabby, he was a fat, bald man who often became red in the face. Agrippa was born unlucky. Paracelsus made his own bad luck by losing his temper so easily. In Strasbourg he was asked to dispute with Vendelinus, a defender of Galen. Vendelinus was long-winded and pompous, but Paracelsus played into his bands by snorting, "I will not condescend to answer such rubbish," and stalking out. Naturally, Vendelinus's supporters asserted that he was unable to reply. Another instance, the Margrave of Baden was on the point of death from dysentery, which had completely exhausted him. Paracelsus gave him a potion which, he claimed, contained semi-precious stones ground to powder, and then put him to sleep with laudanum. The Margrave woke up feeling better. He was so delighted that he handed Paracelsus a jewel for payment. It was not a very valuable jewel, but princes are capable of meanness. Instead of taking it with simulated gratitude and allowing the Margrave to spread the story of the remarkable cure, Paracelsus lost his temper and declared that he usually sent in an account for his services, and that he was grossly insulted. Princes do not like being spoken to in that way. The natural result was that the Margrave decided that his own doctors were correct when they said that they had cured him before Paracelsus came on the scene, that there was not time for Paracelsus's remedies to work, and so on. Paracelsus wore the jewel around his neck as a reminder of the ingratitude of princes. He would have done better to forget it. His defender Frobenius was no longer alive to support him. He had died as a result of a stroke that came from ignoring Paracelsus's advice about overstraining his heart, but Paracelsus was blamed for his death. He left Basel, and became a wanderer for the rest of his life. His character did not improve. He brooded on his wrongs and tongue-lashed his opponents at every opportunity. He continued to drink too much, and dressed like a tramp. His indignation made him pour out manuscripts. but he found it difficult to persuade publishers to print them. Most of his works came out long after his death. For some reason he was refused admission to the town of Innsbruck. After 13 years of this kind of life, he was tired and discouraged, like Agrippa, whose last years had been just as harassed. The Prince Palatine, Archbishop Duke Ernst of Bavaria, invited him to come and stay in Salzburg. The Duke was a student of the occult. Paracelsus arrived in April 1541. It seemed to be a perfect haven, the place he had been searching for all his life. But the sudden relaxation after 14 years of hardship and insult was the worst thing that could have happened to him. He died in September, at the age of 48. One story claims that he was poisoned, another that he was pushed from the top of a cliff. The truth is probably that he was worn out. Paracelsus was greater than Cornelius Agrippa for only one reason: his deeper insight into the nature of the strange relation between body and mind. Man is not body. The heart, the spirit, is man. And this spirit is an entire star, out of which he is built. If therefore a man is perfect in his heart, nothing in the whole light of nature is hidden from him. The first step in the operation of these sciences is this: to beget the spirit from the inner firmament by means of the imagination. Again and again there is this insistence on the power of imagination. He distinguishes it clearly from fantasy, or mere daydreaming. Man is a small model of the universe, but seen as if in a mirror. Vast spaces stretch inside him, the inner firmament, and he identifies imagination with this inner firmament. In a state of imaginative inspiration, these inner spaces seem to open up, giving rise to a sense of freedom, of other realities. Some centuries later, Aldous Huxley was to recommend the use of psychedelic drugs to explore these inner spaces. Paracelsus knew nothing of such things, but he believed that the inner firmament has its fixed laws, like the firmament of the heavens, not merely laws but meanings. A law is something rigid and mechanical, a meaning is something put there. Man's problem is to grasp these meanings by means of intellect guided by imagination. Imagination is the explosive flare that lights up the inner spaces, revealing meaning. This is the inner core of truth in Paracelsus. The personality that enclosed it was coarse and egotistic. If Agrippa's chief fault was self-pity, Paracelsus's was self-assertion and anger. And this is to say that both possessed natural occult faculties, but neither approached the upper end of the spectrum, freedom from personality. Agrippa was moving closer to it towards the end of his life, with his increasing absorption in mysticism. But the times were not propitious. Europe was dominated by men of action: Luther, Charles V, Maximilian, and the thinker had to don the disguise of the charlatan to make his mark. Rabelais, Leonardo, and Michelangelo were more or less at home in it. Saint John of the Cross and Saint Teresa found refuge in religious orders. For Agrippa and Paracelsus, there was no refuge. It is necessary at this point to say something more about alchemy, although it is difficult to dispute the view that it is a pseudoscience, the crude forerunner of chemistry. But it cannot be entirely dismissed. Dalton suggested that matter is made up of small particles called atoms in 1808. But it was not until towards the end of the 19th century that scientists discovered ways to explore the atom. When they did, they made the discovery that all materials in the universe are made up of the same building bricks: protons and electrons, the proton being 1836 times heavier than the electron. An atom is like a small solar system. The sun at its center is made up of a block of protons and neutrons. A neutron is a particle that combines proton and electron, while the planets that circle in their orbits are the electrons. Each atom has the same number of protons as electrons, the protons being charged positively, the electrons negatively. And the difference between gold and silver is nothing to do with the amount of air, fire, or water in it, or with its azoth, but simply that gold has 79 protons in its center and 79 electrons circling round it, while silver has only 47 of each. Transmutation of the elements is taking place all the time. The element radium with an atomic number 88, the number of protons in its nucleus, neutrons don't count, give off radiation known as alpha or beta rays, until it turns into lead, with an atomic number 82, the same is true of all the other radioactive elements. By bombarding elements with streams of neutrons, physicists can sometimes knock off a few protons or electrons and turn one element into another. But this can only be done with elements that are very close together in atomic number. In theory, it should be just possible to change gold into mercury by adding one proton and electron to it, or transforming it into platinum by knocking off one proton and electron. Needless to say, this could only be done in such tiny quantities, and at such vast expense, that it is hardly a practical solution to the problem of the alchemists. It would seem, then, that we should be able to dismiss alchemy as pre-scientific chemistry, and leave it at that. And if we insist on sticking to a rationalist standpoint, there is no alternative. However, fairness compels us to admit that this would be the easy way out. As always in these occult matters, we come to the conclusion that they may be exceptions to the laws of nature. For example, the Dutch physician Helvetius, whose real name was Johann Friedrich Schweitzer, not to be confused with the famous French encyclopedist, Claude Adrien Helvetius (1715–1771), the skeptical author of On Man, wrote a circumstantial account of an encounter with an alchemist. Helvetius was a man of good reputation, who became physician to William of Orange, and historians of chemistry are generally agreed that he was above suspicion. If he was tricked, that is another matter, but no one has suggested how it could have been done. The 19th century historian of chemistry Hermann Koppe prefers to keep an open mind about the case. Helvetius's account is given additional weight because his own attitude to alchemy tended to be skeptical, and he would certainly have been indignant to be called an occultist. In his book of a transmutation he tells how a stranger came to his house on December 27, 1666, wanting to discuss the making of fireworks. He describes him as a small man with a plebeian accent from northern Holland and a pockmarked face. The stranger told Helvetius that he admired his treatise against the sympathetic powder of Sir Kenelm Digby, an accomplished cavalier, declared that his powder, iron sulfate, could cure a wound if it was placed on the bloody bandage, without being brought into contact with the wound, and asked Helvetius if he had ever come across the Grand Catholicon, the universal remedy for all ills. Helvetius said he hadn't. The stranger then asked him if he would recognize the philosopher's stone if he saw it, and produced an ivory box containing 3 small lumps of stone the color of sulfur. Helvetius begged for a little of it for remembrance, but the stranger declined. Helvetius managed to scrape off a grain of the stone with his nail, and later tried dropping it onto melted lead. The result was that almost the whole mass of lead flew away, and the remainder turned into a mere glassy earth. The stranger discoursed at length, on this first occasion, about the use of semi-precious stones to cure diseases. He also made a drink from warm rain water, laminated silver, and a white powder, which he and Helvetius shared, the result being that Helvetius felt pleasantly tipsy. The stranger declined to comment on the drink, but went on to describe how his master had taught him how to transmute lead into gold. On his second visit, 3 weeks later, the stranger took Helvetius for a country walk, and talked of the elixir of life and other matters. Helvetius tried to persuade him to stay at his house, but he was of so fixed and steadfast a spirit that all my efforts were frustrate. The stranger finally gave Helvetius a tiny crumb of the sulfur-colored metal. When Helvetius complained about the smallness of the amount, the stranger asked for it back, cut it in half, and threw the other half into the fire, saying that Helvetius still had enough for his purposes. Helvetius thereupon confessed what had happened when he stole a fragment of the stone on his nail, and showed the stranger, whom he calls Elias, the crucible. The stranger told him he should have wrapped it in wax before dropping it in, so it would not vaporize instantly on contact with the hot lead. So far, the story sounds like a confidence trick. The stranger goes away again and promises to return the next day, but he fails to do so, and never comes again. The natural sequel would be that Helvetius tries the fragment of philosopher's stone and nothing happens. In fact, I cut half an ounce, or 6 drams, of old lead, and put it into a crucible in the fire, which being melted, my wife put in the said medicine made up into a small pill or button, with presently such a hissing and bubbling in its perfect operation, that within a quarter of an hour, all the mass of lead was totally transmuted into the best and finest gold, which made us amazed as if planets struck. I could not sufficiently gaze upon this so admirable and precious work of nature, for this melted lead showed us the most rare and beautiful colors imaginable, yet, and the greenest color, which as soon as poured into an ingot, it got the lively fresh color of blood, and being cold, shined as the purest, most refined, and resplendent gold. A goldsmith confirmed that it was pure gold. Not content with relating these wonders, Helvetius goes on to declare that a quantity of this gold, mixed with silver and nitric acid, produced still more gold. In 1782, a young man named James Price inherited a large sum of money, and bought a country house at Stoke, near Guildford in Surrey. Later in the year he announced that he had discovered how to transmute metals, and asked a number of distinguished men to come and check his claim. A group that included Lord Onslow, Lord Palmerston, not the Prime Minister but his father, and Lord King watched him turn mercury into silver by heating it with a white powder, and mercury into gold by heating it with a red one. The ingots thus made were tested and found to be genuine and were shown to the King, George III. But Price said that he could not prepare more of his powders without damage to his health. The Royal Society pressed him very hard, and the resulting controversy seems to have unhinged his mind. He committed suicide by drinking cyanide in front of 3 members of the society who had been sent to examine his claims. The career of Alexander Seton, a Scottish alchemist, is perhaps the most startling of all. He lived in a seaside village near Edinburgh, perhaps Port Seton, and in 1601 was involved in rescuing Dutch mariners whose ship was wrecked nearby. In the following year, he went to see the pilot, James Hawson, at Enkhuizen, near Amsterdam. The friendship was a warm one, and Seton finally revealed to Hawson that he could manufacture gold, and proved it by making gold of a piece of lead by adding a powder. A little of this alchemical gold was given to a doctor named van der Linden, whose grandson, a historian of chemistry, relates the episode. Seton then proceeded to travel around Europe, and his next chronicler was a German professor from Strasbourg, Wolfgang Dienheim. Dienheim was a skeptic about alchemy. Seton invited him and Jacob Zwinger, a Swiss savant, to witness another exhibition of gold making by means of a lemon-yellow powder. Dienheim and Zwinger were convinced, and Dienheim wrote of the episode. In Strasbourg, Seton seems to have caused trouble to a goldsmith named Gussenhover. At all events, Gussenhover was presented with a quantity of powder by a stranger who made experiments at his house in Hirschborgen. Gussenhover proceeded to make gold. He demonstrated his abilities before the members of the city council, who were even allowed to carry out the experiment themselves. Unfortunately, these events came to the knowledge of Rudolf II, Emperor of Germany, whose seat was at Prague. Rudolf, an untalented king, was an avid occultist. He sent for Gussenhover and demanded the secret. Gussenhover told him he had used up all the powder. The king refused to be convinced, and Gussenhover, after an unsuccessful attempt to escape, spent the remainder of his life in jail. Seton spent the next year traveling around Europe. His mission seems to have been to convert skeptics to alchemy, and according to the stories contained in his life, he was entirely successful. In 1603 he married the daughter of a Munich burgher, eloping with her to Crossen, the seat of the Elector of Saxony. This proved to be a major error. The Elector asked for demonstrations of his skill, then asked for the secret. When Seton refused, he was tortured and kept in jail. A student named Michael Sendigovius contrived his escape. He had friends at court and was allowed to visit Seton. When the guards had been lulled by his frequent visits, Sendigovius managed to make them drunk one night, and escaped with Seton. Together with Seton's wife, they fled to Krakow. Seton declined to part with his secret, even to his rescuer, but when he died, worn out by his sufferings, a few months later, he left the remainder of his powder to Sendigovius. Sendigovius married Mrs. Seton, and had a highly successful career as an alchemist, dying in Parma at the age of 84, in 1646. He never discovered the secret, and when the powder was exhausted, became a charlatan. But in the financial sense he was in every way luckier than Sidon, and was given a country estate by King Sigismund of Poland. He published some of Sidon's works under his own name, and these works continued to be reprinted for the next 2 centuries. These accounts are harder to defend or explain than anything else in this book, and the temptation to dismiss them is very strong. Helvetius may have had a reputation as an honest man, but perhaps he also had a touch of the charlatan. Price's suicide makes it look as though he had used fraud to deceive his noble witnesses. I first came across his story in a popular volume called Unsolved Mysteries by Valentine Dial. I looked up James Price and J. M. Stillman's story of alchemy and early chemistry and could not find it, nor could I find any reference to Price in any other reference book. I concluded that Mr. Dial had found the story in some volume of doubtful authenticity. However, reading the book on alchemy by E. J. Holmyard, whose elementary chemistry is still one of the best school textbooks, I found an account that bears out Mr. Dial in most details, except his assertion that experienced chemists were allowed to examine the entire laboratory, etc. Holmyard states clearly that the various noble lords were untrained in science. But there is no reason to suppose they were not watching the whole process closely. As to the life of Sidon and Sendigovius, its sources are hardly as authentic as that of Helvetius, and no skeptic would have difficulty pulling it apart. Assuming that we are not disposed to pull it apart, what explanation can be offered? The account of Sidon's life given by Lewis Spence in his Dictionary of Occultism, which paraphrases the life of Sidon, declares that Sidon refused to give Sendigovius his secret because it was impossible to him as an adept to reveal the terms of the awful mystery. That is to say, it was not purely a matter of chemical preparation, but of magic. And magic, I have suggested, depends basically upon the summoning of spirits by natural mediumship. If we can accept that spirits, or some other strange power, perhaps mental, caused Daniel Douglas Home to float in and out of windows, allowed him to handle red-hot coals, and prevented objects from slipping off tilted tables, it is perhaps not a great step to believe that, for a different type of medium, they might convert mercury into gold. It is worth bearing in mind that the psychologist Jung regarded alchemy as the predecessor of modern psychology rather than of chemistry. And in the autobiographical memories, dreams, reflections he makes it clear that he regarded the discovery of alchemy as one of the greatest intellectual adventures of his life, one that was heralded by a whole series of premonitory dreams. He admits that when he first attempted to read a 16th century alchemical treatise, his first reaction was, "Good Lord, what nonsense! This stuff is impossible to understand." But gradually he came to realize that he had stumbled upon the historical counterpart of his psychology of the unconscious. Over 10 years of close study, he came to see that alchemy is a great deal more than an attempt to make gold. It is an attempt to penetrate the mystery itself, the mystery Jung came to identify with the unconscious, and to discover the laws of the secret working of the universe. Alchemy was the distinctive form taken by magic in the 17th century. The philosopher's stone it sought was nothing less than man's ultimate control over death. In modern terminology, we might say that it was man's attempt to learn to make contact, at will, with the source of power, meaning and purpose in the depths of the mind, to overcome the dualities and ambiguities of everyday consciousness. It would be missing the point to say simply that Jung regarded alchemy as a symbolic form of psychology, in which the manufacture of gold becomes a symbol of the transformation of the personality through the merging and blending together of the noble and base elements, the conscious and the unconscious, although this phrase is Jung's own. He would hardly have spent a decade studying this subject unless he felt that it had something important to teach him. Alchemy, Jung believed, was less concerned with chemical processes than with psychic processes, the transformation of the personality. All men have certain moments in which they feel like gods or supermen, as when Nietzsche described himself as feeling 6,000 feet above men and time. A divine secret slumbers in matter. In attempting to liberate it, says Jung, man takes upon himself something of the role of redeemer. This feeling, of the significance hidden behind the changing face of matter, is obviously close to David Foster's information universe, a concept that Jung would have appreciated. The secret sought by the alchemists was, according to Jung, the secret of the transmutation of consciousness into the godlike state, ultimate individuation. He associated it also with the aim of the yogis, and it is significant that unusual powers over matter are regarded by Hindus as a natural byproduct of the spiritual transformation of the yogi, as with the alchemists. Jung's view of alchemy is certainly the profoundest that has appeared in the 20th century, and his essays on the subject are among the most fascinating, and convincing, that he ever wrote. It is now no longer possible for an intelligent person to dismiss alchemy entirely as the product of superstition and ignorance. And what of that much maligned subject, astrology? Here the objectors seem to have an irrefutable case. The ancients based their calculations upon the assumption that there are 7 planets: Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, the Moon, and the Sunday. They included the Moon and the Sun, but were unaware that the Earth is a planet. They were also unaware, of course, of the existence of Uranus, Neptune, Pluto, and the asteroids, those fragments of a planet that exploded between Mars and Jupiter. One might add that the existence of this lost planet was predicted by Bode's law, after which a careful search revealed its fragments, surely a conclusive demonstration of the superiority of the laws of science over those of astrology. How can one take seriously a science that declares that Mars exerts a warlike influence because the planet happened to be named after the Roman god of war? But the case for astrology is stronger than its looks. If we admit the existence of some form of prevision or second sight, then we are accepting that certain human beings possess unusual powers of intuition, even of intuiting the future. This whole question of the nature of time will be discussed in the final chapter. Any psychiatrist will confirm that many people are affected by the full moon, and that there is nothing in modern psychiatric or medical theory to account for this. If the moon can affect us, then why not the other planets? As to the objection that the astrological characteristics of a planet are derived arbitrarily from mythology, the astrologers would deny it flatly. The planets were named after various gods and goddesses because their influences had been observed to correspond. Venus was named after the love goddess because she was observed to exert an influence in matters of love. In this way, Mars came to be named for warlike influences, Mercury for intelligence and ability, the winged messenger of the gods, Jupiter for the fatherly qualities, protectiveness, good humor, love of order, Saturn for evil and failure, the Sun for creativeness, the Moon for imagination, poetry, and the other qualities of the white goddess. The Moon is also associated with instability and change, hence lunatics. Astrology, then, is based upon the same system of lunar knowledge as the I Ching, the tree alphabet and the Kabbalah, and it is no more an exact science than palmistry. Like palmistry, it depends upon an almost mediumistic faculty. In his remarkable book Urania's Children, Elie Howe describes his own teacher in astrology, Mrs. Phyllis Naylor, and goes on, "The mathematical side was easily learned, but I could not catch Mrs. Naylor's skill in describing the psychological characteristics of the people, whom I knew well, whose horoscopes I had produced for her inspection. She had no idea of their identity." Howe goes on to tell how he was challenged by a professional astrologer to describe what had happened to him on 2 particular days of his life, a challenge no other astrologer had been able to meet. Using the Hamburg system, Howe succeeded so well that the astrologer gave him a testimonial admitting that had I not known otherwise, prior knowledge might have been suspected. And this, most astrologers would agree, is the essence of astrology, not a complicated mathematical system or a system of beliefs, but a knack, like water divining, of seeing the connections between character and planetary influences. As with mediumship and divining, we can only say that it does work, and that no one has the least idea why. It is a lunar system, and refuses to conform to the methods of ordinary science. Elie Howe's book is largely devoted to Karl Ernst Kraft, 1900 to 1945, an astrologer who attempted to prove astrology statistically by studying thousands of horoscopes of well-known men, and demonstrating that the major events of their lives and the exact dates of their deaths could be predicted from their natal horoscope. His vast treatise on astrobiology, 1939, is crammed with facts and figures, and looks as impressive as a government blue book. Mr. Howe's conclusion is that although it certainly does not read like the work of a madman, it has no scientific importance whatever. And yet Kraft was a highly talented astrologer. On November 2, 1939, he sent a letter to a Nazi intelligence chief predicting that Hitler's life would be in danger from an explosive between the 7th and 10th of November. On the 9th, there was a bomb attempt on Hitler's life in the Burger Brau beer hall in Munich that killed 7 people and wounded 63. Kraft himself was eventually a victim of Hitler's purge against astrologers, who were supposed to have influenced Hesse's flight to England, and died en route to Buchenwald in January 1945. The Hermetic century produced 3 men whose names have become almost synonymous with magic: Agrippa, Paracelsus, and Nostradamus. None of them were magicians. But of the 3, Nostradamus has the greatest claim to occult powers. Michael Nostradamus was born at Saint-Rémy, in France, in the year 1503, of Jewish Christian parents. His grandfathers on both sides were physicians and astrologers to good King René of Anjou, who lived at Aix, in Provence. Michael's father was a notary. His maternal grandfather, being out of a job after the death of King René, devoted himself to the education of his talented grandson, and Michael learned Greek, Latin, Hebrew, medicine and astrology. When this grandfather died, the other one took over Michael's education. It was decided that he should become a physician, and he was sent to study at the university at Montpellier. He passed his exams without difficulty. And no sooner was he qualified than plague broke out in Provence, and he was able to demonstrate his medical skill. It proved to be as remarkable as that of Paracelsus. He was a born healer. And he seemed unafraid of the plague that killed the townspeople of Montpellier by the hundreds. From 1525 until 1529 he traveled around, helping to combat the plague, and on his return to Montpellier, finally received the doctor's degree that he had earned 4 years before. For the next 2 years he practiced and taught in Montpellier, then he set out again on his travels. Unlike Agrippa and Paracelsus, Nostradamus was not a flamboyant personality. There was an instinct in him, derived from generations of persecuted Jews, for bowing to the storm and keeping himself in the background. For this reason, he gained more material success than either of his remarkable contemporaries. He settled in the town of Agen, and became a close friend of Scaliger, one of the most famous scholars in Europe. There he decided to marry. His practice prospered. Then the plague broke out again, and killed his wife and 2 children. He moved on again. Accusations of heresy followed him, for he had been rash enough to quote the commandment about brazen images when watching workmen casting a statue of the Virgin. There followed 8 years of wandering. It seems to be a tradition among magicians of the 16th century. It was now that his odd powers began to operate. He began to get flashes of second sight. In Italy he saw a young man named Felix Peretti, a swineherd who had become a monk. Nostradamus is said to have fallen on his knees and hailed Peretti as His Holiness. It was after the death of Nostradamus that Peretti became Pope Sixtus V. Another story concerns a Seigneur de Florenville, with whom Nostradamus was lodging, who asked Nostradamus to prophesy what would happen to 2 piglets in the farmyard. Nostradamus replied that a wolf would eat the white one and they would eat the black one. The Seigneur ordered his cook to kill the white one for supper that evening. But as the pig lay in the kitchen, ready for roasting, a young wolf cub kept as a pet began to make a meal of it. The cook killed the other pig and served it at supper. As they ate supper, de Florenville told Nostradamus that he had disproved his prophecy about the pigs. Nostradamus contradicted him and the cook was sent for. Under the stern eye of his master the cook admitted what had happened. The skeptical Florenville was convinced. In 1544 Nostradamus was again called upon to fight the plague, this time in Marseilles. In November, floods cut off Saint-Rémy, and bodies of men and animals spread the plague still further. In 1546, he went to Aix-en-Provence to fight the plague. It is almost impossible for us nowadays to conceive of the horrors that were commonplace in the Middle Ages and after. The city of Aix was almost deserted, the gates were closed, the streets full of unburied corpses, the churches empty, the law courts and parliament inoperative. What Nostradamus could do in a situation like this is not clear, although it is certain that he understood the importance of disinfectant and fresh air. It must be remembered that it was not until the 19th century that doctors understood about germs. Before that, a doctor who had just dressed a septic wound might go on to deliver a baby without bothering to wash his hands. At all events, he did so well that he was voted a pension. He went on to Ceylon and performed the same services there. And in 1547 he decided to settle in Ceylon. He married again, bought a house, and spent the remainder of his life, 19 years, practicing medicine and writing his prophecies. He married a widow, and they moved into a house in a narrow, dark street. A spiral staircase led up to the top floor room that Nostradamus made into a study. From there he could look out over the narrow roofs of the town, which was dominated by the old castle built on a steep rock. In this setting he worked peacefully, and built up a European reputation as a mage and prophet. A student and disciple, Jean de Chavigny, moved into the house, and became Nostradamus's biographer. 8 years after moving to Ceylon, Nostradamus published the first edition of his prophecies, which he called Centuries because the prophecies, each contained in 4-line stanzas, were printed in lots of 100. The stanzas are extremely obscure. Moreover, they are not printed in any kind of order. Nostradamus was afraid of being accused of witchcraft. If his harmless comment about the statue of the Virgin could be construed as heresy, what might happen when he prophesied the rise and fall of kings and popes? Nostradamus leaned over backwards to explain that he was in no sense an occultist, telling his son, then only a few months old, in the preface that he had burnt all his books on magic in case they might be abused by seekers after power. But James Laver, the author of one of the best books on Nostradamus, states his conviction that Nostradamus used magical methods for his divinations. Certainly the quatrains are odd enough. What could make a man sit down and produce hundreds of stanzas like this? Best's farouches de fame fleuves traîner. Plus part du champ encore hista sira. En cage de fer le grand fer Treisner. Quand rien enfant de Germain observera. Hunger-maddened beasts will make the streams tremble, most of the land will be under Hister, in a cage of iron the great one will be dragged, when the child of Germany observes nothing. Did Nostradamus know what he meant by Hister, or was it a name that simply came to him, as it were? Since the Second World War, there has been a tendency to assume that Hister means Hitler. James Laver believes that the child of Germany observes nothing means that he observes no laws of decency in combat, which certainly fits Hitler. On the other hand, Robert Graves is of the opinion that Hister means the Danube, Ister. He was concerned about Venice, which was in a very low condition in Nostradamus's youth, but made a glorious recovery at Lepanto. Letter to the author, December 4, 1969. Graves' interpretation seems to me the more likely, particularly since, in another stanza, Nostradamus mentions the Rhine and Hister, obviously referring to two rivers. En lu bien proche non es loin de Venus, les deux plus grands de l'Asie et d'Afrique, du Rhin et Hister chuan dira sunt Venus. Chris plurs a Malta et cost like us to key. In a place not far from Venus the two greatest ones of Asia and Africa, of the Rhine and Hister will be said to come, cries and tears at Malta and on the coast of Liguria. The third Hister stanza says, La liberté en sera recouvrie, elle occupe un noir, fear, villain, inique, quand la médière du pont sera ouvrie de Hister, Venice fasci la République. Liberty will not be recovered, it will be occupied by one who is black, proud, low-born, and iniquitous. When the matter of the bridge is open, of Hister, Venice is greatly annoyed at the Republic. Laver interprets these as follows. He admits he does not know what is meant about the place not far from Venus, but suggests that the two greatest of Asia and Africa means Japan and Mussolini, who had invaded Abyssinia, Durin et Histamines of the Rhine and Hitler, all referring to the Axis Pact, and that the last line refers to the bombing of Malta and Genoa. The second stanza says that liberty will not be recovered, the proud, dark wicked man, Hitler, will occupy it. The bridge refers to the Pope, Pontifex Maximus. Pontifex is a bridge, and these lines refer to the Concordat between Mussolini and the Vatican in 1928. The Republic of France is displeased. Graves suggests a simpler interpretation. The place not far from Venus is a place not far from Venice. The bridge referred to is a bridge across the Danube, Ister, i.e. interference in Italy and the south, Malta, by Charles V of Austria when he became Charles I of Spain. The republic that is greatly annoyed is Venice. If the same stanzas can be interpreted as referring to both the 16th and the 20th centuries, it may be felt that Nostradamus's prophecies are somewhat lacking in definiteness. This is certainly true when one considers individual prophecies, but it must be admitted that he is altogether more impressive when one considers the number of hits in his whole output. Lever acknowledged that he began to be impressed when he read Du nuict viendra par in forest de Rains, du pars, vault orte, hern la pierre blanche, le moine noir en gris de don Varenus. Es le cap cause tempeste, fou, sang, tranche. By night will come through the forest of rains two married persons, by a tortuous valley circuitous route, hern the white stone, the black monk in grey into Varenus, elected caput, causes tempest, fire, blood, and cutting. Varenus only appears once in French history, and this stanza may therefore be regarded as a test case. It is connected with the attempted flight of Louis XVI of France and his wife, Marie Antoinette, after the French Revolution. On June 20, 1791, the king and queen disguised themselves and fled, escaping by way of the queen's apartment, the king in grey, the queen in white. They were recognized by the postmaster of Chalons, and as a consequence, arrested at Varenus. They spent the night at the shop of a grocer named Sauce, and then were returned to Paris, where in due course both were beheaded. Trancher, to slice, is used for beheading. Louis was of a monkish temperament, and he was an elected king because he was the first French king to hold the title by will of the Constituent Assembly rather than by divine right. There are too many hits in these four lines for them to be dismissed as chance. Two people, one in white, one in grey, coming to Varenus by a devious route, then tempest, fire, blood, and tranche, which, as Lever observes, sounds like the thud of the guillotine. There are also a few misses, or at least, unexplainable phrases and words. There is no forest of rains, even though Charles A. Ward, in his book on Nostradamus, assures us that this is what the road to Varenus is called. But it is strange that he should speak of rains, queens, when a queen is involved in the incident. One edition of Nostradamus, Le Pelletier, Prince Forest S. Fours, Latin for door. They escaped by the queen's door. And it is true that Nostradamus mixes Latin and French as he feels inclined. What of Hern the White Stone? This is supposed to be one of the epithets applied to Marie Antoinette. Lever says Hern is an anagram of queen, rains. Tempest, fire, and blood is an apt description of the reign of terror. In another quatrain, Nostradamus refers to a mitred husband, using the word part, as he used du pars above for a married couple, and speaks of a trader called Narbonne and a seller of oil called Sauce. Sauce, as already mentioned, was the grocer in whose house the king and queen were confined at Varenus, while the Count of Narbonne was a traitor, a minister of the king's who intrigued with the rebels. If all this sounds amazing, it should be borne in mind that it is not unique. Lever quotes Meister Tuttle of Autun, an astrologer who lived at the same time as Nostradamus, as actually mentioning 1789 as the year of great and remarkable changes and altercations, and upheavals regarding sex and the law, and adding that this period will last for 25 years, which takes us to 1814, the year of Napoleon's downfall. And another astrologer, Richard Rousset, published in 1550, 5 years before Nostradamus's Centuries, a book, on the changes in the times, in which he quotes the passage from Tull, proving its authenticity, and giving a date 243 years from the time he wrote the book, i.e. 1792, as the date of the future renovation of the world. Although the revolution started in 1789, the revolutionary calendar was inaugurated in 1792. And Jean Muller's Liber Mirabilis, published in 1524, gives 1788 as the date of immense changes that will bring sad destinies. All the empires of the universe will be overthrown and everywhere there will be great mourning. Admittedly, his way of writing 1788 is as follows: when 1,000 years have been accomplished after the Virgin gave birth, and when 700 more years have passed, the 88th year will be very astonishing, etc. But the date specified is quite definite. Nostradamus speaks of the vulgar advent, in his preface addressed to his son, and gives an approximate date in the mid-1700s. On the whole, Nostradamus's prophecies concerning the revolution, the execution of the king and queen, and the rise of Napoleon, are the most impressive and convincing examples of his power of prevision. This is not surprising. Nostradamus was a Frenchman. The majority of his prophecies concern French history. The revolution was the major event in French history. It is logical that he should devote more space to it than to lesser events. Reading straight through the prophecies, it is hard not to feel a kind of awe. There are simply too many things that coincide. If one comes upon a stanza that mentions the Republic, reds and whites, and speaks of a torrent full of litter, it is reasonable to suppose that he is referring to the Republic established by the Revolution, to the Republicans and Royalists, who were called Reds and Whites, and to the torrent of the Revolution. Quand la lectière du tourbillon versé, et serrant faces de leurs manteaux couverts, la République par gens nouveaux vexés, leurs blancs et rouges jugeront à l'envers. When the litter of the whirlpool is poured out, and their faces shall be covered by their cloaks, the cloak of legality under which the horrors were perpetrated, the Republic will be vexed by new men, and their reds and whites shall hold opposite opinions about one another. It may be well to remind readers briefly of the course of the French Revolution. In many respects it resembles the Russian Revolution of 1917. The king was a fool, his queen, Marie Antoinette, a spendthrift and a snob. At a time when the king should have been making concessions to the common people, she wanted to prevent anyone but an aristocrat being an officer in the army or a member of the government. But her extravagance brought the country to a point where it was necessary to levy new taxes on the landowners, and the landowners protested so loudly that the king had to agree to set up a kind of parliament made up of nobles, clergy, and the third estate, the commoners. When this parliament showed signs of wanting to curtail the king's freedom, he tried to disband it, then to get his soldiers to scatter the rebellious commons by force. The soldiers refused, and the king had to climb down and grant the concessions. He moved foreign troops to Paris and prepared to break his promises. At this, the people revolted, and the result was national bloodshed, peasants burning the houses of the landowners and murdering their families. But the king remained safe. The National Assembly began the work of reforming the law. And everything might have blown over quietly if the king had not made his foolish attempt to escape. For everyone knew that he intended to rejoin his loyal troops in the east and crush the revolution. His capture was the turning point, and the turning point in French history. At this juncture the new men arose to vex the Republic. Their names were Robespierre, Danton, and Marat, the Jacobins, redder than the Reds. And when France became embroiled in a war with Austria and Prussia, and the Prussian Duke of Brunswick announced he meant to restore full powers to the French king, it was the end of Louis. The mob took over. All gentlefolk were arrested, then mobs invaded the prisons and thrust them out, one by one, to be massacred by the crowds outside. The Duke of Brunswick changed his mind after a minor battle at Valmy, and retreated. The Republic was proclaimed, the king and queen tried and executed. France declared war on England and set out to make Europe republican. In Paris the guillotine rose and fell with a monotonous thud. Robespierre took over after the murder of Marat by Charlotte Corday. The chemist Lavoisier and the poet André Chenier were guillotined for being aristocrats, moderate Reds, Girondins, were guillotined for being moderate. Danton himself was guillotined for objecting to the bloodshed. Robespierre became a Stalin who inaugurated purge after purge. Finally, when he hinted at another massive purge, the assembly turned on him and arrested him and his followers. His supporters in the Hotel de Ville rescued him. His enemies surrounded the hotel. Some of Robespierre's companions tried to leap out of the windows and injured themselves horribly on the railings. Robespierre himself had his lower jaw shot off, and went to the guillotine after 17 hours of agony, his face wrapped roughly in a dirty bandage. The revolution was completed. The stage was set for the rise of Napoleon. In the light of this history, Nostradamus's number of hits can be seen more clearly. One of the earliest acts of the revolution was to replace the provinces of France, Normandy, Burgundy and so on, with departments. Faut exposer viendre topographie. Serent les cruches des nommements ouverts, polluler soct, Sainte Philosophie. Pour blanches noirs, et pour antiques verts. Topography will be falsified, urns and monuments shall be opened, sects swarm, religious philosophy, for white, black, new unripe things green replace the antique. The burial place of French kings at Saint Denis was violated and their ashes scattered. Observe that Nostradamus writes nommements instead of monuments, another example of his curious anagrams. Sects certainly pullulated. Laver thinks that Saint Philosophie means that the rationalistic philosophy of Voltaire will replace religion. But on the contrary, the rationalist Hébert and his party were guillotined, and Robespierre preached like a religious maniac. So Saint Philosophie probably means precisely that. The French clergy were legislated out of existence, and their money and goods used to finance a new currency. Loss. Chouan vers un grand peuple tourmenté, et in loi saint and total ruin. Par autre lois tout la crescient. Quant d'or d'argent trouvé nouvelle mine. That is an exceptionally clear quatrain, the great people tormented, holy law in total ruin, all Christianity under other laws, when a new gold and silver mine is found, the goods of the clergy. D'esprit de regni munies mes descries. Et serent peuples esmus center leur roi. Paix, Saint Nouveau, Saint Loya Empires, rapes en fut en si trace der arroy. The ramparts munies mes, Latin munimen shall be decried, people shall rise against their anointed king esmus instead of esletu, peace, a new saint, sacred laws made worse, Paris rapes, another anagram was never in a worse state. The peace that comes after the people have risen against their king was the breathing space, when it looked as if all might return to normal again. The new saint is probably Robespierre, with his ranting against atheists, and his festival of the Supreme Being celebrated by his order in June 1794. A soustenir la grande cap troublie, pour l'esclair sur les rouges marchiront, de mort famille sera presque accomplie, les rouges and rouges amarant. The grand cap troublie means the troubled king. Nostradamus always refers to the king as caput or cap, with a full stop after it. The Reds march to sustain him, the Girondins, the moderate Reds. By death his family will be almost wiped out, the Reds will destroy the Reds. I personally find this last line one of the most convincing in Nostradamus. Les rouges and rouges amarant. No better brief summary of the course of the revolution could be made. It would be supererogatory to go on quoting the dozen remaining stanzas that seem to refer clearly to the revolution. They can be found in Laver's book, or in Charles Ward's Oracles of Nostradamus. But there is one that I cannot resist quoting. Des principaux de cette rebellie, qui gendront pour liberté revoir. Des rancher masses, infelis mesli, cries, hurlements anants petioux faire. Of the principal citizens of the rebellious city, who tried to recover liberty, masses beheaded, unhappy melee, cries, howls at Nantes pitiful to see. Many cities of France were shocked by the brutality of the Jacobins in Paris, and rebelled in the name of a moderate republicanism. Lyons executed its Jacobin leader to defy Paris. Nantes also attempted to throw off the yoke of Paris. So did Marseilles and Bordeaux. In due course, all paid very heavily for their boldness. But Nance was unfortunate in falling under the domination of a madman named Carrier. He seems to have been literally insane. He talked droolingly of blood. He had fits during which he rolled on the floor and yapped and howled like a dog. His task, to punish Nance, was a sadist's delight, and he extracted every drop of pleasure from it. He hated children, they are all whelps, and had 500 of them taken to the meadows outside the town and slaughtered, shot down, then clubbed. He found the guillotine too slow to kill off the rebels, and he may have felt worried that his execution of children might cause a revolt against him. Some of the victims were so small that their necks would not reach across the block, and the blade sliced their heads in two. Then the executioner himself died of horror after executing 4 young sisters. Carrier devised a new method, noyades, drowning. A barge filled with prisoners was hauled into the middle of the river, then a hole staved in its bottom. Men with hatchets waited until the last moment to make sure no one managed to free his hands and scramble out of the hold. A barge or raft would hold more than 100 at a time. The sexual basis of these outrages is proved by another of Carrier's innovations, Republican marriages, in which a naked man and woman were tied together face to face and then drowned together. Swinburne wrote a sensual poem about it, but it is doubtful if the couple experienced much sexual stimulation. One man did escape, a poultry dealer named Gustave Leroy, by managing to cling to the bottom of a barge that stuck on a sandbank. When Robespierre fell, Carrier was put on trial, and Leroy told of how he had been one of 105 people to be towed out in a barge. One of them had asked a guard for a drink of water, and wondered why the guards roared with laughter. Carrier and his fellow butchers were guillotined. In the face of all this, it is difficult to see how the stanza about the principal citizens of rebellious Nantes, who tried to recover freedom and who were beheaded, can refer to any episode but this. Even the unhappy melees, or mixtures, sounds like the Republican marriages. It would admittedly be even more convincing if he had referred to the drownings, but in another stanza, he speaks of the horrors of the revolution as being fire, water, iron, and rope, and says those who engineered these things shall die by them. He ends with the astonishing line, except one who will spread ruin throughout the world, Napoleon. Considering that all the things he foretold were in the future, it seems strange that Nostradamus's obscure stanzas aroused any interest during his lifetime. In fact, they made him immediately famous. They are, in any case, so full of prophecies of fire, plague, blood and torment that they no doubt satisfied the universal desire to hear about catastrophe. The Queen of France in 1555 was Catherine de' Medici, who was an enthusiastic student of the occult. She had good reason to be. A remarkable prophet named Luke Gauric or Gauricus had foretold the death of her husband, Henry II, in a duel. And Gauric's fame as a prophet was as great as that of the younger Nostradamus. Gauric worked by the stars, but there seems to be no doubt that he possessed occult gifts of the same type as Peter Hercoses in our own time. He cast the horoscope of Giovanni de' Medici, son of the great Lorenzo, and foretold correctly that he would become pope. Giovanni became Leo X, the pope with whom Luther clashed. In Scotland, Gauric told the Archbishop of St. Andrews that he would die on the scaffold, as he did, victim of Protestant enemies. On another occasion, his frankness brought unpleasant consequences. He told Giovanni Bentivoglio, tyrant of Bologna, that he would die in exile. The tyrant ordered 5 drops on the strappado, a form of torture in which the victim's hands were tied behind him, and then the victim was hoisted into the air on a pulley and allowed to drop. Before he reached the floor, the rope was jerked upward again, which usually had the effect of dislocating the shoulders. It took Gauric some years to recover, but he had the satisfaction of seeing Pope Julius II drive the tyrant out of Bologna in accord with his prophecy. He even prophesied the exact date of the death of Pope Paul III, November 20, 1549. Gauric had made a double prophecy concerning Henry II of France. First of all, he predicted that he would witness a duel when he came to the throne. The duel took place between Guy Savo Jarnac and François La Chataignerie in 1547, and the king was present to see Shaitanrai killed. The second part of the prophecy was that the king himself would die as a result of a duel. This seemed unlikely enough, but Catherine de' Medici decided to double-check with the new prophet of Ceylon. Nostradamus went to Paris and impressed Catherine, although there is no record of what passed between them. Nostradamus had already foretold the manner of the king's death in the centuries. Le lion jeune le vieux sur mon terre. En champ bella qui par singulier duel. Dans cage d'or la yule week rivera. Du classes un, plus mourir, mort cruel. The young lion shall overcome the old, in the field of war in single fight, in a cage of gold he will pierce his eyes, 2 wounds 1, then die a cruel death. In 1559, the 2 daughters of Henry II married, one to Philip of Spain, one to the Duke of Savoy. Henry took part in the tournament held in celebration, forgetting, apparently, the prophecy about a duel. When he was jesting with the young Gabriel, Comte de Montgomery, Henry's eyeball was accidentally pierced by the shattered stump of his opponent's lance, which penetrated the gilt visor of his helmet, the cage of gold. It took him 10 days to die, certainly a cruel death. Corys had to escape to England to escape the Queen's wrath. The phrase "du classes un" is obscure. Laver believes it to refer to a splinter of the lance that penetrated the king's throat, while Ward translates it the first of 2 loppings, assuming class to be the Greek klassis, lopping, un as the Latin una, first, the second lopping referring to the murder of his son Henry III by the monk Jacques Clement. Another stanza seems to refer to Catherine herself. La dame solo regni di Marais. De unique estine premier olic d'honneur, September ans sira de dollar esplorer. Plus long vio regni par grand hewer. The lady shall remain to rule alone, her unique spouse dead on the field of honor, after mourning 7 long years, she will live and reign long. Catherine mourned her husband for 7 years, and lived and reigned for another 30 years, or at least, played an extremely active part in the affairs of France. Henry II was succeeded by Francis II, a sickly youth, whose horoscope Nostradamus had cast at the request of the king. Nostradamus has a stanza that declares that the eldest son of the widow shall die before he reaches the age of 18, his next eldest brother will be affianced even younger. Francis died of blood poisoning 6 weeks before his 18th birthday. His neurotic brother, Charles IX, only 10 at the time, was affianced to Elizabeth of Austria at 11. In his 14th year the king paid a visit to Nostradamus at Ceylon, accompanied, of course, by his mother. Catherine asked Nostradamus to draw up a horoscope of her younger son, the Duke of Anjou, and Nostradamus told her he would succeed to the throne. But he was even more interested in young Henry of Navarre, who was also in the royal train. He asked to see him naked, but the boy was afraid he was going to be beaten, and refused. Nostradamus went into his bedchamber early the next morning and examined him. He stated that Henry would one day become king. This makes it seem clear that Nostradamus's predictions, or some of them, were not based on astrology, but upon some kind of intuition or second sight. He may have wanted to examine marks on the boy's body, the record does not specify. In fact, Charles IX, the king responsible for the massacre of St. Bartholomew, died of tuberculosis in his mid-20s. Henry III, who succeeded him, was stabbed by the monk Jacques Clement, as he sat in the lavatory. Henry of Navarre, a Protestant, succeeded to the throne. All this is foretold with some precision in Nostradamus. The massacre of the Huguenots, Protestants, on the eve of St. Bartholomew, is also foretold by Nostradamus. Le noir farouche quant aura essa. Essa main sanguine par feu, arcs tendus, trace tu le peuple sera tant effray. Voir les plus grands par colet tendu. Noir is Nostradamus's usual anagram for roi, king. Charles was certainly a ferocious king. He insisted on disemboweling the game himself when out hunting, and had a curious habit of blowing out the brains of any pigs or donkeys he met with. During the massacre, he was leaning out of the window of the Louvre with an arquebus shouting "Kill! Kill!" The ferocious king, when he has tried out his hand with fire, iron, arquebus, all the people will be afraid to see the greatest man hung by his neck and feet. Admiral Coligny, leader of the Huguenots, was the chief target of the massacre. Catherine had persuaded her son that he must be killed, and Charles finally shouted hysterically, "All right, but kill every other Huguenot in France at the same time." Coligny was dragged through Paris and hanged upside down from a gibbet. It is interesting to speculate whether this might have had anything to do with the hanging man card in the tarot, but the dates make it unlikely. Nostradamus's health began to break down, in his 60s. His gout changed to dropsy. He foretold his own death with his usual precision. De retour d'ambassade, don de roi miss au loup, plus en fera, sira à la adieu. Parents plus croche, Amos, frères du sang, trouvé tout mort pres du licht et du bank. On his return from his embassy, the king's gift put in its place, he will do no more, being gone to God, by close relations, friends, blood brothers, he will be found near the bed and bench. Nostradamus had been sent to Alls as the representative of Ceylon. On his return, he was found dead near the bed, lying on the bench he used to hoist himself into bed. He was buried upright in the wall of the Church of the Cordeliers, at his own request. The centuries have continued to be studied ever since. One of its most disquieting prophecies declares, like the great king of the Anglemois the year 1999, 7th month. The great king of terror will descend from the sky. At this time, Mars will reign for the good cause. Some take this to mean the end of the world, while others think it may mean an invasion from outer space. The Grand Roi d'Ifrère sounds unpleasantly like a hydrogen bomb. The great king of the Anglemois is almost certainly Genghis Khan. Anglemois is another of Nostradamus's anagrams for Mongolians. Perhaps he is warning against the yellow peril. Laver is of the opinion that Nostradamus may be following a notion familiar in the Middle Ages that the world would last 7,000 years. It was assumed to have been created 4000 BC. Archbishop Usher gives the date as 4004 BC, based on a careful calculation of all the ages given in the Bible. The millennium is the last 1,000 years of the Earth's existence, so Nostradamus may have calculated July 1999 as the beginning of the end, rather than the end. It may be worth the while of world statesmen to make special efforts for peace in mid-1999. Chapter 5. Adepts and Impostors. After the great 16th century, there is a falling off in the quality of magic. The reason is anybody's guess. All things go in cycles. There are great ages of poetry, of painting, of music, of science. In the year Cornelius Agrippa was born, there appeared a book called The Hammer of Witches, Malleus Maleficarum, by two Dominicans, Jacob Sprenger, 1436–1495, and Heinrich Kramer, 1430–1505, which Russell Hope Robbins calls the most important and most sinister work on demonology ever written. The authors were, respectively, Dean of Cologne University and Prior of a monastery. The book went into 16 German editions, 11 French, 2 Italian and at least 6 English. Dr. Faust, who became such an interesting hero of legend, lived at the beginning of the century, for Trithemius mentions him contemptuously in a letter written in 1507. Faust was to replace Theophilus in the public imagination, but where Theophilus had been a poor creature who sold his soul to the devil in a fit of despair, Faust was the satanic hero, twisting his mustaches and committing mischievous villainies. Theophilus captured the imagination of 6 centuries because the idea of traffic with the devil was so terrifying. The 16th century found it rather piquant, rather exciting. Faust aroused a kind of secret admiration. What was happening, as we can now see, in retrospect, was that the church was losing its grip. The human imagination was growing up, the age of science was approaching. An intelligent, cultured country gentleman named Reginald Scott wrote The Discovery of Witchcraft in the 1580s. He took the point of view of a thoroughgoing skeptic who declared that all spiritualistic manifestations were artful impostures and that witches were an invention of the Inquisition. Some of his anecdotes are ribald and delightful, as, For example, the story of a young man who was unfortunate enough to lose his sexual member while fornicating. He went to a witch, who told him she knew of a tree in which there was a nest full of spare penises. And being in the top of the tree, he took out a mighty great one and showed the same to her, asking her if he might have the same. Nay, quoth she, that is our parish priest's tool, but take any other thou wilt. The nest, apparently, contained 20 or 30 tools, lying in provender, undoubtedly oats, upon which they fed. These are no jests, Scott says seriously, for they be written by judges. King James I called the book damnable, and wrote his demonology to refute it, but even with a king's name to recommend it, the book never achieved the popularity of Scott's work. Scott was mistaken in his belief that all spiritualistic manifestations are due to fraud or to mental disturbance on the part of the witnesses. But after so many centuries of total credulity, it was a healthy sign. As to King James, he had been converted to a belief in witches by the North Berwick case, in which a young girl who possessed natural gifts for spiritual healing was tortured by her master until she confessed that she was aided by the devil. Under further torture she implicated a number of other people. Those she named were so respectable: a schoolteacher, John Fian, a cultured, elderly lady, Agnes Sampson, 2 other women of sound reputation, Euphemia McLean and Barbara Napier, that it seems likely she chose them because she hoped they would quickly show the absurdity of the charges. But the only way to stop inhuman tortures was to invent tales of witches' Sabbaths, and implicate more innocent people. This they all did, until 70 people stood trial. King James himself supervised some of the torture, especially when Agnes Sampson invented a wild story about sailing to sea in a sieve to try to wreck the king's ship. Most of the 70 were burned, some without the usual mercy of being strangled beforehand. James wrote his demonology as a consequence of this experience. It is an ironical twist that James's passion for interrogating witches finally led him to agree with Reginald Scott that it was mostly fraud and illusion. In the last years of his reign, witchcraft trials almost ceased. It may be said in extenuation of James I that he was a neurotic homosexual of weak character whose Scottish common sense finally triumphed over his superstitious credulity. The life of Dr. John Dee, one of the most sympathetic, if not remarkable, figures in the history of magic, spanned 5 reigns: Henry VIII, Edward VI, Queen Mary, Queen Elizabeth and James I. Dee is almost unique among magicians in possessing absolutely no occult faculties. He said so repeatedly himself. He was a kind of mystic, although not of a particularly high order. For his obsession was knowledge, scholarship, learning. He was like some earlier H.G. Wells, consumed by a thirst to know everything. Like all true poets and magicians, he was driven by a vision of a reality quite different from the commonplace world in which we live out our lives. Paracelsus and Agrippa were doctors who studied magic because it was a part of their profession. Both had a streak of charlatanism. Dee studied magic because he was a poet, for whom it seemed to offer a key to another form of existence. There was nothing of the charlatan about him. Dee's father, a Welshman, was a minor official at the court of Henry VIII. Dee was born in London on July 13, 1527. Cornelius Agrippa was an embittered wanderer around Europe at the time. Paracelsus was about to be driven out of Basel by his enemies. Nostradamus was a young doctor, without a degree, who also traveled through Europe, fighting the plague. In due course Dee himself would become something of a wanderer, although never homeless. Dee attended the Chantry School at Chelmsford. It was a peaceful little market town surrounded by green meadows, with a brown, slow-moving river. Dee loved browsing through books and manuscripts. He was charmed by the Catholic ritual, for England was by no means all Protestant. And his appetite for knowledge was kept sharp by the narrowness of the school curriculum. At that time, and for another century, even the universities were thoroughly unambitious. Instead of reading, writing and arithmetic, they taught grammar, logic, and rhetoric. Latin was taught, but hardly any Greek. Students were in the charge of a tutor, who was so much in loco parentis that he could beat them if necessary. Academic standards were low in England. there was little to prevent a student spending his 7 years drinking and womanizing. After all, no English gentleman could really find much use for Latin and logic, or even geography and mathematics, when he took over the family estates. So when Dee went to St. John's College, Cambridge, at the age of 15, he had no reason to feel that he had found his spiritual home, as Bertrand Russell did in the 1890s. But at least the opportunities were there if he wanted them. He did, intensely. He allowed himself only 4 hours a night for sleep. He even studied Greek. The university authorities soon became aware that they had a prodigy among them, and at the age of 19, Dee was made a Fellow of Trinity, and an underreader, assistant professor, in Greek. He was already an enthusiastic astronomer. The atmosphere of Cambridge stifled him. At the first opportunity, he went to the University of Louvain, one of the best in Europe, where Cornelius Agrippa had been. Inevitably, Dee read Agrippa's occult philosophy, and was excited and impressed by the notion that magic and alchemy were not merely diabolic studies, but a practical aid in the mystical quest for God. Magic was in bad repute in England, a suburban backwater as far as culture was concerned, but on the continent it aroused intelligent interest. It must be remembered that magic and science were closely linked at that time. Even mathematics was regarded as a magical study, with Pythagoras as its prophet. Magic meant for Dee what science meant for H. G. Wells 3 centuries later. It was what he had always dreamed of, a magnificent, wide field of study, with no visible limits. He quickly gained a reputation to match Cornelius Agrippa's. When he went to Paris in 1550, his reputation preceded him, and at Reims he gave a course of lectures on Euclid that were free for anyone to attend. He was so popular that he was offered a professorship, but he felt that more exciting things awaited him, and returned to England, where the 10-year-old Edward VI had succeeded Henry VIII. He was granted a pension by the king, and immediately sold it for 2 rectorships. In 1552 he met the occultist Jerome Cardan, who was a witch in the precise sense of the word, that is, he possessed a high degree of second sight and other occult faculties. There seems to be no reason to suspect Cardan of lying when he declares, in his memoirs, that he could project his spirit outside his body. He also makes the interesting assertion that he could, from childhood on, see imaginary things with a sense of total reality. As a child, he says, he could not control this faculty, but later he learned how to select things he wanted to see. All this conforms to the picture we have already built up of the natural visionary, a man with some kind of chemical imbalance that has the effect of a dose of a psychedelic drug on his nervous system. All this was accompanied by a semi-hysterical lack of self-control, so that he would argue for the sake of arguing, whether he believed what he said or not, and find himself compelled to speak of things that he knew would offend people. He believed himself to be accompanied by a familiar spirit, and was an unusually talented astrologer and prophet. He certainly qualifies as one of the most remarkable psychological curiosities of all time. Cardan was a major influence on Dee, who began to think in terms of spirits who might be contacted to aid him with his researches. His problem now, and for the rest of his life, was money. He was convinced that if he could try his own approach to alchemy, the use of spirit forces, he would soon solve the problem of the philosopher's stone. But alchemy cost money. His hopes of royal preferment were dashed when Edward VI died at the age of 16, and the country was plunged into political crisis. Edward named Lady Jane Grey as his successor to the throne, and Dee's patron, the Earl of Northumberland, proclaimed her queen. She was the granddaughter of Henry VII. Henry VIII's eldest daughter, Mary, had other ideas, and Northumberland and Lady Jane Grey lost their heads. The following year, Sir Thomas Wyatt, son of the poet, led a rebellion to protest against Queen Mary's proposed marriage to Philip of Spain. He wanted to put her younger sister, Elizabeth, on the throne instead. He also failed and was executed, and Elizabeth was placed under arrest. Having married the heir to the Spanish throne, Mary earned herself the nickname of Bloody Mary by burning large numbers of Protestants. As far as Dee was concerned, The only thing that could be said in favor of all this burning was that while people thought about burning Protestants, they forgot about burning witches. He was called upon to cast Queen Mary's horoscope. Perhaps his foreknowledge of her early death gave him the idea of contacting her younger sister, who would be the next queen, and who was then a captive at Woodstock. He visited Elizabeth and cast her horoscope too. He also showed her the horoscope of her elder sister, for after all, was not Mary's fate entangled with Elizabeth's? But Mary's spies took the view that this was a little too like political plotting. Dee was arrested and thrown into jail, charged with treason. He had the upsetting experience of seeing a fellow prisoner, Bartlett Green, burned for heresy, although he seemed a harmless, gentle soul. It was lucky for Dee that Mary was fond of her younger sister, otherwise he might have paid the penalty of coming between the present and future queens. Dee was released in 1555. But it had been a near thing. Mary died 3 years later, and Elizabeth became queen. The first thing she did was to ask Dee to calculate the most favorable day for the coronation, and Dee suggested January 14, 1559. Now it looked as if Dee was firmly established at last. He was more or less the royal astrologer. It was unfortunate that Queen Elizabeth I was tight-fisted, and Dee's finances failed to improve. He became a kind of general errand boy, traveling to the continent on missions for the Queen, and for her minister Burleigh and Sir Francis Walsingham, head of the Queen's spy system. Like Agrippa, Dee found himself hurled into intrigue. For a bookish, peace-loving scholar, it must have been a considerable strain. In Amsterdam in 1563 he discovered a book called Stenographia by Trithemius, a work on magic, alchemy and the meaning of numbers. It influenced Dee's own work on magic, Monas Hieroglyphica, which he finished in 12 days after reading Trithemius. Commentators have been puzzled by the remark of Lord Burleigh, the Secretary of State, that it was of the utmost importance for the security of the realm. Why? It deals in ciphers, which might have been valuable in spying, and Dee was already obsessed by the idea of discovering buried treasure by means of the spirits, which would certainly have benefited the realm. The only other possibility is that Dee thought he had a certain method of forestalling the plans of England's enemies through astrology. If so, no one believed in it enough to finance it. Dee remained the errand boy and occasional consultant on magical affairs. After various continental wanderings, Dee returned to England in 1564, and moved to his mother's house at the Thameside village of Mortlake, where he returned to his magical studies. In 1574, when he was 47, he married, but his wife died a year later. That he was still in royal favor is shown by the fact that the Queen paid an informal call on the day of his wife's death. She wanted to see his magic glass, which seems to have been nothing but a convex mirror. When she heard there was death in the house, she refused to come in, but examined the glass in a nearby field. 2 years later, Dee married Jane Fromond, lady-in-waiting to Lady Howard of Effingham, some years his junior. They settled in his mother's house at Mortlake, and she soon produced the first of the 8 children she would bear him. When his mother died in 1580, she had already given him the house. For a few years, Dee's life was idyllic. He cast horoscopes to eke out his income. He made maps for the Queen, had a great deal to do with plans for naval defense, so that he must be given some of the credit for the defeat of the Armada in 1588, and made calculations for a new calendar. His interest in occult matters never slackened, and in his spiritual diary he records dreams, and tales of spirit rappings and other manifestations. But his new obsession was crystal gazing, the idea that long gazing into any kind of clear depth can induce a semi-trance-like state, in which the future can be foreseen and spirits reveal themselves. Dee's chief trouble was that his mind was too discursive and active for the kind of serene contemplation necessary. What he needed was someone with occult faculties, a scryer, or descrier. In 1581 Dee had a brief experience of seeing something in the crystal, but he does not specify what it was. In 1582 he found a youth named Barnabas Saul, who became his scribe for a few months. However, Barnabas got into trouble with the law, for reasons that are not recorded, and was questioned about his occult activities. He preferred to denounce Dee rather than face the prospect of further entanglement with the law, which had stringent statutes against witchcraft, so Dee lost his natural seer. 2 days later, Dee was visited by a swarthy, good-looking young Irishman named Edward Kelly, who talked about occult matters, and mentioned that he was a natural scryer. There is no reason to disbelieve him, although he seems to have been an objectionable young man in many ways. He was an apothecary's apprentice turned forger and coiner, for which he had lost his ears. Occult faculties often seem to be accompanied by instability of character. Dee explained that he was not a magician, since the word magic held evil associations for him. Before his sessions of crystal gazing, he always prayed for divine help. Kelly agreed. He fell on his knees and prayed solemnly. Then he peered into the crystal. In less than a quarter of an hour, he was describing to Dee the figure of a cherub that he could see in its depths. Dee instantly identified it, from his Kabbalistic knowledge, as Uriel, the angel of light. The angel could not communicate, being imprisoned in the crystal, so to speak. But Dee felt this was the beginning of a new epoch in his life. The philosopher's stone was already within reach. He immediately invited Kelly to move into the house. Dee's wife, on being introduced to the earless Irishman, was less enthusiastic. She had an intuition that things would not go well, and she never took to Kelly thereafter. But, as an obedient wife, she accepted him. Not long afterwards, Kelly decided to marry a local girl, for now that his wanderings were temporarily at an end, he experienced the need for someone to share his bed. The evidence seems to show that he always had a secret hankering after Jane Dee, who was closer to his own age than to her husband's. But she regarded him with mistrust. It is a pity that there is no detailed record of what happened in the Dee household after Kelly's arrival in 1582. All we know is that Kelly, in spite of a touch of charlatanism, possessed the Irish gift of second sight, and that very soon he was seeing and hearing spirits every day. Since he could hear them now, it must be assumed that they spoke in audible voices. Reading Dee's own account, in the light of our more detailed knowledge of such things, it is almost certain that Kelly went into a light trance and contacted spirits like any modern medium. There were various guides. One was called Medicina. These guides brought along other spirits. Dee, with no experience to guide him in these matters, assumed that all were angels. One woman asked Dee if he thought she was a jeweler's wife, because she wore jewelry. Dee replied that he was certain she was a messenger of Jesus, because Jesus had purchased the jewel of eternal life with the jewel of his precious blood. The spirits must have found him a tiresome old crank. However, like most of the spirits who appear at modern seances, they seem to have nothing very profound or useful to impart. After many months, Dee was as far as ever from the philosopher's stone or the secret of divining buried treasure. And Kelly found the quiet, scholarly household a strain after his adventurous life, and was subject to fits of violent rage, which the gentle Dee put up with. Kelly also complained that the spirits addressed him in foreign languages. He sneaked off whenever he could, on the pretext of seeking treasure, and no doubt found the brothels and ale-houses of London more congenial than the Mortlake House. The spirits knew what he was up to, and often denounced him, in his presence, of course, to Dr. Dee, calling him a youngling, but old sinner, and telling Dee that his own sight was perfecter than Kelly's, because purer. In November 1581, Dee had a vision of a child angel floating outside the window, holding a crystal egg. He identified this with Uriel. Then the Archangel Michael appeared and told Dee not to be afraid of it, but to pick it up. Since this crystal ball is now in the British Museum, there is presumably something behind the story, although I know of no precedent in occult history for spirits actually making gifts of spiritual objects. In 1583 a Polish nobleman, Count Adalbert Lasky, was introduced to Dee. He was a servant of Henry III of France, whom we have already met in connection with Nostradamus, and he wanted Dee to foretell the king's future. He also thought Dee might give him advice, through the spirits, about his own claim to the Polish crown, vacated by Henry of Anjou when he became Henry III of France. Lasky became such a regular visitor at Dee's house that Dee, who was always in debt, had to apply to the Queen for money to entertain him. Lasky was so impressed by Dee and Kelly that he urged them to accompany him to Prague, to visit the King of Germany, the occult student Rudolph II. Dee disliked the idea, but Kelly cheered up at the prospect of travel, and even stopped having tantrums for a while. In 1585, Dee and Kelly, accompanied by their wives, and Dee's 3 children, set out on a continental journey which was to last 4 years. On the whole, it was a frustrating 4 years. Kelly was getting above himself. He had picked up magical jargon from Dee, and was now inclined to represent himself as the master. He claimed to be the owner of a rare alchemical manuscript in a powder of projection, i.e. a powder for changing base metals to gold, which he had found at Glastonbury, the legendary home of Merlin and King Arthur. They continued to converse with spirits and see visions, and Jane Dee produced more babies. Dee was kindly received by the great King Stephen Bathory of Poland at Krakow, but ordered out of Prague by King Rudolph, who explained that the Pope had accused him of necromancy. Count Wilhelm Rosenberg, Viceroy of Bohemia, invited them to his castle at Tribo, and there Dee spent a peaceful 18 months, although Kelly again became quarrelsome. When Kelly decided that he had had enough of descrying spirits in the crystal, Dee tried his 8-year-old son Arthur, but the boy saw nothing. Kelly agreed to try again, and this time had an amazing message. The guide Madame had ordered him and Dee to share their wives in common. Jane Dee had hysterics, then became furious. When the child angel Uriel confirmed the counsel, Dee added his persuasions, and wrote, "There is no other remedy, but as hath been said of our cross-matching, so it must needs be done." She showed herself prettily resolved to be content for God his sake and his secret purposes to obey the admonishment. This sounds clear enough, although Dee's biographers all seem intent on preserving decency by insisting that the scandalous episode never took place, or at least, never reached the carnal stage. Kelly now decided that nothing further was to be got by prolonging the partnership, and he and Dee finally separated. Dee returned to England. Kelly achieved some success as an alchemist and scryer, but seems to have died in prison not many years later. Dee returned to England in 1589, and he was to live until 1608, to the age of 81. But the remaining years of his life were, on the whole, disappointing. In his absence, his house had been broken into, and many of his books and instruments destroyed. The Queen finally granted him the wardenship of Christ's College at Manchester, then little more than a village, but he found it a frustrating post, and altogether less of a sinecure than he had hoped. His wife died of the plague there. He continued to write. His unpublished writing would occupy many volumes, and wrote about his dreams in his diary. When the Queen died in 1603, Dee knew that his hopes of further preferment were at an end. James I had no use for a reputed sorcerer. The best he could hope for was to be left in peace. His new scryer, Bartholomew Hickman, had visions of the angel Raphael, who uttered comforting messages and foretold that Dee would finally discover the secrets he had spent his life searching for. But the vision was probably inspired by Dee's own wishful thinking, for he died at Mortlake in 1608, still no nearer to the object of his life's quest. As his biographer G. M. Horde remarks, he cannot claim to rank among the world's successes. His main significance is that he was one of the first great occultists to make constant use of spirit communication. He was the founder of modern psychical research, 200 years before his time. By 1600, the age of magic was over. The voice of sane skepticism was making itself heard, in Rabelais, in Montaigne, in Ben Jonson. Montaigne was revolted by the burning of witches, and remarked, "A brilliant and sharp clarity is needed to be able to kill people. Our life is too real and substantial for supernatural, fantastic incidents." No one, I think, not even an occultist, would disagree with him. The problem here is simply what human consciousness is aware of. William James, in the varieties of religious experience, contrasts the sick soul, who is always too aware of the misery and suffering in the world, and the clear-eyed optimist, whose temperament rejects misery instinctively. The same thing applies to matters of the occult. A busy, energetic sort of person has no time for the supernatural, and his temperamental rejection of it makes him feel that his world of practical clear-cut issues is the only real one. It is a healthy instinct. We should bear in mind that nearly all children dislike the supernatural, except in ghost stories. This is not necessarily fear, but an instinctive need to confront a clear, simple world in which they can make decisions and shape their lives. Anyone who has ever learned to love science can understand this. There is something cold, hard, and exhilarating about science. Like a snowball fight on a frosty day, it seems to open up vistas of control and conquest. By comparison, the world of the occult is misty and damp, reminding man of his ignorance and encouraging him to adopt a passive attitude towards his existence. With the age of Rabelais and Shakespeare, then of Newton and Milton, the human intellect reached a new stage in its evolution. There was a sense of potentialities, of exciting horizons. The discovery of America in 1492 was a symbol of this change. The Roman Church was tottering under the blows dealt it by Luther and Henry VIII. It is true that Galileo was forced to recant the view he expressed in 1632, that the earth went around the sun, but in the year of his death, 1642, Newton was born, and it no longer mattered greatly what the Pope and his cardinals said. With the publication of the Principia in 1687, science had taken a greater step forward than magic had taken since its birth in ancient Egypt and Chaldea. When one considers the involved absurdities of Cornelius Agrippa, John Dee, and Trithemius, then turns to this magnificent, complex structure of ideas in which everything is true, it becomes possible to see why magic had ceased to be important. The truth is that the rise of science was in no way a blow against occultism. On the contrary, it meant that occultism could free itself from the pseudoscience of Agrippa and Paracelsus and concentrate upon its real concerns. The greatest occultist of the 18th century, although he belongs to the history of religion rather than magic, was born in the year after Newton published the Principia. Emanuel Swedenborg was a natural medium, although his powers developed late in life. In his early years he studied science and mathematics. At 28, he became assessor of the Swedish Board of Mines, and wrote a work on the smelting of metals. He studied astronomy and physiology. But he was an intensely frustrated man. Soon after he became an assessor, he fell in love with a Miss Pelham, and was accepted by her, but she decided she did not care for Swedenborg after all, and broke off the engagement. Swedenborg was highly sexed, and it must have been a blow on every level, of pride, of emotion, and of purely masculine sexuality. In his book on conjugal love he shocked his followers by stating that concubinage and the keeping of mistresses are excusable under certain circumstances. A remarkable statement for the son of a bishop. He was equally frustrated intellectually, for his scientific views, many of which were far ahead of his time, were ignored by Sweden's academies. He escaped his frustrations through hard work. In 1713, at about the time of his disappointment in love, Charles VII asked him to solve the problem of transporting 5 ships across 15 miles of dry land. He was besieging the Danes in the fortress of Frederikshavn. Swedenborg did it in 7 weeks. He was later involved in building the docks at Karlskrona and in building the canal that was to connect the North Sea to the Baltic, and which had to be abandoned when Charles was killed in battle. Swedenborg's energy was enormous. He wrote books on algebra, astronomy, minerals, economics, the tides, salt mining and on anatomy. All this practical work starved the religious side of his nature, and in 1744 this burst out like a torrent. It began with a dream in which he heard a roaring wind that seemed to pick him up and fling him on his face. He began to pray, and then saw Jesus in front of him. After a cryptic conversation, which ended with Jesus saying, "Well, then, so," he woke up. This was only one of a series of strange dreams and hallucinations, or visions. He began having ecstatic trances, and the perpetual sexual itch suddenly ceased to trouble him. There followed visions in which he paid visits to heaven and hell. He announced in his books that the afterworld is very much like this one in all basic particulars, and that people remain much as they were when they were alive. But since it is less substantial than this world, their states of mind are far more important, and heaven and hell are these states of mind. In such works as the true Christian religion, heaven and hell, the divine love and wisdom, he describes circumstantially conversations with angels, devils, and people who have passed over. And this leads us to the heart of the Swedenborg problem. Most of his contemporaries dismissed him as a madman or a liar. And his 20th century critics, E.J. Dingwall, for example, have been inclined to take a Freudian view and to regard his visions as eruption of his repressed sexuality. There is a good case for this view. In 1748, when he was 60, he woke up believing that his hair was full of small snakes, and attributed this to the departed spirits of certain Quakers. His view of the Quakers suggests a definite touch of paranoia. Against all the evidence, he asserted repeatedly that their worship was vile and indecent, and that they practiced wife-swapping. This seems to indicate a capacity for self-delusion and a sexual obsession. On the other hand, when one turns to his writings, it becomes difficult to take this reductionist view. His obsession with biblical exegesis may bore the modern reader, and as far as style goes, he is certainly no Pascal or Newman, but it is all sane and lucid enough, refreshingly so. There are no flashes of genius in his work, but there is a balanced and deeply serious mind. When challenged by skeptics about his views, he remained calm and serious, never losing his temper, or even his sense of humor. And although these views seemed wild and strange to his own contemporaries, they have received a great deal of support since then. Spiritualism did not exist in the 18th century, it came into existence in the 1850s. By the end of the 19th century there was a considerable body of literature that purported to have been dictated by spirits, such as the spirit teachings of Stainton Moses, and these have continued to swell ever since. Spirit teaching may be briefly summarized as follows. Man is not saved by the death of Jesus on the cross, he must save himself by his actions during his life. All thoughts and actions are registered on the spirit body, so that after death, a man is known for exactly what he is. One's actions are all important. A naturally good agnostic will achieve a higher status than an uninspired but punctilious churchgoer. Compensation must be made for evil in the afterlife, but there is no hell, it is a mental state. There is no upward limit to the progress of which the soul is capable, and which continues in the other world. These views are common to Swedenborg and to modern spirit teaching. The general tone of much of this literature is nauseatingly pietistic, but it must be admitted that it has a remarkable inner consistency, when one considers how easily religious sects develop their own doctrines and dogmas. This agreement is surprising. Its descriptions of the other world correspond closely to Swedenborg's. Skeptics may take the view that this is because Swedenborg influenced the spiritualists. Spiritualists deny this on the ground that the sheer variety and quantity of spirit writings, in many languages, and written over a century, disproves it. The only other logical explanation is the Jungian one, that Swedenborg's visions were explorations of the racial psyche, expressions of archetypal symbols, and that the same is true of modern spiritualism. Without taking sides, we can only point out that the evidence in Swedenborg's favor is stronger today than it was in his own time. On the other hand, what can one say about his book Earths in the Universe, in which he states that most of the planets have inhabitants, and then goes on to describe them in a way that suggests a painting by Hieronymus Bosch? The atmosphere of the moon is different from that of the Earth, so that moon men speak from their stomachs instead of their lungs, with an effect like belching. The Martians have faces that are half black and half tawny, they live on fruit and dress in fibers made from tree bark. If Swedenborg was a medium, we can only assume the spirits were pulling his leg. Or, what is more likely, his imagination was so highly developed that he mixed up his dreams and fantasies with his authentic insights. The Freudian, or reductionist, explanation cannot be entirely dismissed. Swedenborg was sexually frustrated. Some of his religious experiences can be paralleled in any textbook of abnormal psychology. He was in his late 50s when his explosive psychological forces finally achieved a certain balance. But this recognition should not blind us to his genuine religious inspiration and the importance of his basic ideas. There was nothing of the charlatan about him, and his life does not show the parabolic rise and fall that seems characteristic of magicians. Of the genuineness of his occult powers there can be little doubt. Count Hopkin, one of his contemporaries, tells the best known of these. Swedenborg was one day at a court reception. Her Majesty asked him about different things in the other life, and lastly, whether he had seen or talked with her brother, the Prince Royal of Prussia. He answered no. Her Majesty then requested him to ask after him, and give him her greeting, which Swedenborg promised to do. I doubt whether the Queen meant this seriously. At the next reception, Swedenborg again appeared at court, and while the Queen was surrounded by her ladies of honor, he came boldly forward and approached Her Majesty. Swedenborg not only greeted her from her brother, but also gave her his apologies for not having answered her last letter. He also wished to do so now through Swedenborg, which he accordingly did. The Queen was greatly overcome, and said, "No one but God knows this secret." On July 19, 1759, a great fire took place in Stockholm. Swedenborg was 300 miles away at the time, in Gothenburg, a guest at a party. At 6 in the evening he told the guests that the fire had just broken out. 2 hours later, he told them that it had been extinguished only 3 doors from his home. This was confirmed 2 days later when a messenger arrived from Stockholm, verifying every detail of Swedenborg's description. In 1761, Madame de Marteville, the widow of the Dutch ambassador, asked Swedenborg for his help. A silversmith was demanding payment for a silver tea service, and she was certain her husband had paid for it before his death. However, she could not find the receipt. She asked Swedenborg if he could contact her husband. Swedenborg said he would try. A few days later he told Madame de Marteville that he had spoken to her husband, who said that the tea service had been paid for 7 months before his death, and that the receipt would be found in the bureau drawer. Madame de Marteville replied that the bureau in question had been thoroughly searched. Swedenborg then described a secret compartment in the bureau that contained some private correspondence in the receipt. Both receipt and correspondence were found where Swedenborg had described them. E. J. Dingwall, in a penetrating article on Swedenborg, Very Peculiar People, London, 1950, points out that the evidence for these 3 incidents, and for certain others of a similar nature, is confused and conflicting. This may well be so, but unless we intend to dismiss all these stories as fabrications or, at least, exaggerations, there is no point in dwelling on minor differences between versions written by different witnesses at different times. There have been many other mediums who have performed similar marvels. If the basic proposition of this book is correct, that the occult faculty is latent in everyone, and can be developed by anyone who really wants to, then it is likely enough that the 3 stories are fundamentally accurate. Swedenborg had the first important qualification for acquiring second sight and/or mediumship: lack of self-division, a wholehearted obsession with things spiritual. But, like any other medium, Swedenborg was far from infallible, as his curious words about the Quakers demonstrate. When Swedenborg was asked by a friend if he could foretell the future, he replied flatly that only God knew the future. If he meant this as a general proposition, and not merely as a denial of his own powers, then he was again mistaken. The evidence for prevision is as abundant as for other forms of mediumship. Dingwall points out that another visionary named Humphrey Smith prophesied the fire of London 6 years before it happened. So, for that matter, did the astrologer William Lilly, who was actually summoned before a committee investigating the Great Fire on suspicion of knowing more about it than he should because he had foreseen both the fire and the plague, and published his prediction the previous year. The real importance of Swedenborg lies in the doctrines he taught, which are the reverse of the gloom and hellfire of other breakaway sects. He rejects the notion that Jesus died on the cross to atone for the sin of Adam, declaring that God is neither vindictive nor petty-minded, and that since he is God, he doesn't need atonement. It is remarkable that this common-sense view had never struck earlier theologians. God is divine goodness, and Jesus is divine wisdom, and goodness has to be approached through wisdom. Whatever one thinks about the extraordinary claims of its founder, it must be acknowledged that there is something very beautiful and healthy about this Swedenborgian religion. This feeling of breezy health is the basic reason for its enduring popularity. Its founder may not have been a great occultist, but he was a great man. The new spirit of science meant, in effect, that a Paracelsus or John Dee could no longer exist. If Paracelsus had been born 2 centuries later, he would have been an eminent doctor and scientist, not a magician. As to the occultists themselves, they could no longer claim that science was on their side. Which meant, in effect, that they had to lay claim to extra scientific knowledge. They had a choice, charlatanism or mysticism. And from the year 1700 onward, there is no magician who lacks a streak of charlatanism. This certainly applies to one of the most interesting transitional figures, Franz Anton Mesmer, who is falsely credited with having invented hypnotism, with which mesmerism has become synonymous. His is one of the most curious stories in the history of occultism. Mesmer's life should have been comfortable and uneventful. His parents were well off. He was born in Switzerland on May 23, 1734, and took a degree at the University of Vienna at the age of 32. The subject of his dissertation seems a throwback to the age of Paracelsus, the influence of the planets on the human body, written, of course, in Latin. He was a man of compelling personality. A rich patient, some years his senior, fell in love with him, and he married her and moved into her fine palace on the outskirts of Vienna. He also owned a luxurious townhouse at 261 Landstrasse. The theory advanced by Mesmer in his thesis is of considerable interest. He believed in a kind of psychic ether that pervades all space, and that the heavenly bodies cause tides in this fluid. These ever-moving tides produce health. If something checks their action in individuals, the result is sickness. In other words, health is man's natural condition, sickness is a kind of blockage. Man must rely on instinct rather than reason, an instinctive oneness with nature. If a blockage has occurred in a patient, the best way to cure it is to bring on a crisis which will sweep it away. These theories interested a Jesuit named Professor Maximilian Hell. He had been consulted by a wealthy English lady, who was passing through Vienna in 1774, because she had stomach cramps, and believed that a magnet could cure them. She had left hers at home. Hell made her the magnet, which she laid on her stomach. Her cramps vanished. Was it possible that the magnet was moving Mesmer's etheric fluid around the body? He made this suggestion to Mesmer, who began trying the effect of magnets on his patients. Amazingly, they seemed to work. So the body did possess tides. Not long afterwards, Mesmer was bleeding a patient. In those days it was the common cure for most ailments. He observed that the flow of blood increased when he approached, and lessened when he moved away. The conclusion was clear: his own body must be a kind of magnet. Man possesses animal magnetism. In 1775 Mesmer published a pamphlet about his discoveries. The medical profession was skeptical, but patients were anxious to try the new treatment, and Mesmer's practice increased. He would lay magnets on the patients, or simply his hands, and the pains would vanish. What happened is clear enough. Mesmer believed that the magnets, and his hands, moved the stagnating magnetic fluid in his sick patients. His patients also believed it. So when they felt relief, Mesmer had reason to believe that he had produced it. And, like Colonel Alcott, he began to develop healing gifts, the latent healing gifts that every human being possesses. Mesmer's fame increased suddenly through an accident. A hypochondriac baron, Hersky de Horka, suffered from spasms that doctors were unable to cure. Finally, one tired and sarcastic doctor told him that he should try Mesmer, meaning, no doubt, to intimate that since the baron's troubles were imaginary, a quack could do them no harm. Mesmer went to the Baron's estate at Rokow. He had slipped several large magnets between his clothes to recharge himself, for he believed that animal magnetism and the metallic kind are one and the same. For several days, the Baron failed to respond to treatment, and the spasms continued. Mesmer, certain of his powers, persisted, and on the sixth day, the results began. As the Baron writhed in asthmatic paroxysms, Mesmer held the Baron's foot. The paroxysms abated. He held his hand. They started again. Clearly, Mesmer had finally got the measure of the Baron's etheric fluids and was learning to make them flow back and forth as he wanted. After an hour of this, the Baron felt fine. The cure became the gossip of Vienna, and the medical profession cursed their sarcastic colleague who had helped establish as charlatan. Mesmer devised an apparatus to distribute the magnetism. A number of jars of magnetized water, with magnets immersed in it, were connected with steel bands, and the whole arrangement placed in a wooden tub half full of iron filings and water. A metal nozzle could be used to spray the magnetic power round the room. Trees in the garden were magnetized, so was the fountain. Patients lay around in the garden by the dozens, holding hands and receiving the waves of magnetic power. The results continued to be remarkable. Mesmer's downfall in Vienna came through a young blind pianist named Maria Theresa Paradis, a protégé of the Empress. Mesmer, unaware that her blindness was purely physical in origin, due to a detached retina, offered to cure her if she could come and live in his house. The Empress gave permission. The girl was naturally enthusiastic. And after a few weeks, she became convinced that she could see dimly. All Vienna discussed the case. But there were doubters, who pointed out that when Mesmer treated women patients they dressed in a loose smock and his hands carefully kneaded their breasts and thighs. Why were his resident patients all pretty girls? Why did he neglect his ailing and elderly wife? A Professor Barth was appointed to examine Maria Paradis, and he pronounced emphatically that she was still blind. The girl's father was influenced by Barth and the Jesuit Hell, now an enemy of Mesmer's, to go and drag her away from the house of sin. The girl refused to go, even when her mother slapped her into a state of exhaustion. Finally, the Imperial Morality Police intervened, and Mesmer decided to flee Vienna before he was arrested. The girl returned to her parents. It is said that Mesmer had, in fact, helped improve her condition, and that Barth admitted this privately to Mesmer. However, the blindness certainly returned when the treatment was discontinued. Mesmer went to Paris, and immediately became a craze. A century before Freud, he had discovered the importance of the sexual element in hysterical illnesses. He would enter his treatment room in a lilac silk dressing gown, carrying a long magnet, which he would point at patients as he passed. He would go into the next room and begin to play a magnetized piano. The patients would form a chain, men alternating with women, and press their thighs to increase the magnetism. Soon, people would have convulsions, and collapse on the floor. Since magnetism was performed with hands, and the thighs were a sensitive area, they had every opportunity of trying out their animal magnetism on one another, all in the cause of medical science. Assistants would take away some of the more violently affected to the crisis room, where further animal magnetism was applied to bring on a climactic convulsion. Everyone believed totally in Mesmer's theories, for only ardent belief could justify these orgiastic activities. It was a delightful way of loosing repressions, and the treatment was understandably successful. Mesmer's fame spread throughout France. He instructed pupils in his methods, and established centers in many major cities. When conflict with the authorities began, it was Mesmer who was in the strong position. The king, Louis XVI, offered Mesmer a pension for life if he would promise to remain in France, but pointed out that he ought to allow a medical commission to examine proofs of his claims before a contract was signed. Mesmer declined to furnish proofs, and refused to sign a contract. He asked for a guaranteed £500,000 for research, and threatened to leave France if it was not provided without strings attached. His aristocratic patients begged the king to give way, but Louis dug in his heels. On the day his ultimatum fell due, Mesmer left France, This was on September 18, 1780. His followers immediately started a fund, each contributing 100 Louis d'or for the privilege of being a shareholder in a new magnetic company. When the fund reached 350,000 Louis d'or, far more than he had demanded, Mesmer agreed to return to France, and his activities continued as triumphantly as ever. The king was understandably irritated by this behavior, and finally succumbed to the demands of his medical college to set up an independent commission of inquiry. In 1784 several doctors observed with fascination the violent convulsions of the patients, and concluded that although Mesmer certainly possessed strong powers of suggestion, there was no evidence of a magnetic fluid. For Mesmer, this was the end of the boom. His fortunes declined gently. He was satirist and jeered at it. A doctor went to him with a fake story of illness, allowed Mesmer to cure him, then published an account of it all, claiming that it revealed Mesmer's inability to diagnose illness. Since the tide was against Mesmer, no one pointed out that most doctors could be taken in by the same methods. A concert given by Maria Paradis did nothing to improve the situation. She was as blind as ever. Mesmer had the courage to attend, and to ignore the whispers and comments of the audience, who all knew the story. He stayed in Paris throughout the revolution, but finally felt that his life was in danger and fled. He lost all his money. An attempt to set up practice in Vienna was foiled again by the police, who promptly banished him over the border. He was nearly 60, he was tired, and the attacks had lowered the self-confidence that was the basis of his type of healing. He managed to live comfortably. A man with such a reputation could never lack for wealthy patients, and finally retired near Constance. He declined an offer from the King of Prussia to set up a Mesmer Institute in Berlin, whereupon the king sent a doctor to learn his secret, and the doctor was appointed professor of mesmerism at the Berlin Academy and placed in charge of a hospital devoted to its methods. His last years were peaceful, and he died in 1815, just before his 79th birthday. It may be felt that he was of no significance in the history of occultism. But this is not true. In important respects, he might almost be a reincarnation of Paracelsus. He recognized the importance of the spirit, the imagination, and felt that the universe is pervaded by meaningful influences. Most of his results can be explained in terms of hysteria, release of repression, autosuggestion, and so on. But what is important is that he understood that illness is not natural, but some kind of blockage of natural forces, a kind of mental stagnation. His instinctive desire was to set the vital forces in motion again. If the treatment had been entirely a matter of imagination, it would not have worked as well as it did. He did not understand the forces he was using, but he recognized their existence. The discovery that he should have made, and is generally credited with having made, was stumbled upon by one of his disciples, the Marquis of Puysegur, who was one day trying to magnetize a shepherd boy by stroking his head when he observed that the young man had fallen asleep. Shaken, the boy remained insensible. The Marquis shouted, "Stand up," and to his surprise, the boy stood up, without opening his eyes. When asked questions, he replied. When told to walk or sit down, he did so. Finally, when he woke up, he had no memory of what had happened. Puysegur called the phenomenon spasmodic sleep, and it was for an Englishman, James Braid, to call it hypnotism in 1843. Braid realized that hypnotism is basically due to a narrowing of the attention until the mind is in a state of what he called monoideism, single ideaism. That is to say, the hypnotic trance is the reverse of what I have called faculty X. It follows that since we are so seldom in that awakened state when the mind is somehow aware of the reality of other times and other places, we are nearly always in a state of consciousness approximating the hypnotic trance. If the 15th century is the century of magic, the 18th is the least magical of all. Magic reached its lowest point, and its three most noted practitioners, Cagliostro, Saint Germain, and Casanova, were adventurers rather than occultists. To include Casanova among the magicians may cause surprise, but he was, in fact, a serious student of the Kabbalah and astrology, and although he thought of himself as an impostor, his powers of prophecy often surprised and worried him. His memoirs, besides being the world's greatest autobiography and the most complete picture of Europe in the 18th century, are also the best possible introduction to the forms taken by occultism in the Age of Reason. Giovanni Jacopo Casanova, who later added the spurious title Chevalier de Seingalt, was born in Venice in April 1725, son of an actor of Spanish descent and the beautiful daughter of a shoemaker, with whom he eloped. Young Giovanni was so sickly that he was not expected to live. A nosebleed continued so long that he was taken by his grandmother to a witch, who locked him in a box while she performed noisy incantations. The bleeding stopped. The witch burned drugs, gathered the smoke in a sheet and wrapped it around him. Finally, she told him that a beautiful lady would visit him that night. In the night, Casanova saw a beautiful fairy come out of the fireplace into his room. Fire grates were large in those days, and rubbed ointment on his head, speaking in a foreign language. His symptoms vanished during the next month, and he became a healthy and precocious boy. Before we dismiss this story as evidence of Casanova's fecund imagination, it is worth bearing in mind that, like Cellini, he often sounds less truthful than he actually is. Where it has been possible to check his stories against other sources, they have proved to be remarkably accurate. The witch was probably genuine, even if the fairy was a dream resulting from her suggestion. In his teens Casanova became an abbé, but his enthusiasm for the opposite sex was his downfall. He was thrown out of the house of his patron, a senator, when he was caught with the senator's ward looking into the difference in conformation between a boy and a girl. After more similar indiscretions, he left the church for the army, then became a fiddler in a theater and joined a band of daredevils who spent their nights looking for trouble. One evening, he made the acquaintance of a senator named Bragadin, who suffered an apoplectic fit on the way home in a gondola. Casanova installed himself as a nurse. When the senator's two closest friends told Casanova he might go home if he wanted to, Casanova replied, with his naturally theatrical instinct, "If I go he will die, if I stay, he will get well." Strangely enough, the prophecy proved accurate. In the night, Bragadin almost succumbed to a mercury poultice that his physician had put on his chest. Casanova removed it and washed his chest, whereupon the invalid fell into a peaceful slumber. The following day, the doctor resigned the case and left his patient in the charge of Casanova, who proceeded to quote medical authorities he had never read, and prescribed the correct treatment, rest, and diet, by instinct. Then came the fateful day. M. de Bragadin, who had the weakness to believe in the occult sciences, told me one day that, for a young man of my age, he thought my learning too extensive, and that he was certain I was the possessor of some supernatural endowment. Casanova, never one to fly in the face of Providence, admitted that he was a Kabbalist and possessed the key of Solomon. He found them easy to deceive. They asked him incomprehensible questions, and his oracle gave incomprehensible answers, which they professed to find enlightening. I saw how easy it must have been for the ancient heathen priests to impose upon ignorant and therefore credulous mankind. He was given a generous allowance and treated like a son of the house. He took to gambling, his chief source of income throughout his life, and soon after, engaged in his first major deception as a magician. The motive seems to have been pure vanity and the spirit of mischief. In Mantua a young man persuaded him to go and look at the collection of antiquities owned by his father, among which was a knife, said to be the one with which St. Peter cut off the ear of the high priest's servant. Luke states that it is a sword. Casanova, amused by the credulous old gentleman, assured him that he was possessed of a fortune. Since the knife had magical powers, it could be used to locate all the buried treasure in the Pope's dominions. However, its sheath was also needed, and fortunately Casanova knew the man who owned the sheath. He manufactured a sheath out of an old boot, which he showed to the antiquarian. He now offered himself as the magician who could unearth the treasure for them. The son had a letter from a man who thought there was treasure on his land, which was part of the papal estates. As he brought out the letter, Casanova managed to glimpse the name of the village, Cesena. He set up his oracle, numbered cards made into pyramids, and extracted the answer that the treasure in question was buried somewhere near the Rubicon. A map was consulted, and it was found that the Rubicon ran through Cesena. The old man and his son admitted the identity of the village, totally convinced they were dealing with a magician. In Cesena, Casanova was introduced into the household of a wealthy peasant, George Franzia. The eldest daughter, a girl of 14 named Javotte, was pretty, which was what Casanova had hoped. An adventure without a sexual involvement would not have been to his taste. He was a master in the art of obtaining confidence by various means. He told the old man that they must observe strict secrecy, for fear of the Inquisition. When he asked why it was that the inquisitors were more powerful than a magician, Casanova explained that it was because monks had more devils under their command. He told them that Javotte would be their means of obtaining the treasure, because a pure virgin was necessary. Then, on successive days, he instituted a ritual bathing of members of the family, first the father, then the brother, and then, the whole point of the proceeding, Javotte. He explains that he did not expect to make her fall in love with him, but one finds a compensation in the complete control obtained over a woman. He bathed her himself, and she responded to his caresses until her ardent fire was at last quenched by the natural result of that excitement. On drying her, Casanova came close to destroying the virginity that was essential to his magic, but fortunately his own excitement also reached a harmless climax before he succumbed. The following morning, it was the girl's turn to bathe him, and she proved as expert at caresses as Casanova himself. She slept in his room, and from that night onward they slept together, although he continued to respect the essential point. He decided that her virginity could remain intact until the night after the incantations. He mentions passing a part of the following night observing some of the strange signs that had made Franzia certain the treasure was buried on his land. Heavy blows came from under the ground at intervals, and the cellar door opened and closed regularly, as if by invisible hands. He admits that he was unable to explain this, but concludes that there was some unknown roguery at work. When the hour came, he says, I throw off all profane garments. I clothe myself in the long white robe, the work of a virgin's innocent hands. I allow my long hair to fall loosely. I place the extraordinary crown on my head, the circle maximus on my shoulders, and, seizing the scepter with one hand, the wonderful knife with the other, I go down into the yard. There I spread my circle on the ground, uttering the most barbarous words, and after going round it 3 times I jump into the middle. A thunderstorm began to brew up, and Casanova experienced a fleeting regret that he had not thought of predicting that something of the sort might take place. But as the sky was split with lightning, he suddenly began to wonder if there wasn't something supernatural going on after all. And as the storm increased, he became convinced that if he was to escape with his life, he must remain in the magic circle. The amusing consequence is that Casanova ended by being convinced that the innocence of the Virgin was under the special protection of God, and that if he dared to violate it, the most rapid and terrible death would be my punishment. And so he explained to Franzia that the 7 spirits guarding the treasure had made him agree to delay digging it up, and gave him a long document describing the location and extent of the treasure. It is typical of Casanova that he later returned to present Javotte with a pair of expensive bracelets. In spite of his rogueries, he was fundamentally a good man. There would be no point in relating his other exploits as a magician. The ancient and gullible Madame d'Urf believed in him implicitly, and he explains typically that if I had thought it possible to lead back Madame d'Urf to the right use of her senses I would have made the attempt, but I felt sure her disease was without remedy, and the only course before me seemed to abet her in her ravings and profit by them. He accordingly took part in remarkable ceremonies whose aim was to cause Madame d'Urf's soul to pass into the body of a baby, so she could live all over again. The passage describing the ceremony is inimitably funny, and affords some insight into the kind of charlatanism employed by other magicians besides Casanova, but it is too long to quote here. On falling in love with a beautiful Englishwoman, Justin Iana Wynne, whom he calls MLLEXCV, he made use of the name of Paracelsus to produce the desired result. She was pregnant by a lover who had deserted her, and told Casanova that she had a recipe for an arf that would terminate her condition. It was a kind of unguent composed of several drugs, such as saffron, myrrh, etc., compounded with virgin honey. Casanova, whose advances had already been rejected, immediately added that the preparation became infallible if it was mixed with fresh male semen, and offering himself as the means of introducing the arf into the mouth of the womb. We looked, I like a medical student about to perform an operation, and she like a patient, with this difference, that it was the patient who arranged the dressing. When she was ready, that is, when she had placed the arf as neatly as a skullcap fits a parson, she put herself in the proper position for the preparation to mix with the semen. It is sad to relate that, in spite of dozens of applications of the arf to the mouth of the womb, Paracelsus's recipe failed, and Miss Wynne eventually had the baby in a convent. Casanova possessed a natural occult faculty. When some of his absurder prophecies came true, he would experience for a moment the superstitious awe he felt in the thunderstorm. Once, when he made a careless slip in consulting the pyramid oracle, the answer obtained struck him as utterly wild, but it proved to be correct. In Dux, where he spent his declining years, he stated that a certain cat would have 6 black kittens, and the cat had precisely that number. His occult faculty accounted for his amazing luck during his first 40 years. A sixth sense made him say or do the right thing, as when he found himself announcing that if he stayed with Bragadin, he would live. The same thing applies to his relations with women. If the memoirs were a novel, it would explain why there is an odd similarity about his sexual exploits. The author would be recording his own fantasies. Some commentators have questioned Casanova's veracity on precisely these grounds, that the same type of girl, the same type of situation, keep recurring. For readers with more insight and sympathy, this is precisely what assures his basic veracity. In real life, the same type of thing does keep happening to people with a definite personality. Casanova, with his punctilious good manners and his genuine protectiveness and generosity towards women, was always meeting a type of impressionable girl who, within days or even hours, was saying, "Do what you like with me, I am yours." It is typical that his own daughter fell in love with him, without, of course, knowing his identity. This curious psychic radar began to fail him in his late 30s, when his passion for a beautiful courtesan, La Charpillon, led him to commit various follies, none of which brought him any closer to his goal. She was one of his few total failures. She set out to humiliate him, and succeeded. The superb confidence that had for years brought him the luck of a sleepwalker was cracked. And from now on, although he still had his triumphs ahead of him, he was on the downhill slope of defeat. It is interesting to reflect that precisely the same thing happened to Mesmer during his later Paris period. The confidence went, and what is a mesmerist without confidence? Casanova lived to be 73, dying 2 years before the end of the century he had dramatized so brilliantly, but something of the essential Casanova died in London with his passion for La Charpillon. In the long drawn-out frustration of his last days, Casanova kept his soul alive by writing his memoirs, but when Count Marcolini at Dresden refused to allow even the first volume to be printed, he lost heart and broke off the writing at the point where he had reached his 50th year. How great is the loss may be a matter of some dispute, for the remaining years of his life might have left the reader with a bitter taste in his mouth. But there is one cause of regret for all students of the occult, that Casanova did not describe his second meeting with one of the most baffling men of the age, the Count Cagliostro. He might have cleared up a mystery that must now remain unsolved. Everyone has heard the name of Cagliostro. For most people, it has sinister and dubious associations, rather like that of Rasputin. Few people, even among the well-informed, knew very much about him, for even the basic facts of his life are in doubt. The only thing we know with any certainty is that he died tragically in the prisons of the Inquisition in 1795, probably strangled by his jailer. Opinions as to his powers and abilities cover the whole spectrum, from Carlyle's King of Liars and Great Quack Face to Louis Spence's one of the great occult figures of all time. Even his identity is still a matter for argument. In her book on the Diamond Necklace Affair, Francis Mosseicher remarks, "Those who consult the encyclopedias will find it stated as categorical fact that Count Alessandro di Cagliostro was Giuseppe Balsamo of Palermo. It is enough to shake one's faith in reference books, in view of the fact that the basis for such identification must rest for eternity on the evidence of an anonymous letter to the Paris police." But Miss Mosseicher ends by more or less acknowledging that Cagliostro and Balsamo are probably the same person. W.R.H. Trowbridge denies it emphatically in his book on Cagliostro, asserting that although Casanova met Balsamo, whom he describes unflatteringly, he never met Cagliostro. F. Ribadeau Dumas, the author of Cagliostro, Scoundrel or Saint, has the highest possible opinion of Cagliostro, but accepts that he was Balsamo. Goethe was sufficiently fascinated by Cagliostro to pay a visit to Balsamo's family when he was in Palermo. A full account of the visit can be found in Funk Brentano's Cagliostro and Company, but he portrays him as a swindler in his play The Grand Kuft. But Goethe's interest in Cagliostro is a clue to the truth that probably lies behind all these contradictions. It was not, I think, the interest of the artist in the scoundrel, the interest that made Thomas Mann write a book about a confidence man. It was a recognition of a fundamental similarity between the two of them. Shaw remarked that no man is at home in society until he has found his natural place, either above or below the one he is born to. Cagliostro and Goethe were both born far below their natural places, both ended up hobnobbing with princes and cardinals, and gaining universal respect on the strength of inborn genius. And there was a natural genius, a natural strength in Cagliostro, that made itself felt. A hostile witness, the Baroness d'Oberkirch, met him at Cardinal Rohan's at Savmes, and describes him, while not actually handsome, his face was the most remarkable I have ever seen. His eyes, above all. They were indescribable, with supernatural depths, all fire and yet all ice. It seemed to me that if any two artists sketched him, the two portraits, while having some slight resemblance, might yet well be totally dissimilar. Ambivalent, he at once attracted and repelled you, he frightened you and at the same time inspired you with insurmountable curiosity. Casanova had described him about 10 years earlier as short and badly hung, and his face bore all the indications of daring, impudence, sarcasm and imposture. But this sounds like hindsight sharpened by jealousy. Baroness d'Oberkirch says, Cagliostro was possessed of a demonic power, he enthralled the mind, paralyzed the will. This is no vulgar adventurer, it is a man of real force. When Cagliostro was in the hands of the Inquisition, his biography was written by one of its hirelings. Naturally, it portrays him simply as a scoundrel and cheat. Carlyle and all other hostile commentators have followed this Inquisition biography, whose avowed aim is to cut its subject down to size. The obvious question arises, if Cagliostro was such a contemptible rogue, how did he achieve such influence over so many people? Carlyle replies, because he was one of the greatest cheats that ever lived. And this crude and simplistic view simply denies the remarkable power to which so many people have testified. If it is accepted that Cagliostro was, in his way, a man of genius, that is, of an intelligent vitality far above the average, the contradictions begin to vanish, and the story of his life takes on a shape and direction that is absent from Casanova's. It is fairly certain that he was born Giuseppe Balsamo, son of a poor family of Palermo, in 1743. Goethe describes the family as simple but warm-hearted peasants, living in a single room. His father died when he was young, and since his disposition was naturally explosive, he soon became ungovernable. He was sent to the seminary school of San Rocco, but ran away several times. He was then enrolled as a novice in the Benfratelli of Cartgarone. One day, in a burst of anticlerical exuberance, he shocked the brothers by improvising freely on the sacred text he was supposed to be reading aloud at supper, substituting the names of notorious prostitutes for those of the saints. This achieved the effect he had been aiming for. He was thrown out. He now took lessons in drawing, for which he showed unusual talent. His skill with the pen and brush extended to copying letters, theater tickets, and anything else that would bring a profit. He was naturally attracted to the occult, and to alchemy and astrology. It is not certain where he acquired his basic knowledge. But Sicily has always had a strong tradition of witchcraft and occultism, and no doubt instruction was easy to come by. He possessed a natural degree of second sight. This is evidenced by the story told by Baroness d'Oberkirch, who describes how Cagliostro, immediately after seeing her for the first time, suddenly announced, "You lost your mother a long time ago. You hardly remember her. You were an only child. You have one daughter, and she will be an only child. You will have no more children." Pressed to answer by Cardinal Rohan, the offended Baroness, who objected to being addressed so familiarly, finally admitted that he was right about herself. His prediction about her daughter also came true. The stories of his rascalities at this period all stem from his Inquisition biographer, and may therefore be suspect. The most famous of them states that he gained the confidence of a miserly goldsmith, and convinced him that he could make gold. The incantations took place in a remote field at midnight, and at the crucial moment, ruffians dressed as demons rushed out and knocked the goldsmith insensible. When he recovered his senses, Balsamo managed to convince him that the demons had made off with the large amount of gold they had brought with them for purposes of magical conjuration. The same source adds that Balsamo was himself robbed by 2 accomplices in Calabria, and reached Rome, at the age of 17, completely destitute. He managed to live by his artistic talents. Goethe tells a story of how Balsamo forged some documents at the request of the Sicilian Marquis, and was thrown into prison in consequence. The enraged Marquis went to see the judge, and met the prosecuting counsel in his anteroom. He ended by knocking him down and jumping on him. The judge was so impressed by this display of conviction that he freed Balsamo on the spot. Whether the forgery story is true or not, it is certain that he continued to study occultism, and became the laboratory assistant of a Greek named Altotas, who, among other things, had discovered a process for giving flax fibers the glossy feeling of silk. They traveled in Egypt, and called at Malta, where they made the acquaintance of the Grand Master of the Knights of Malta, a man named Pinta. Pinta was an enthusiastic amateur of alchemy, and welcomed the 2 adepts. Balsamo so impressed him that he later gave him letters of introduction to distinguished men in Rome and Naples. In Rome, as a dashing young artist of 26, Balsamo was fascinated by a beautiful 14-year-old girl, daughter of a copper smelter who lived in an alley named after the local church of the Trinita de Pellegrini, in a slum quarter. Lorenza Feliciani was illiterate but dazzling, and in spite of some opposition from her father, she married Balsamo. It was in the following year that Casanova met them at Aix-en-Provence in the south of France. He says that they were assumed to be people of rank because they had distributed alms generously on entering the town. They had made a pilgrimage to St. James of Compostela in Italy, and then to Our Lady of Pilar in Spain, and were now going back to Rome. Lorenza, who impressed Casanova as modest, devoted, and honest, said that the alms they had given were the excess from the money they had received at the last town, where they had begged them. Balsamo asked Casanova to take up a collection for them at the Table d'Hôte, and Lorenza asked him to give them a letter of introduction for Avignon. Later, Balsamo proved his skill as a forger by making such an exact copy of the letter that Casanova himself swore that the copy was his original letter. He warned Balsamo to be careful, or his talent might cost him his life. From this story, it is clear that Balsamo had found a jewel in his wife. With her gentle beauty, she made a far more favorable impression than Balsamo could have created alone. Whether the pilgrimage was undertaken for religious reasons is a different matter. Balsamo was a man who had something inside him that wanted to get out. He could not have settled down to copper smelting in Rome. He felt the world held something important in store for him, and he meant to keep moving until he found it. They seem to have returned to Spain, for Lorenza later recounted how the viceroy in Barcelona tried to seduce her, and then, when she repulsed him, tried to get her arrested as an unmarried woman living in sin. In Madrid, Balsamo worked for the Duke of Alva. In the following year they came to London, and Balsamo worked as a painter and decorator for a while with a fellow Italian. And there is a story that he extorted £100 from a Quaker who fell in love with his wife and was caught by him in a compromising position. It is certain that he went to prison for debt, having failed in a lawsuit against someone who owed him for pen drawings. Lorenza persuaded a philanthropist named Sir Edward Hales, whom she later called Sir Dehals, to get her husband out of jail. He did more than this. He gave Balsamo a job decorating the ceiling at his home near Canterbury. Balsamo was not used to this kind of work, and when the ceiling was ruined, they left for France. Lorenza describes an acquaintance they made on the boat. On the passage to France we made the acquaintance of M. Duplessis, the steward of the Marquis de Prie, who showed us all kind of civilities. And when M. Balsamo showed him some of his works, he appeared surprised. "You will make your fortune in Paris," he said. "I am an advocate at the Parliament, and I know many lords. Don't distress yourself, I'll present you to the king. You won't have to go on your travels again. Your wife is very pleasant, very pretty, very charming. I'll do all I can to set you up in Paris." Balsamo must have guessed that Duplessis was more interested in Lorenza than himself, but the prospect of finally settling down to a prosperous existence no doubt made him prefer to ignore the danger and hope for the best. They were destitute when they arrived in Calais, but M. Duplessis offered Lorenza a seat in his carriage. "And what of my husband?" She said. "Can't he wait a little at Calais? He will come on later." She declined. So Duplessis offered Balsamo the use of a horse. The long ride to Paris must have been hard on his seat. Meanwhile, M. Duplessis was whispering dedications of love in Lorenza's ear. "Thus tormented against my will, I was several times tempted to stop and leave M. Duplessis, in order to escape the solicitations and actual violence he showed me, but knowing the irritable and fiery nature of my husband, I feared to inform him of what was going on." In Paris, M. Duplessis let them stay at the house of the Marquis de Prie. Balsamo was naturally more tired than his wife and retired to bed, while she went to an opera with M. Duplessis. This continued for 2 months, and it seems that Lorenza finally ceded her virtue one night when her husband went to visit an apothecary. But having made Lorenza his mistress, Duplessis now wanted her to separate from her husband. She was won over to the extent of moving into apartments in the Rue Saint-Honore. Balsamo went mad with jealousy and rage, a reaction that throws doubt on the story of his deliberate complicity in his wife's seduction. He applied to the king for redress. It was granted, and in February 1773 Lorenza went into the women's jail of St. Pelagic, where she made the statement that has been quoted. She spent nearly a year in prison, while her repentant husband tried to get her out. When she was released in December, his fortunes had taken a turn for the better. A skin lotion containing borax had made him money, and he had become instructor in alchemy to 2 amateurs of the subject. They decided to return to Italy, this time in style. Balsamo now called himself the Marchese Pellegrini, taking the name of the church near his wife's home. They visited Balsamo's family in Palermo, and he rented a house there for a time. Unfortunately, the goldsmith he had swindled was still alive, and had Balsamo imprisoned. W.R.H. Trowbridge asserts that Goethe's story of the Sicilian Marquis, who effected Balsamo's release by jumping on the prosecuting attorney, belongs to this period rather than to his early wander jar. In 1776, Balsamo returned to London and changed his name to Cagliostro, which happened to be the name of an uncle in Palermo. 2 important events took place on this second visit to England. He was admitted to the Lodge of Freemasons, and he was fleeced by confidence tricksters who thought he had a manuscript containing an infallible system for predicting the winning numbers in a lottery. The story is obscure, although it seems fairly well authenticated. Cagliostro may have predicted certain winning numbers through his power of second sight, but he did not want to continue doing it. There were lawsuits involving a necklace, and, as Carlyle puts it, the most accomplished swindler of the swindling 18th century was hobbled, duped, and despoiled by the aid of the masterly fictions of English law. It is impossible to know how far Cagliostro was to blame. Altogether more important, from the point of view of his future, was his admission to the Esperance Lodge of Freemasons, at the rooms of the King's Head in Gerrard Street, Soho, on April 12, 1777. He called himself Joseph Cagliostro, colonel of the 3rd Regiment of Brandenburg, and his wife also became a Mason. The Freemasons are a secret society of a religious nature, whose basic tenet is the brotherhood of man. Originally a society of stoneworkers who traveled around Europe wherever great buildings were being erected, with a system of secret signs for recognizing one another, it became the home of occultists, alchemists, astrologers, and so on. Readers of War and Peace will remember Peter Bezukhov's encounter with the Freemasons when he is in a state of pessimism and exhaustion. Although Tolstoy was not himself a Mason, he states their aims with clarity and sympathy. First, the notion of brotherhood. No one can attain to truth by himself. Only by laying stone on stone with the cooperation of all by the millions of generations from our forefather Adam to our own times, is that temple reared which is to be a worthy dwelling place of the great God. This notion of a long secret tradition is of fundamental importance, the first and chief object of our order, the foundation on which it rests and which no human power can destroy, is the preservation and handing on to posterity of a certain important mystery, which has come down to us from the remotest ages, even from the first man, a mystery on which perhaps the fate of mankind depends. But since this mystery is of such a nature that nobody can know or use it unless he be prepared by long and diligent self-purification, not everyone can hope to attain it quickly. Hence we have a secondary aim, that of preparing our members as much as possible to reform their hearts, to purify and enlighten their minds, by means handed on to us by tradition. He goes on to describe their third aim, the regeneration of mankind. This is the one that appeals most to Peter. Then he details the 7 steps of Solomon's temple. There is a close connection between the idea of Masons and temples, inevitably. They are discretion, obedience, morality, love of mankind, courage, generosity, love of death. Peter is enjoined to meditate continually on death, and he finds this the most difficult proposition to swallow. Tolstoy's description of the initiation rites should also be read by anyone who wants to understand the attraction of Freemasonry. To a non-Mason, these are bound to sound absurd. The aspirant wears a slipper on one foot and a boot on the other, and is led blindfolded through passages, led along certain carpets to the accompaniment of knockings with mallets and swords, made to hold a pair of compasses against his breast, confronted by men in robes pointing swords at him, made to kneel at the gates of the temple, and so on. At one point, Peter suddenly wonders if it is all a practical joke. Frank King, in his book Cagliostro, The Last of the Sorcerers, summarizes Cagliostro's initiation briefly. The ceremony was very similar to that which is performed in Masonic lodges today, with the addition of several harmless but undignified scenes which were intended to impress the candidate. Thus Joseph was hauled up to the ceiling by a rope and allowed to dangle, signifying his helplessness without divine aid. He was stabbed with a dagger, the blade of which collapsed into its handle, to emphasize the fate which would be his should he betray the secrets of the order. He had to kneel, divested of his clothing, to show his subservience to the master of the lodge. It can be seen that the Freemasons are direct descendants of the Orphics and Pythagoreans. The aim of the initiation is to produce an immense sense of significance and reverence. It is not surprising that, at the end of it all, Tolstoy's hero felt as if he had returned from a long journey on which he had spent dozens of years, had become completely changed, and had quite left behind him his former habits and way of life. This also makes it clear why the Freemasons have always been persecuted, particularly in Catholic countries. The Church may feel that Protestantism and its various sects are bastard offshoots of the parent tree, weak imitations that can never be a real challenge because they cannot offer a real alternative to the immense apparatus of Catholicism. The Freemasons were virtually setting up an alternative church that claimed far greater antiquity than Catholicism. The man who joined it felt himself a member of the fundamental secret society, guarding the most ancient mystery. The problem of any organized religion is always the same: how to imbue its followers with such a profound sense of purpose that old habits and personality patterns are permanently remolded. The Freemasons did this by using the techniques of the mysteries of ancient Greece. The initiate would emerge from all this with a sense of being in a neat and orderly universe, where his aims and purposes are suddenly quite definite. A tradition dating back to Adam stands behind him. The notion of the brotherhood of man gives him a new sense of belonging to the human race. What is more, the world is full of brother Masons, actively benevolent brothers who will not allow him to sink. This is, of course, an extremely important part of the attraction of any religion, for the craving for security and territory is deeper even than the religious instinct. At least, it demands to be satisfied first in most people. The real power of the Catholic Church in the Middle Ages lay in monasteries, where the monks were given this basic security of tenure, so to speak. I have discussed Freemasonry at such length because it is impossible to explain the remainder of Cagliostro's life without it. Up to now, he had remained an adventurer on much the same level as Casanova, an artist driven from pillar to post by adversity, by a fate that seemed to take pleasure in tormenting him and kicking his feet from under him. The wandering life produces a sense of pointlessness and contingency, a slow erosion of self-respect. Cagliostro was 34, he had been wandering for nearly 20 years, the life of adventure had lost its charm. This was like coming home. Its emotional effect was as profound as on Peter Bezúkhov. The transformation was total. He had been thrown a lifeline, and he lost no time in scrambling ashore. From then on, Freemasonry was his life's work. Moreover, since he himself was a born magician, was he not naturally one of the priests of this religion? His business was not to be a simple follower, like the valet and the aging alchemist who had been received into the London Lodge at the same time as himself. He was a Grand Master by right. If he had joined the Catholic Church he would have set out to become Pope, feeling that was his natural position. And his fellow Catholics would have found his pushiness hard to tolerate. The Masons didn't mind it in the least. There could be no doubt about the genuineness of his conversion, he would obviously be a powerful proselytizer. Just as Italy was the original home of Catholicism, so England was the parent country of Freemasonry, for although it had not been its original home, it had been the source of the great revival of Freemasonry in the 16th century. And where was the original home of Freemasonry? Cagliostro knew the answer, almost certainly, Egypt. What is the world's earliest great architectural monument? The pyramids. Is not the Great Pyramid of Cheops full of secret measurements embodying arcane secrets? Masons later built the Temple of Solomon, but that was long after, a whole 2 millennia later. Cheops was about 2900 BC, Solomon belongs to the 10th century. Cagliostro claimed that on his visit to London he picked up at a bookstall a manuscript on the subject of Egyptian magic and masonry by one George Gaston. Whether this is true or not is unimportant. Cagliostro either discovered or invented the Egyptian rite, an even more ancient and solemn rite than that of the modern Masons. He devoted the remainder of his life to establishing the Egyptian rite. This was by no means an alternative to already established rites of Freemasonry, it was a higher order, and only Freemasons could qualify for it. As far as Freemasonry was concerned, the idea was a good one. A still higher order of adepts could only broaden their base and extend their influence. The founders of Egyptian Masonry were the prophets Elijah and Enoch, the latter was known as the Grand Copt, or Cuft. In due course, Cagliostro promoted himself from agent of the Grand Copt to the Grand Copt himself. He also added some impressive mystifications to his claims. The pupils of the prophets never die, like Elijah, they are eventually transported bodily into heaven. They have 12 lives, and after each, rise up from their ashes like the phoenix. Cagliostro began to drop hints that he was thousands of years old. His wife, although she continued to look 20 even in her 30s, dropped hints about an officer's son serving in the army. There can be no doubt that Cagliostro continued to be something of a confidence man. But his aims were no longer personal. He saw Freemasonry as the supreme good for the world, it was his task to spread the word. The rites of Freemasonry are symbolic, like the Catholic Mass. Cagliostro's claims about the prophet Enoch and the phoenix were simply an extension of this symbolic truth. Their aim was to create the right frame of mind, to raise men above their old selves. The absurd miracles of the saints and martyrs are intended to have the same effect. What is more important, the psychological change that took place in Cagliostro, and the new lack of self-division, had the effect on his occult powers that we might expect. They increased suddenly. There are few stories about Balsamo's power of second sight or healing. There are dozens about Cagliostro's. He had a remarkable faculty of clairvoyance, and was inclined to use young children as mediums. He would breathe upon the child's chin and forehead, and then make mystic symbols on his forehead and hand. The 5-year-old son of Marshal von Medem was made to stare at his hand, and his father asked him what his sister was doing. The Countess von Direct describes what happened in her memoirs. He described her as placing her hand on her heart as though in pain. A moment later, he exclaimed, "Now she is kissing my brother, who has just come home." On the Marshal declaring this to be impossible, as this brother was leagues away, Cagliostro terminated the séance, and with an air of the greatest confidence ordered the doubting parent to verify the vision. This the Marshal immediately proceeded to do, and learnt that his son, whom he believed so far away, had unexpectedly returned home, and that shortly before her brother's arrival his daughter had had an attack of palpitation of the heart. Cagliostro now had a mission, and a way of making a living. Now, when he entered a European city, he made for the Masonic Lodge, made speeches about the Egyptian rite, and initiated members into it. He seems to have gone to Venice, Berlin, Nuremberg, and Leipzig. In Leipzig, at a banquet given in his honor, he prophesied that if the lodge failed to adopt the Egyptian rite, its master would feel the weight of the hand of God before the end of the month. When the master, a man named Seifort, committed suicide not long afterwards, the Masons of Leipzig followed Cagliostro's advice. His tour of Europe became a triumphal procession from lodge to lodge as his reputation preceded him. Trowbridge, his warmest defender, admits that he did not hesitate to recruit his followers by imposture when without it he would have failed to attract them, but adds, with undoubted accuracy, that there is not a single authenticated instance in which he derived personal profit by imposture. The impostures seem to have been mostly in the matter of clairvoyance. The solemn Egyptian rite of initiation, which included long speeches in foreign languages by the Grand Copt, ended with a ceremony in which a young boy or girl, called pupils or colombe, practiced clairvoyance by gazing into a bowl of water. It appears that Cagliostro was not above bribing the pupil or colombe in advance. On one embarrassing occasion, after a highly successful séance, the colombe announced that it had all been fixed in advance, and Cagliostro had to brazen his way out of it. His stay in Courland seems to have been typical of what happened in most places. The head of the lodge, Marshal von Medem, and the Marshal's eldest daughter, Countess von Direct, were deeply impressed by the Grand Copt. His exhibition of clairvoyance through the 5-year-old son, mentioned above, was successful. So were séances where invisible angels kissed the child medium, the kisses all being clearly audible. At séances Cagliostro also gave remarkable performances of thought reading. He possessed the same kind of power that Gilbert Murray later displayed. He correctly foretold that the Countess had recovered from an illness, and would be found at a certain hour writing at her desk. However, the Countess was a mystic with Swedenborgian leanings, and all this spiritualism struck her as morbid. When Cagliostro, like Casanova, began to speak of how to recover buried treasure with the aid of spirits, her faith in him began to collapse, and he decided it was time to move on. The next stop was St. Petersburg. But here his luck ran out. It was here that his colombe suddenly betrayed him after a successful séance. His wife also, it seems, betrayed him with the Empress Catherine's lover, Potemkin, which pleased neither the magician nor the Empress. Her doctors, 2 Scotsmen named Rogerson and Mounsey, also prejudiced her mind against him. Licking his wounds, he moved on to Strasbourg. It was here that his fortunes took a steep turn for the better. He was already a rich man, and he entered Strasbourg on September 19, 1780, preceded by 6 liveried servants on black horses, and driving in his black japanned coach covered with magic symbols. Crowds lined the route. They had been waiting all day. He did not move to a luxury hotel, but to a small room over a tobacconist's in a poor quarter, where he proceeded to distribute alms and cure the sick. There can be no doubt whatever that, charlatan or not, Cagliostro tried to live by the highest principles of Masonry. Just as, 10 years earlier in Aix, he had given away his excess money to the poor, so now he set out to practice philanthropy on a grand scale. He had developed another typical characteristic. Perhaps because he was so often snubbed by the aristocracy as a charlatan, he was inclined to refuse to treat them, or even to meet them if they came to his door. This is understandable. He felt he was working for the regeneration of mankind. He was an idealist. Why should he gratify the idle curiosity of self-opinionated aristocrats? When the philosopher Lavater, a friend of Goethe, asked to meet him, Cagliostro replied, "If your science is greater than mine, you have no need of my acquaintance. If mine is the greater, I have no need of yours." Lavater persisted, and later became the warmest of Cagliostro's defenders. It is now that Cardinal de Rohan enters the story. He was a strange man, a prince of the family of Bourbon, tall, handsome, rich, enormously charming. In spite of his position in the church, he loved wine, hunting, and the opposite sex. The sorrow of his life was that the Queen, Marie Antoinette, disliked him. Her mother, Maria Theresa of Austria, had taken a strong dislike to him when he was ambassador to Austria, and his dreams of becoming the Richelieu, the Mazarin, behind Louis XVI, were receding further every day. He had another sorrow, even more curious. He was in love with the Queen. He had met her for the first time 10 years earlier, when she came through Strasbourg, of which Rohan was the bishop, a girl of 15 en route to join her husband. She was very beautiful, with ash-blonde hair and a perfect complexion, and a slim figure that would later become plumper. When the cardinal bishop administered communion to the kneeling princess, he found himself envying the husband who would shortly claim her virginity. But, oddly enough, this was not to be. In bed with his beautiful young wife, the future king of France became impotent. In his diary he wrote nothing. What was worse, the situation soon became common knowledge all over Europe. Louis's doctors said that the trouble was physical, not psychological, and that it could be cured by a scalpel, but the king, he came to the throne in 1774, was afraid of pain and declined. So for the next 6 years, he clambered onto his wife every night, and the result continued to be nothing. It must have struck the cardinal as a sinful waste, and deepened his morbid preoccupation with the lovely ash blonde. It was 10 years after the meeting that the Cardinal Bishop of Strasbourg heard about the miracle worker who was now living in the town. He sent a note to Cagliostro, and was promptly rebuffed, in the same manner as Lavater. Cagliostro replied that if he was ill, he would cure him; if he wasn't, then he had no need of a doctor, nor the doctor of him. The cardinal, unoffended, declared that he had asthma and asked Cagliostro to attend him. The two immediately impressed one another. The cardinal told the Abbé Georgel that he saw in Cagliostro's face a dignity so impressive that he felt himself in the grip of an awesome religious experience. It was the cardinal prince who became the acolyte and disciple, and who was flattered when Cagliostro told him one day, "Your soul is worthy of my own. You deserve to be the confidant of all my secrets." The Baroness d'Oberkirch, like many others, reacted unfavorably to the idea of an adventurer gaining so much influence over Rohan, yet found him hypnotically fascinating. Baron de Gleichen has left an accurate portrait. Cagliostro was small, but he had a very fine head which could have served as the model for the face of an inspired poet. In fact, Cagliostro's bust gives him a strong resemblance to William Blake. It is true that his tone, his gestures, and his manners were those of a charlatan, boastful, pretentious and arrogant, but it must be remembered that he was an Italian, a physician giving consultations, self-styled Masonic Grand Master, and a professor of occult sciences. Otherwise his ordinary conversation was agreeable and instructive. his actions noble and charitable, and his healing treatments never unsuccessful and sometimes admirable. He never took a penny from his patients. And Cagliostro was fabulously successful in Strasbourg, both as an occultist and a doctor. Sometimes it was simply warmth and confidence that produced their effect, as when he was successful in delivering a baby for a woman who had been given up by midwives. He decided the baby was still alive, and soothed her and gave her confidence, admitting afterwards to Glycon that the result was due to luck rather than skill. He cured the Marquis de La Salle of a gangrened leg. When the cardinal's uncle, the Prince de Soubise, was dangerously ill, the cardinal took Cagliostro along to see him without disclosing the Grand Cop's identity. The prince had been given up by his regular doctors, but Cagliostro had him up and about within 3 days. It was this cure that improved his reputation with the aristocracy. His séances in Strasbourg were equally impressive, and he gave indubitable proofs of second sight and telepathy, reading the contents of a sealed envelope, predicting what people were doing in other places, and successfully avoiding traps set for him by the unbelieving. When a widow asked a question about her husband, the Colombi remained silent until the woman admitted the trick. He impressed the Baroness d'Oberkirch by telling her one day that the Empress of Austria had just died. It took 3 more days for the news to reach Strasbourg. The Baroness, while fascinated by Cagliostro, was determined to resist him, continuing to believe that he wanted some favor of her, an introduction to the Grand Duchess of Russia. She could not have been aware that Cagliostro had left St. Petersburg under a cloud. She told Rohan that she was convinced Cagliostro wanted to fleece him of money. The cardinal replied by showing her a diamond and gold ring worth 20,000 francs, which he claimed that Cagliostro had made in front of his own eyes. This convinced her. There can be little doubt that Cagliostro had no intention of swindling anyone. He had plenty of money. No doubt the ring had been given him by some Freemason admirer, or by someone he had cured. What he wanted now was simply to consolidate his position, to become the friend of princes, to regenerate the human race. He had no need to be a swindler now. He had proved his powers, and even if the cardinal broke with him, he still had his Freemasons. His own Egyptian lodges all sent him small contributions. As to Lorenza, now a beautiful woman in her mid-20s, she was the toast of the town. The Inquisition biographer states that she gave herself to many of her admirers, in exchange for money, of course. A more reliable source states that while she was capable of flirting and keeping them happy with smiles, she remained faithful to her husband. This is undoubtedly true. They were living in the public eye, and a liaison would have ruined her. Besides, her husband had already forgiven her twice. His patience might not extend to a third time. It was a pity that Cagliostro did not remain in Strasbourg, where he might have lived out the remainder of his life in comfort. But the hatred of the doctors made him uncomfortable, although he fortunately discovered in time a spy they had planted in his household. He went to Naples to nurse an old friend who was dangerously ill, then to Bordeaux and Lyons. Then he obeyed the cardinal's insistent demands, and went to Paris. The eve of his downfall had arrived. And, in another sense, the eve of the French Revolution. The decade between 1770 and 1780 had not been a happy one for Rohan, for the Queen had become his enemy, and blighted his career. When her husband became king, she had the cardinal, or bishop, as he was in those days, dismissed from his job as ambassador to Austria. She also tried hard to prevent him from being made cardinal, Grand Almoner, Administrator General of the Sorbonne, and Abbot of St. Wast in Arras, and although she failed in each case, she managed to make her royal displeasure felt in 100 minor matters. The crueler she became, the more infatuated became her admirer. It might be supposed that sexual frustration was the underlying cause of her disapproval of the dashing cardinal, but she had ceased to be a virgin on July 20, 1777, when the king had finally risen to the occasion. A week later she was able to assure her mother that the essay has been repeated. She later produced 2 sons and a daughter. The cardinal's eye for a pretty woman was his misfortune. In Strasbourg he had met a charming adventuress who called herself the Countess de la Motte Valois, who claimed to be a descendant of Henri II. She had married a handsome but impecunious army officer named Lamotte. In Paris, she called on the Cardinal, now Grand Almoner of France, to see if he could not do something to help restore her family's ancestral lands, or perhaps get her husband a commission in the king's regiment. The Cardinal liked her. He liked her so much that her second visit lasted until the early hours of the morning. She was too grateful for the purse of gold he had given her to object when he began to unhook her dress. Oddly enough, the 50-year-old Cardinal fell violently in love with this young girl in her mid-twenties, and wrote her a number of indiscreet letters. It was the Cardinal who made sure she was introduced at court. And, according to the Countess de Lamotte, her misfortunes had soon made her a bosom friend of the Queen's. Rohan was delighted. It was the opportunity he had wanted for years. He begged his attractive mistress to use all her influence with Marie Antoinette. And he was overjoyed when the Countess assured him that the Queen was softening towards him. In fact, the Countess was hatching a plot to get rich. She believed, mistakenly, that the Cardinal was a very rich man. In fact, he was a spendthrift, and a fire at his mansion near Strasbourg had cost him a fortune. The scheme was simple. It was known that the Queen, herself a talented spender, coveted a diamond necklace that had been made by two jewelers named Bremer and Basenge, but the price, 1,600,000 livres, was too much even for her. A livre in those days was roughly equivalent to an English shilling or American quarter, so the necklace cost $400,000, or £100,000. Jean de Lamotte's plan was to persuade Rohan to purchase the necklace for the Queen, then she would make off with it. The Cardinal was not expected to make the Queen a present of the necklace, only to buy it secretly for her, or rather, to pledge his credit for it. It was all fatally easy. The Countess undertook to deliver letters from the Cardinal to the Queen, and she forged the Queen's replies. The Cardinal naturally expected some sign of the Queen's approval. The Countess and her husband hired a young courtesan, Nicole d'Oliva, to impersonate the Queen at a secret meeting in the gardens of Versailles. The Cardinal was allowed to kiss her slipper, and seems to have had no suspicions. Now, Cagliostro's only part in this absurd business was as Rohan's confidant. He had been in Lyons and Bordeaux during the period when the Cardinal was negotiating for the necklace, so he had the perfect alibi. He had even warned the Cardinal against Jean de Lamotte at an early stage. But he does seem to have encouraged the Cardinal's hopes of advancement through the Queen, and the Inquisition biographer says he conjured up an image of the Queen in a bowl of water for the Cardinal's benefit. The most damaging thing that can be said of Cagliostro in this whole affair is that his occult gifts were clearly not working at all between 1784 and 1785, when the whole thing blew up. Did no star tell him that a tidal wave was about to burst over so many people? It came in July 1785, when the first payment, of 400,000 francs, fell due on the necklace, and the Cardinal received the request from the jewelers. He passed it on to the Queen through the Countess de Lamotte. The Countess forged a letter from the Queen saying she could not meet the payment. The Cardinal was astounded, and then alarmed when the jewelers pointed out that in that case he would have to meet it himself. The Countess had expected this, of course, and she had expected him to pay up quietly. This happened to be impossible. The Cardinal could only raise an immediate 30,000 francs. The jewelers declined to give him the 3 months leeway he asked for, and applied direct to the Queen, who thought they had gone mad. Bremer saw the king, who naturally demanded an explanation from Rohan himself. And it was at this point that the Queen interfered just once too often. She was so indignant that her name had been taken in vain that she demanded the instant arrest of Rohan. It would have been more sensible to hush the whole thing up. A public scandal could do no one any good. Instead, Rohan, Cagliostro, the Countess and her lover Villette, who had taken part in the forgeries, were all arrested. The Countess's husband was in London, where he had been disposing of the jewels. The result of Marie Antoinette's decision was the eventual destruction of practically everyone involved in the case. Rohan and Cagliostro were acquitted, but Rohan was ruined, and Cagliostro had become a laughing stock. The Countess was ordered to be whipped naked in public and branded. Nicole d'Oliva and Villette were acquitted, the latter banished. Marie Antoinette had been a popular queen before the case. Now, although her innocence was established, she was booed and hissed by the Paris mob whenever she went out in her coach. Jeanne de la Motte, an endlessly fluent liar, managed to convey the impression that she was the victim of the Queen and Cardinal, who had been having a love affair. When whipped and branded, she struggled like a fury and bit through the leather of the executioner's tunic, drawing blood. The crowd sympathized with her. She escaped to London, but the line of her destiny was also plunging steeply. She wrote A Story of My Life, in which she lied as brilliantly as ever, declaring herself the victim of Cagliostro, Rohan, and the Queen. She quarreled with her husband, who got tired of her love affairs. She quarreled with her lover, who got tired of her tantrums. The money for the necklace seems to have vanished very quickly. She had lived with immense extravagance in the 6 months before she was found out, and she was perpetually hounded for debt. Attempting to escape her creditors, she climbed out of a window, and fell 3 floors to the pavement, fracturing her hip, splintering her arm, and losing an eye. She lingered on for several weeks, long enough to express grim satisfaction at the news of the king's arrest at Varennes, and died before her 35th birthday. By that time, Cagliostro had been in the Inquisition's prisons for 2 years, which also caused her some satisfaction. Even the girl Nicole d'Oliva, who had impersonated the Queen, died at the age of 28. The Cardinal died fairly comfortably in Baden in 1803. It was Cagliostro, the innocent bystander, who came off worst of all. Before his arrest, he was rich, famous, and widely respected. Incarceration in the Bastille completely unnerved him. Besides, he was frantic with anxiety for his wife, who was arrested with him. After 7 months, she was released, and received universal sympathy. Cagliostro stayed in jail for nearly a year. He took it very badly. And he made a ridiculous impression at his trial, swaggering, dashing, in a gold-embroidered green taffeta coat, his hair hanging in greasy ringlets to his shoulders. When the judge asked him who he was, he replied in the voice of a ham actor, "I am a noble voyager, nature's unfortunate child," which drew a burst of laughter. He had prepared a life story, which seems intended as a deliberate mockery. In it he claimed to be of noble birth, although he had no idea of his parentage, and that he was brought up under the name of a carrot in Arabia, and had apartments in the palace of the Mufti Salahim, head of the Mohammedan religion. Travels in Asia and Africa follow. He meets his master, Althatas, who dies in Malta, pressing his hand. And so on. Cagliostro seems to have totally lost his judgment. It was time to be quiet, dignified, restrained, if he wanted to emerge from this with a shred of reputation. Instead, he played the mountebank. After the trial, he went to London, banished by the king. He tried to sue the governor of the Bastille for the return of large sums of money and other items stolen when he was arrested, but lost the case. He was still sufficiently rich to send Nicole d'Oliva, whose beauty had made a great impression at the trial, 700 crowns. In London he addressed a letter to the French people, which immediately achieved large sales in Paris. It was another nail in the coffin of the old order. The letter also has a prophetic ring. In view of future events, he declares that he will not return to Paris until the Bastille is pulled down and made into a public promenade, and prophesies that the French will have a prince who will abolish lettres de cachet, arbitrary orders of imprisonment or banishment, and will convoke the States General, Parliament. He will not be satisfied with being the first of his ministers, he will aim at being the first of Frenchmen. But to state that Cagliostro prophesied the revolution in Napoleon is going a little too far. He did not say the Bastille would be made a public promenade, only that he would not return until it was. However, it is arguable that his letter did much to bring about that result not long after. It was the king himself who convoked Parliament, even if the last sentence quoted Fitz Napoleon. London was no refuge. The British Freemasons were not interested in the Egyptian rites, while the Courier de l'Europe published an expose of Cagliostro that is quite as vindictive as the Inquisition biographer's account, revealing his true identity as Giuseppe Balsamo. Cagliostro and Lorenza moved to Basel, then Turin, where the police instantly ordered them to move on. They tried to settle in a small village in the Austrian Tyrol, Roveredo, but were again ordered to move on. In Trent in Austria he found another alchemist cardinal willing to become his patron, but the emperor ordered him to leave Austrian soil. His wife had lost her beauty, although only in her early 30s, and as their fortune dwindled, was forced to sell her diamonds. Cagliostro finally made his supreme mistake and returned to Rome, attempting to propagate Freemasonry under the nose of the Pope. In 1789 he was arrested, and never again gained his freedom. The Vatican hinted at vast plots by French revolutionaries to overthrow the Church, and doubled the guard around the Castel Sant'Angelo. Cagliostro's trial was undoubtedly intended as a declaration of war on Freemasonry. The Freemasons replied to the Inquisition biography with a pamphlet that made a far greater impact, and convinced the Pope that he was wise to have rid himself of the dangerous Freemason. Cagliostro was transferred to the Castel San Leo, where the cells were made of old dried-up cisterns or cut out of solid rock. Here he was almost literally buried alive in darkness. He died in 1795, at the age of 52. His wife died in a nunnery in 1794, still under 40. When French soldiers took the San Leo prison in 1797, they searched for Cagliostro, intending to treat him as a revolutionary hero, but he was dead. This remarkable man was, indeed, the last of the magicians, and nearly 2 centuries after his death he remains as misunderstood as during his lifetime. In spite of the broad streak of charlatanism in him, he was undoubtedly a genuine magician. He regarded himself as a man with a mission, and he pursued it single-mindedly. He loved good living, but he was also incredibly generous, perhaps the most basic sign of a fundamentally good man. As he himself pointed out at his trial, there is no reliable evidence that he ever harmed anyone during his extraordinary career, and there can be no doubt that he did much good. It is curious that his career, like that of so many others we have considered, Agrippa, Paracelsus, John Dee, Casanova, Mesmer, reached a certain apex and then went into a runaway decline. This seems to be a characteristic of all magicians. It can also be seen in Madame Blavatsky, Aleister Crowley, and Rasputin. I have deliberately left one of his most remarkable predictions to the end, because it involves the complex science of numerology. This was made at a Masonic gathering during his final period in Paris, at the home of the Orientalist, the Count de Gobelin. Cagliostro explained to the assembly that each letter in the alphabet has a numerical value, a Kabbalistic doctrine. He demonstrated the system, analyzing the names of Catherine de' Medici, Henry III and Henry IV of France, showing how, when the letters of their name were added up, the result could be read like an astrological chart. He went on to try the result on the names of Louis XVI and Marie Antoinette. The king's prediction stated that he must beware of dying on the scaffold before his 39th year. He is condemned to lose his head for being guilty of war. Marie Antoinette would be unfortunate, unhappy in France, a queen without throne or money, wrinkled prematurely through grief, kept on a meager diet, imprisoned, beheaded. Cagliostro based his numerology upon the system of Cornelius Agrippa, which is based upon the Hebrew alphabet. In this, the numbers from 1 to 8 have the following letters associated with them: 1, A, I, Q, J, Y. 2, B, K, R. 3, C, G, L, S. 4, D, M, T. 5, E, H, N. 6, U, V, W, X. 7, O, Z. 8, F, P. The system for finding someone's number, no doubt the slang phrase comes from this, is to take the letters of his Christian name and surname, and add them all together. The signification given for the various numbers is as follows. 1. A number signifying directness, ambition, power. Its possessor is a pioneering, inventive personality, unlikely to have many friends or close associates. Capable of kindness and generosity, but also of ruthlessness. The poet Yeats summarized the personality of number 1 in the lines, "There is not a fool can call me friend. And I may dine at journey's end with Landor and with Donne." It will be found that the letters of William Butler Yeats add up to 1. In this case, the middle name is included, because Yeats was known as W.B. Yeats, not as William. Oddly enough, if the letters of his most common nickname, Willie Yates, are added up, they also come to 1. 2. This is the reverse of the previous number, signifying a well-balanced, gentle disposition. Richard Cavendish speaks of it as an evil and female number in the black arts. People with the number 2 make good subordinates or helpers, but may be oversensitive, too easily depressed. Just as the negative aspect of number 1 is extreme self-assertion, refusal to admit one is in the wrong, what A. E. Van Vogt calls the right man, a man who will assert he is right in the teeth of all the evidence, so the negative aspect of number 2 is deviousness or vacillation. 3. The number of versatility and plenty, a traditionally lucky number. 3 times lucky. People with the number 3 are gay, charming, adaptable, talented, lucky, but inclined to be other-directed, living too much for the approval and liking of other people. 4. This is the square number of the Pythagoreans, indicating endurance, firmness of purpose, calmness. In its negative aspect it means dullness, square in the modern slang sense. Since it is the number of the earth, it may also indicate powerful underground fires that sometimes break through in the form of earthquakes or volcanoes. 5. This is a number of magic, the pentacle. 5s are lovers of adventure. They are also lucky, but inclined to instability, erratic, full of nervous energy, inclined to be boastful, lovers of women and often of alcohol. 6. This is the number of dependability and harmony. At their best, 6s are kindly, peace-loving, stable, and lovers of home and family. At their worst they tend to be trivial, too obsessed with detail, fussy. Since 6 is divisible by both 2 and 3, it has affinities with the qualities of both these numbers. 7. Another magical number, the number of mystery and mysticism. 7s may be psychic. They are unusually introverted, more interested in an inner reality than in the external world. Aloof, self-controlled, dignified. In their negative aspect, they may be simply out of touch with reality, incompetent, vague. 8. This is an auspicious number, signifying drive and success. 8s have affinity with 4s and 2s, they are solid, foursquare, capable of long efforts and great concentration. In their negative aspect, this may amount only to stubbornness and persistence in the wrong course of action, in which case the positive characteristics become negative, and success becomes failure. 9. This is the royal number, associated with a high degree of creativity, the 9 muses, and spiritual achievement. 9s are visionaries and poets at their best, wildly volatile at their worst, given to intense romanticism. Anyone who tries out this system will have some striking successes. I have pointed out that Yeats makes an ideal number 1. The letters of Bernard Shaw make a 9, and, interestingly enough, Richard Cavendish adds that 9s are always falling in and out of love, and quotes Cairo to the effect that 9s often undergo many operations by the surgeon's knife. Both fit Shaw remarkably closely. However, it must be admitted that failures are likely to be as frequent as the successes. Try to think of a typical 3, versatile, lucky, charming, a lover of people. Felix Mendelssohn seems to fit the bill precisely. But the letters of his name add up to 4, the square. William Blake would surely be a 9, or at least a 7, instead, this most visionary and introverted of men is a 5, the number of adventure and boastfulness, which suits Casanova or Cagliostro more than Blake. But Casanova is an 8, and Cagliostro is a 1. This latter cannot be coincidence, for the letters of Giuseppe Balsamo add up to 6, a number more suitable to Dickens's Mr. Brownlow or Wells's Mr. Polly. Oscar Wilde, who might also be expected to be a 3, is an 8, signifying drive and willpower. It is true that he achieved tremendous success, and then tremendous failure, but this seems due to vacillation rather than unshakable purpose. A more modern system of numerology writes out the numbers from 1 to 9, then writes the alphabet under them, thus 1, A, J, S, 2, B, K, T, 3, C, L, U, 4, D, M, V, 5, E, N, W, 6, F, O, X, 7, G, P, Y, 8, H, Q, Z, 9, I, R. Further information can be extracted from a name by adding up the sum of its vowels, which indicates the inner nature of the person concerned. Addition of the consonants gives the external personality, the social facade. It goes without saying that there is more to numerology than this. For example, most numerologists also make use of astrology, and vice versa. The two sciences are closely connected. Cagliostro's procedure must have been extremely complicated to draw such detailed answers from the oracle. One is tempted to dismiss the whole thing as just another apocryphal story about a magician. But there are well-authenticated stories of similar prophecies, which leave no doubt that such detailed prophecy is possible under propitious circumstances. Jacques Cazot, a royalist and author of the romance Le Diable Amoureux, prophesied the revolution in some detail in 1788 at a dinner given by the Duchesse de Gramont. Cazot, an occultist, apparently had a burst of what can only be called inspiration, in which he was able to foretell the future of many people present. He told Condorcet that he would take poison to cheat the executioner, that Chamfort would cut his own veins but die months later, that the astronomer M. Bailly would die at the hands of the mob, that the Duchesse de Gramont would die on the scaffold, and that the only victim of the executioner who would be allowed a confessor would be the king himself. An atheist, Jean de la Harpe, was thoroughly skeptical, and wrote the whole thing down. Cazot prophesied for him that he would become a Christian. He became a monk, in fact, and the prophecy was found among his papers after his death in 1803. A century later the whole matter was subjected to close examination by Dr. Walter Bormann, who found abundant evidence for the prophecy in letters and journals of the period. Even the Baroness d'Oberkirch mentions it in her memoirs, published in 1852. She describes an evening in which it was discussed in her salon, and a medium who had been brought there by the Marquis de Puysegur, the discoverer of hypnotism, was questioned about it. The medium went into even more detail about the fate of various people actually present, all of which was again proved accurate. Now, it is true that there is a great difference between numerology, with its fixed rules, and prophecy, which may be due to Dunn's serial time or any other cause, but again, it must be pointed out that there are no exact sciences of prediction, whether by the stars, numbers, hands, or anything else. Everything depends upon the innate talent of the diviner. Cagliostro used numbers rather than consulting them. Before leaving Cagliostro, a word should be said about his healing powers. In a sense, an adventurer like Cagliostro or even Casanova is potentially the ideal thaumaturgist. The nature of illness is bound up with negation. Human beings have the power to close their senses and focus upon unimportant matters. For example, I can spend a morning poring over my checkbook stubs, until my mind feels oddly dehydrated. The reason children experience so much of the glory and the freshness of a dream is that they have not yet acquired this power to narrow the mind. Since they have no great responsibilities, they have no need for it. But now we reach the point of crucial importance. This useful power to focus upon detail can easily create a flood of emotional negation. Anyone who has made the mistake of thinking about money worries in the middle of the night knows this. It is for the same reason that a man balanced on his toes is easily pushed over. The mind needs to have a kind of penumbral area that is aware of other times and other places to keep it healthy. Faculty X. Now, intelligent people can usually cure themselves of a tendency to negativity. Wordsworth's Intimations of Immortality Ode offers a perfect example. by using his mind and his memory he jerks himself out of his negative mood until the mind is wide open again. Narrowness is like catarrh or a bad cold in the head, it produces a blocked up feeling. Wordsworth's timely utterance has that effect of clearing the sinuses so one can breathe freely again. Most illnesses bring with them a feeling of helplessness and depression that reinforces the illness, and not many people have Wordsworth's highly developed power of getting the mind out of reverse and into forward gear. The power of a breezy adventurer like Cagliostro stems from his positiveness. The winds of heaven blow through his mind because he is used to meeting adversity and triumphing. The very energy of his demeanor is a reminder of how good the world is, how much can be achieved by effort. He acts on his patience like the sound of the Easter bells on Faust, bringing the breath of far-off things. All this makes it sound as if Cagliostro's chief asset was a good bedside manner, but it goes deeper than that. As the many descriptions of him make clear, he could radiate a compelling force that cannot be reduced to cheerful mannerisms. It was this force that was sapped by the Bastille experience. Instead of withdrawing to some quiet place, where he could slowly recuperate, until like Wordsworth he had restored his strength and optimism, he launched into controversy and litigation. All he had to do was sit tight for 2 more years, and he would have been again picked up by the tide of history and made into a revolutionary hero, as Cardinal Rohan, in fact, was. His downfall must be blamed upon unsound judgment. It was an avoidable tragedy. If the stature of Cagliostro increases upon careful examination, the reverse is true of the other great magician of that period, the Count of Saint-Germain. Kurt Seligmann's chapter on him begins, "Who was he and where did he come from?" The riddle has never been solved. The dates of his birth and death are unknown. Incredible things are claimed of him. Frederick the Great called him the man who cannot die, and the Count himself asserted that he had lived 2,000 years. He would speak familiarly of a chat with the Queen of Sheba and of wonderful happenings at the marriage of Cana. Potentially, he sounds the most exciting magician of all. But Seligmann seems to have been unaware of the researches of Gustav Berthold Waltz in the 20s. These revealed that although Saint-Germain was infinitely more sophisticated and cultured than Cagliostro, he was fundamentally little more than a fine actor. When the reports of contemporaries are examined, it does not even appear that he displayed more finesse than Cagliostro. He was a boastful self-advertiser. Casanova, who was easily impressed by genuine intellectuality, immediately spotted him for a charlatan, and took pleasure in queering his pitch when they were both on diplomatic missions to The Hague. But he did not have to do a great deal. Saint-Germain's own lack of tact quickly brought about his downfall, and he had to fly to England. Only one mystery remains: his origin. And it should be borne in mind that in those days it was not particularly difficult for that to remain a mystery. Communications were bad, and most registrations of births and deaths were confined to the parish records. The account that states that Saint-Germain was the son of a tax collector of San Germano, and that he was born in 1710, is probably correct. Nothing whatever is known of his life before the 1740s, when he seems to have appeared in Vienna and become acquainted with various members of the aristocracy, among them Counts Zabor and Lobkowitz. He also met there the French Marshal de Belle-Isle, who brought him to France. By 1758, by which time he would be in his late 40s, he had become an established favorite of Louis XV and his mistress Madame de Pompadour, for whom the famous diamond necklace was originally intended. Casanova, who met him at about this time, describes him as one of the most remarkable conversationalists he had ever met, and this is a considerable compliment from a man whose own talents were impressive. He describes Saint-Germain as a scholar, linguist, musician. He had an extremely pleasant singing voice, chemist, and is very good looking, which Casanova himself was not, being swarthy and hook-nosed. He was a perfect ladies' man, flattering them and offering them a wash that would prevent wrinkles which he claimed to be expensive but which he gave away. He probably came to the king's attention through Madame de Pompadour. Saint-Germain's gimmick was that he claimed never to eat, but to live on some strange food or elixir that he compounded himself. He would sit through society dinners, keeping the table amused by his conversation, declining all food and drink. He would explain in a smiling way that he was a great deal older than he looked, but deny that he was, as some people claimed, 500 years old. Casanova says he would assert calmly that he was 300. Saint Germain's knowledge of history was considerable, so that he was able to report conversations of historical personages in such a way that it sounded almost as if he had been present himself. If asked whether he had been present, his answer would be an enigmatic smile. He developed mystification to a fine art. What were his real achievements? He was a fine linguist, and seems to have discovered interesting processes for dyeing silk and leather. Altogether the evidence would seem to indicate that the love of his life was chemistry. Whenever he could persuade a rich patron to offer him food and lodgings, he immediately set up a laboratory. The mid-18th century was the pre-chemical age. Priestley, Cavendish, Lavoisier belonged to the later years of the century. But then, Saint Germain seems to have been fascinated by minerals and dyes rather than by the question of the composition of air or water. His chemical knowledge was genuine, his charm and culture were genuine. A theatrical streak made him want to astonish as well as please, hence the hints about being present at Cana, and the affectation of eating only some magical food. The simple answer is probably that he was a vegetarian, a natural ascetic who disliked the guzzling and boozing that went on at the tables of the rich. T.H. White's The Age of Scandal presents an interesting picture of the astounding eating habits of this period. In spite of his boastfulness, which made Count Warnstedt describe him, as late as 1779, as the completest charlatan, fool, rattle-pate, windbag and swindler, his style was less exuberant than Cagliostro's, and he could give the impression of being quiet, modest, and well-balanced. As E. M. Butler remarks, the myth of the magus, his relations with his patrons often held elements of discipleship, that is, he aimed to interest the intellect as well as the sense of wonder in his patrons, and tended to assume the role of teacher. Strangely enough, he was a materialist, who stated that his only interest was the good of mankind. Any man, even the most consistent, can appear to be many different persons in the eyes of different observers, and a man as mercurial and deliberately enigmatic as Saint Germain is bound to arouse wide differences of opinion. He forced his acquaintance on his last patron, Prince Charles of Hesse-Kassel, much against the prince's will, and yet ended by winning him over so completely that the prince was shattered by his death, in 1784, and wrote, "He was perhaps one of the greatest sages who ever lived." His known life seems to have been lived under the protection of a series of such patrons. After the diplomatic mission for Louis XV failed, he was supposed to put out feelers for a peace between France and England, due to the intervention of the French foreign minister, the Duc de Choiseul, who detested him. He fled to London, then later bought an estate in Holland, now calling himself Count Samont. He came close to making a fortune by interesting people in high places in his various chemical processes, which included dyeing and the ennobling of metals. He was forced to vanish at a certain point, taking 100,000 gulden with him, but the factories he set up nevertheless seem to have prospered. He seems to have spent the next 10 years or so in Russia, and again made friends in high places, including Count Alexei Orlov, one of the chief engineers of the palace revolution that placed Catherine the Great on the throne and the hero of the Battle of Chesma, 1770, in which the Russian fleet defeated the Turks. E. M. Butler believed that he probably aided the Russian war effort actively. He was made a Russian general, calling himself General Well Done. Back in Nuremberg in 1774, he impressed the Margrave of Brandenburg, Charles Alexander, and his standing was further improved when he was publicly embraced by Orlov. He told the Margrave that his real name was Prince Rákóczi, and that he was the last of the line, preserving his incognito in order to avoid assassins. In 1775, the Margrave learned that the remaining 3 Rákóczis were dead, and that the retiring, studious guest at his castle at Triersdorf was really the adventurer who went under many aliases, one of which was Saint Germain. Taxed with this, Saint Germain had no alternative than to admit it, but asserted that he had never disgraced any of his many aliases, and that he had only adopted them to throw would-be assassins off the scent. He insisted that he was the last Ricochi. The Margrave disbelieved him, and the aging Saint Germain resumed his travels in 1776. Frederick the Great ignored a letter asking for patronage, although there is some evidence that Saint Germain had worked for him as a secret diplomat, i.e. a spy, in France during the period of his involvement with the French royal family. It was this suspicion that made Choiseul his enemy. In Leipzig, the Grand Master of the Prussian Masonic lodges, Prince Frederick Augustus of Brunswick, subjected him to close scrutiny, and concluded that he was not a Mason. Saint Germain claimed to be a Mason of the 4th grade, but said he had forgotten all the secret signs. Fortunately, Saint Germain found his last patron, Charles of Hesse-Kassel, in 1779, and spent the last 5 years of his life peacefully under his protection. He owned to being 88 when he met the prince, although he was probably only in his late 60s. Lodging in a damp room gave him rheumatism, and he began to suffer fits of depression in his last years. After his death, at the age of about 74, many people refused to believe he was dead. Respectable witnesses claimed to have seen him over 30 years later, and another story asserted that he had declared that he would spend 85 years in the Himalayas before reappearing in Europe. Madame Blavatsky declared he was one of the hidden masters in Tibet. Perhaps the last word on him should be spoken by a not entirely hostile witness, the Prussian ambassador to Dresden, Count Alvensleben, in 1777. He is a highly gifted man with a very alert mind, but completely without judgment, and he has only gained his singular reputation by the lowest and basest flattery of which a man is capable, as well as by his outstanding eloquence, especially if one lets oneself be carried away by the fervor and enthusiasm with which he can express himself. Inordinate vanity is the mainspring driving his whole mechanism. He is stimulating and entertaining in society, as long as he is only narrating. But as soon as he tries to develop his own ideas, his whole weakness shows itself, but woe to him who would contradict him. And so the legend of the man of mystery explodes with a hollow pop when examined closely. In the 20th century there would be no need for all this mystification and imposture. Saint Germain would become a brilliant industrial chemist, or perhaps turn his eloquence to some purpose on television. In the century that starved Mozart, and nearly killed Bach and Handel with overwork, he had to fight to keep alive. It was a bad century for magicians.